All right, class, settle down, settle down. I need you all to sit down, quiet down, open your textbooks to page 432, because we're going to be talking about curmudgeons today. Tired of all y'all's tomfoolery. I want y'all to get off my lawn. I want y'all to pay attention in school and stop being such damn nuisances. You guys got to contribute to society. We're going to be a bunch of old boomers, a bunch of old men complaining about movies and things, and also talk about our favorite grumpy old men from movies and TV shows. Assholes. I wanted to call this the asshole stream, but people might get the wrong idea. Curmudgeon's better. Also, I don't know, curmudgeons tend to be a Christmas. They tend to be heavier around the holidays, you know, all the curmudgeon tales. But hopefully we'll have a nice, chill late night stream for y'all. Excited. I'm excited. We got the usual suspects here. We got Blue Collar. We got Jay. How are you guys?
Like the music. It's awesome.
I know. Thank you. It's all props to Home. Home is the artist. If you like him, check him out. It's real cool. My only drawback is like a lot of the songs that he has are like 30 seconds to a minute long. They're more like little break beats that you can, you know, sample and repeat and cycle. But he does have Resonance, which you've probably heard Resonance. If you've heard anything by Home, Resonance is going to be the track where you're like, I've heard this before. Like, where have I heard this? So good stuff.
Yeah.
Also Coffee and Pooping. That is what Lord Toxic is doing. And I assume the Willy Wonka folks, they're going to bed. They had a nice stream on cannolis that I was listening to. Yeah.
I mean, when you wonk your Willy for 2.5 hours, it can be exhausting.
Yeah, give it up to what's it? All the Yahtzee
Schnazi
symbolism, all the Schnazi symbolism going on in that movie.
Yeah.
I never noticed that until Vex opened my eyes and I saw the sign. Do you know that song is all about the swastika? I Saw the Sign by Ace of Base.
It opened up my eyes.
They were or at least not they, but one of the guys from Ace of Base was literally in a like 80s punk neo-Nazi band from Germany for a while. And that didn't really sell too well for obvious reasons. So they rebranded and started clubbing and made funky little reggae dance tunes that all perpetrated their love of the Aryan race. It's really crazy when you hear their songs in that lens. You're like, holy God, Ace of Base. I didn't even realize that. Because I know there's like that term Nazi's been thrown around a lot for a lot of artists, a lot of celebrities. Ace of Base, literally neo-Nazis, like German Third Reich National Socialists. Like they're fucking literal Nazis. So interesting.
Yeah, they had to go with reggae because the polka just doesn't really get the club jumping.
I'm not gonna lie. That one song, Don't Turn Around if you're gonna see my heart breaking. The bass riff in the verse is so tight. I love it. And I it's one of those things you don't really notice unless you're like paying attention, but it's a catchy ass groove, dude. It's like do 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 do. It just makes you want to swivel your head back and forth and hang out on the beach. It's good. It's catchy. So how are you guys doing on this lovely December Monday evening?
I told you I had a gummy bear. Boy, I'm really feeling it.
Yeah, but you had a power.
Well,
nap,
no
right?
bullshit. I was doing an Uber and somebody's like, "Hey, you want a fresh bag of gummies?" I'm like, it was vacuum sealed, so I trusted this random stranger in my car.
And how many? You had one of them,
dude. It's my brother-in-law, because now it's legal in New York State. Went to a dispensary. He's like, "Dude, what do you got there?" I showed him a bag, and he goes, "Chris, the ones I get are 10 milligrams. Just wonders, this fucking bag is 50 milligrams per gummy." He's like, "This shit's 5 times stronger than what I'm used to eating." Yeah. So I had one of them, and I'm like,
"So you got a whole bag from this guy?"
Yeah, and I just have one. I had one gummy. My brother-in-law had two, but we watched the Monster Squad, and I forgot that film. boy, for a film that's
starts with
kid.
hard F words.
I mean, that I thought was I was like, dude, is this rated R? He goes, no, this is PG-13.
PG-13.
Dude,
Yeah.
saying the word faggot would get you a PG-13 PG rating back in those days.
Yeah.
I mean, it still technically does.
Yeah.
It's also like, I guess if it's used like in the context, like me saying it just like that, contextually is no problem. If I was calling someone that, that's where there's an issue. It's just like that word, like on South Park when they started saying the word shit on TV.
That was funny.
Basically, you can use shit metaphorically, like I don't give a shit. But if you talk about literal excrement,
right,
you can't use the word shit. So it's weird.
Yeah, like we've always said, because we have American accents, if we say a bundle of sticks, but then like Luke or Lance say it's okay because they have an accent. Like,
yeah. We were they were talking about it on the I can't remember if it was Lance's stream or if it was on the With Nail stream, but yeah, talking about like, you know, having a fag out the bar, like they weren't even trying to be cheeky. They're literally it's just like, okay, well, whatever. Euphemisms. They do say see you next Tuesday a lot.
Especially that's what everyone loves Billy Butch. What's that when they say it over there, it's such a different like connotation than how we say it.
Like dude. It's like when we say dude.
Yeah.
So yeah. As far as like what I've been watching, God, I started burning through some of the Godzilla movies, and I watched through a couple of them, but I realized I should watch them in order. I was texting you because I was trying to drive and watch them, like, but it's weird how different streaming services had different movies. That's the issue. So I went to Hulu first. Well, I like the dub versions. I do like the dub ones.
I do too.
I mean, I'm not trying to watch an Akira Kurosawa movie. Now, obviously, the first Godzilla, you have to watch it.
Oh yeah,
subtitled.
Because they screwed up the American version so much.
Well, they didn't dub it. He just watched 5 random movies on Tubi. Any good ones?
That's what I've been doing. Tubi. I've been killing Tubi on my phone because it's free.
5 random Godzilla. Are they Japanese on Tubi or are they English? Because if they're English, I'll check them out. The other thing is I like to watch them on the pirate sites because I can watch them faster.
Look at Rabbit. Take Tubi the rabbit.
If I'm watching these movies for research just to kind of refresh my memory on them, because I've seen them all. I have seen them all. I have so many on VHS. I like it when you can change it, the audio. Like some of those movies, it doesn't work. Like I said, with Godzilla, the first one, they add fucking Raymond Burr in it, and he basically narrates the whole movie because they didn't dub over any of the Japanese characters.
Right.
Which I appreciated. Like they tried to, not have everybody speak English, which would make less sense. Instead, it's like an American guy in Japanese. And it's so obvious, like when you watch it in Blu-ray, because you can tell like the film grain and the lighting is different and the set design is slightly changed. Oh, look at this. The Lord of Jaxicity.
I mean, that makes more sense.
How you doing there? You dang youngins got me up at a weird hour.
He doesn't play Jack, so
a little bit. You and Jay, and I was hoping Adam could pop on too, because like he doesn't sound like an old curmudgeon, but he is, right?
He's older than me.
God, he sounds very young
Jay's
in his
older than
age.
Jesus, so I mean, that's right there.
I mean, who the hell do you think nailed him up to that cross?
Like ancient, ancient.
Good one. That was really quick. That was good. It's just a shame that you're not as quick getting out of your Barca lounger as you are with your fucking mouth.
That's true.
I imagine either Jay or Adam would be. I'm picturing like Dr. Moreau, Island of Dr. Moreau, with Marlon Brando in that hammock.
Oh my god!
That
what
ice bucket on his head.
What a fucking shit show that movie was.
That's my goals. CLS Studios. What's the youngest we've had on? I guess
technically there's that black cat.
Hostman.
No, Hostman
is the youngest.
Oh
yeah, he's
how
younger than Uninspired.
How old is that one kid that sound? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, yeah. So there's the 2 cats, the 2 kitty cat characters. We've got Uninspired. I don't want to give any ages, but he's early 20s.
You tell by his voice.
Hostman is younger than early 20s. So I'll just say
he had just became legal when we had that stream.
He's a little college boy. That's why like on 2 of the Wii Watches. No, I'm sorry. He did it on a Wii Watch, and then he was on Slight Tomfoolery on actually Andrew's channel, and 2 times he had his dormitory fire alarm go off, which was legendary.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's younger than Hostman, CLS Studio.
Wow.
Whoa.
Goddamn kid.
How old
That's
is
always
that kid
been
that sounds like Michael Cera? How old is that kid? And what's his name again?
Gord
Gord
King.
King.
Gord King. He's not.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny
he
because Gord
young?
King and Michael Cera. I want to say Gord King is young, but he's not that young. I think he's older than. I'm
Look
fucking
at you
brain
having a
farting.
senior moment. It's just like you're all old, and I can't remember what I was talking about.
Getting
I'm
a
in
contact high
character
from
here.
Blue Collar's
Yes,
gummy.
very.
Yeah.
It was so
Yeah,
good.
but I always thought that he was pretty young, but he's actually like early 20s, I think. And then Analyst, I keep thinking is really young, but he's actually about my age, a little younger than me, like mid 30s, early 30s. So yeah. Anyway, we're over here telling everyone's age. Hey, Jay, Diabolical Souls.
Hey,
Hey,
buddy.
Jay, if you want to pop in, I mean, we got 2 spots open. I can send you a link. Also, CLS.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Let's
if you
get
have
as
a
many
microphone or
people in
anything.
here as we can, so we can all start talking over each other.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Out. Well, speaking of some point to Wes and Jay, Jay, I want to hear about this whole. I watched Enzo sent me a link last night. I watched 2 hours of this Ethan guy, and that was very interesting. I never really listened to him before.
Oh yeah. Ethan Van Sciver, he's a kind of an asshole. I mean, he gets kind of like every time I bring up I'm a fan of his, like people give me like frowny faces. But dude, the guy is always like he's always got like a great middle of the road, well reasoned and well thought out take on things. Like sometimes his takes will seem like they're not very like he'll get a lot of pushback, but in the end he's always right. The guy is just spot on usually. And I think it's just because he's old and learned and been around and I don't know. But he had I wanted to talk about it with Chris because I remember I sent him this video of like a stream where he's talking about the whole Eric July trademark right. That's what the stream was about, right? Yeah, he's talking about how.
Well, he did go to it like FNT. He went to a good chunk of it, like a half-hour FNT, and I guess he was actually siding with Jeremy because Jeremy and Nerdrotic were going at it and stuff, and Ryan Kennel.
I
and then
remember that stream, yeah.
And then also he did say Eric July blocked him, and I was like, there's a lot going on with this whole fucking the history of Ethan and FNT. I'm like, I want to know more now.
Yeah, well, the thing about him with FNT is like he was on. I got into Ethan Van Sciver early on. I got into all these guys early on, the YouTubers. Like it was Last Jedi came out, and I was already listening to Ethan Van Sciver and your boy Zach, Diversity in Comics / Comics Matter. And after Last Jedi came out, that's when you started finding like Critical Drinkers and Maulers and Nerdrotic. And for me, it was like world class bullshitters, Geeks and Gamers, and Ethan Van Sciver. And that Star Wars girl, like they were all like doing the High Council every Tuesday.
Yeah, he mentioned
there was a period. Yeah, there was a period of time between Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker where it was like, what the hell?
Was that when the Fandom Menace kind of coalesced, right?
Yeah, that was how the Fandom Menace came about, was on the High Council.
Folks have been about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Because Last Jedi was
dude, they would just show up and bullshit about Star Wars gossip every Tuesday, and it was so entertaining and funny. And Ethan Van Sciver was always just like on point. I mean, I hate to say it, but he's like, the star of the show. In my opinion, he's one of the funniest guys on YouTube. That is why I like him so much. He's just hilarious, and he's a professional, like god tier comic book illustrator. Now to me, he's not really, in my opinion, is one of my favorites, but like his work in the early 2000s is like legendary, dude. He was one of the best artists that DC had. But as far as Ethan Van Sciver, he's a great curmudgeon. I'm glad we're talking about this because like he's just always got this like base take on things, and one of the big fractures of the Friday Night Tights thing was when Zack Snyder showed up on the Geeks and Gamers thing. And he showed up for like some charity thing. Yep. And you have to understand the Geeks and Gamers people, like all these Snyder bronies, they love it. They love the Justice League and they wish it could have been better. Trust Zack Snyder's vision. This is before the Justice League cut like came out or before around it was coming out. I don't remember, but
it was a Snyder cut. Yeah.
Yeah, he comes onto this thing, and the idea is they're raising money for suicide awareness because his daughter had, killed herself, which was unfortunate. So he shows up, and the first thing he says is like, "Why?" Basically in so many words, like, "Why is there a Geeks and Gamers logo on this thing? I was told, we're not going to be affiliated with Geeks and Gamers." And then he proceeds to condemn Asian hate crimes because apparently that Asian shooting had happened like just the day before or 2 days before. And then he goes on, proceeds to just talk like nothing. And everybody else is just like, hey, cool, nice meeting you, Zack Snyder. And Ethan Van Sciver wasn't on the show, but he was very vocal about like, why the fuck did you guys let him say that? He basically insinuated that we do condone that kind of stuff. And, you know, we're somehow responsible for that. And, you know, he proceeds to basically shit all over these people that raised all this money for his charity.
So,
And
so Zack Snyder was the one that had a problem with them about being affiliated with Geeks and Gamers? Or am I not understanding that right?
No, he was on a Geeks and Gamers stream, basically. And I can't remember what channel it was on. Maybe it was on Friday Night Tights. No, that doesn't make sense.
Well, it was like basically it was setting up for Friday Night Tights, and he, you know, I'll just look it up now.
Yeah,
I'm sure
this was a while
It's
ago when that happened.
We're really in the first 20 minutes. We're really off on a tangent, not even talking about the topic. That's cool though.
No, it doesn't. I mean, like I said, this is on topic because Ethan Van Sciver has been, you know, he's always been a famous curmudgeon in this YouTube, you know, armchair review fandom circle. And that was one of the things that he got in trouble for was like, he like publicly, like, if I could just call that out, said, hey, you guys are a bunch of fucking bitches for letting Zack Snyder do that. And then the other thing was he was basically saying he ate some weed edibles and like said that basically it's Gary and Jeremy and a bunch of zeros that orbit them. And as Heel's babyface to this day has still like taken that to such a offense that it's like funny to call him a zero.
Az is definitely a curmudgeon. I don't think Az was ever young. I think Az started out a grumpy old man and just got fatter and older. But I like Az in small doses. But like when there's too much Az, like when they let him, like sometimes they let him go off either on Friday Night Tights or even on the Critical Drinker stream. They'll let Az go run with something, and it's like, God damn, dude. All right, I get it. You can't scream in my ear for 20 minutes. And it's like,
he
you know
also,
what I mean?
and he has, I don't know, like his whole fucking tangent against that video game, Starfield or whatever.
Yeah.
That was embarrassing. It was embarrassing, and he became a
definitely. I mean, I understand his frustration with it, but he really took that 3 times around the dance floor.
It's making all of us look bad, you know.
I can't, because he gave all the wokey and lefties like all these sound bites and clips where they could just show this fat white incel fucking.
Yeah, I get it. Ham it up for your audience. Ham it up for the audience. I get that, but at the same time, like this isn't the first time Az has just been like, I don't know. He's so one dimensional, and then also this whole Robin Hood thing, like
the Robin
Hood. Yeah, he was basically had Director X on and was saying like, "Hey, I don't want to talk to you until I've seen the show." And meanwhile he's like talking shit about people who are ripping on Eric July because you know him and Eric July have formed like an alliance, which is another reason why now Az is like publicly like shitting on Ethan Van Sciver a lot because he basically got the go ahead from Eric July because they had a following out. Ethan Van Sciver burns bridges.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's why I love him. This is what I've loved about Ethan Van Sciver. He says, hey, dude, I'm 50 years old. I don't give a fuck about any of these bridges with these YouTubers, you know? like, and I know like Lord Toxic agrees with that. Yeah, exactly. It's like, exactly. Like, if I disagree with you about something, I'm going to fucking say it. And this idea that like, hey, I can't be middle of the road. Otherwise it makes me look good. I got to like pledge allegiance to these people.
Right.
I can never, fuck you. Like, Ethan Van Sciver was famous before YouTube, you know?
Right. I think that there's so it's one thing to go, yeah, bro, I think you're wrong. And I'm willing to argue that out. It's another thing to go, you disagree with me and I cast you to the outer realms, right? Which is happening.
Yeah. That's kind of what they did to him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And again, it's
Friday Night Tights guys. They took that zero comment to such heart is hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't ever call the Friday Night Tights guys zeros. It's like Ethan Van Sciver dog whistle, you know?
The thing is you're supposed to be able to disagree with people. You're supposed to be able to have another opinion beyond the opinion outside of your brain, because otherwise it's just a freaking echo chamber.
Not only that, it's more interesting if you're talking to someone who disagrees with you because you get to understand the different viewpoint. You also have to sharpen your arguments, and maybe, just maybe, you're incorrect.
Yeah,
and you might be able to fix that shit.
Yeah, that was something that was kind of central to the show that I had sent Chris to watch was like they were on Friday Night Tights, and Jeremy kind of gets self-aware for a second and starts like making fun of all them.
That was
like we're all a bunch of idiot, man babies, like crying about this shit, and it's all silly, and you can make fun of us for it, and you can still like everyone else gets like uncomfortable, and it's just like why?
That's something
It's
you must point
true.
out. Well, it's something we've talked about for the most part. It's like everybody here, we love stuff, we hate shit, but it's not like Stepenzo's channel. Whenever I see Jay on, obviously Wes doesn't have one, but like not every video we do is hate. And it's a point Jeremy's
We're
like,
all shooting the shit here.
It's
this is like us going to the bar and hanging out,
Yeah.
And it's not a job. Obviously it's not, because if I don't get paid for this shit, I just do it because that's fun. But if it was a job, I mean, it's not hard for it to get too much. And, I'd imagine like fucking 3 or 4 years of this shit, everything being terrible,
Well, yeah.
Or the other thing is that you do a video where you take a giant shit on something and you're very negative, and that gets all the views. Guess what you're going to start steering towards if this is your job, right? You're going to do the things that you get rewarded for.
What were you going to say, Toxic?
Well, okay, so like Jay, maybe you guys too, I don't know, but Jay's going to be old enough. Like I worshipped Siskel and Ebert at the movies when I was a kid. I thought that was like a dream job. Like I was like, I grew every Saturday morning. I would have after cartoons. I would put on Siskel and Ebert, and I would just love to watch the thing. Of course, I wanted to see the trailers, and back then you couldn't just see trailers outside the movie unless you watched a show like that.
You remember E Entertainment? They used to have the show Coming Attractions.
Yeah.
I would love that show before the internet was a thing.
No, I loved it. I loved that thing. I used to tape that. Anyway, but one thing as I got older and a little more self-aware, I started to notice that they didn't like what's up, amateur? They did not like the movies anymore. They very seldom did. They started like it was some kind of realization while I was sitting them watching them review something that I knew was good, like Independence Day, some standard popcorn movie, and I was like, these guys don't like movies anymore. Like, why don't you guys like just don't even fucking enjoy watching a movie? You don't get. I still get excited. I know Chris does too. We've had this conversation on his channel a bunch. Like I go of course he goes way more than me, but I'll go into a movie theater when the theater goes dark and them trailers come up. I still get like a little thrill out of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I even if I see a bad movie, at least I got to watch a movie. And it's just like, now I'm not going to sit there and defend trash and just go, oh, pretty lights. Well, obviously, if anybody's ever watched our Avatar 2 stream, that like I ripped that thing a new asshole. But at the same time, it's just like, that's not if you look at my channel, all of my stuff is just reviews from
you have a
that
channel
I actually like. Yeah, I do.
I mean,
still got 4 videos. It's all just me like gushing about. I think I have one hate video, and then the rest are all like things like, oh, why do I love Groundhog
Check
Day
out
so
Lord
much?
of Toxicity's channel, everybody.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Well,
but
why are we not doing
point
it?
the point I'm trying to say is like these guys get so over involved in who's got how many views, how many super chats did I get, what celebrity am I interviewing this week? I think it's just like they're not having fun. We may not have all the crazy views. We might be like what I would refer to as like C-lister YouTubers. But we have
am I at C-list already?
Oh my God. We're like F.
To be fair, we're a bunch of zeros just surrounding Stupenzo. That's how that works.
I'm fine with that.
Right. Well, it's funny. It's like, imagine if like I was.
Hey, don't talk to Chris like that. Sorry.
Matt, hey, Anna, can you turn your gain down a tad? Also, I was gonna say if I don't know if maybe if it's my channel or let's say like Blue Collar had a shitload of, let's say Blue Collar, he's monetized, he's got like, let's say he gets like 50,000 subscribers soon, and we're still doing these loser lounges on Tuesdays, and he's getting like super chats all the time. I know Chris was very gracious one time and said without even prompting, like, hey, next time we get a big chat, I'll give it to Enzo, and last time I gave it to this guy, we'll cycle it around.
Yeah.
Like I've never heard of a YouTuber saying that, because like I'd imagine
Never.
it'd be super hard to like just be going to the same weekly show every week. Like if I was like monetized and getting tons of super chats, like hundreds of dollars of super chats, and then at the end of the show, I'd just be like every week, all right, guys, well, thanks for coming. See you next time. And it'd be hard to do that for months and months and maybe years and not be like, hey, can I borrow like $50 maybe or something? I don't know. I mean, it seems like you've been making lots of money on this, and I'm
well, there is a diplomatic way to do that. You just say, hey, we have a goal. By the end of this week, we need to make this much money. And people will.
Sorry.
It's actually insane. I've watched YouTubers do it, and it's like, what the fuck? Mind you, they have a pretty good following when they attempt it, but
Bro, Critical Drinker gets so many super chats that my super chat didn't even go through. It like fell in my little $5 thing.
Yeah.
What are you sending him money for? Jesus.
Because I wanted to, because I was
exactly.
because he had our buddy Dark Hour was on his show, and I wanted to bring attention to Dark Hour's.
I would like to be one of Critical Drinker's guests that doesn't contribute to his Patreon. That would be cool, but it might take some time. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yikes!
But
yikes.
Adam Gray, sorry you couldn't make it. Darn. It's okay as long as you're definitely here on the Godzilla stream, on Christmas.
There's no way in hell he's not making that.
No one is grumpier or old man than me. Yeah, exactly. And we will get to the grumpy. We are still on brand with the grumpy old man stuff. I mean, we're technically on brand every stream with the grumpy old man stuff.
Yeah, but that was part of the thing that Jeremy everybody was saying, like, and they're trying to talk about the algorithm and stuff. And like, I get it. Yeah, people like to see you hate something more than love something. Even Dark Hour has recently said that it says whenever your views are praising something, it's not as high as when you're shitting on something.
Well, of course.
Just like what Jay would say though, I'm not gonna I just did an Abyss. I love the Abyss. It's awesome. But I hate something like Barbie. I'm not gonna make every single fucking video just a 10-minute rant.
That's what analysts. You need to start doing a hate video here and there. All your videos are very glowing.
I think why the fuck am I going to spend my time talking about something that I don't love? I need to be. You got to understand this about me. I'm lazy as fuck, which doesn't come across in my videos. But I'm only going to make a video if I'm compelled. I'm not gonna do a video about Barbie or fucking,
of course,
whatever other garbage comes our way. I'm not even gonna watch the Marvels.
I think the problem
you didn't miss anything. Trust
a
me,
lot of people get into this because it's like like hobby. They just enjoy the talking about a thing or whatever, right?
Right. Which I do. I can get behind that.
The most bullshit excuse or the most bullshit advice you'll ever get is, if you do what you love. I can assure you that if you love something as a hobby, once it becomes your job, you'll learn to hate it.
Yeah, I agree.
We all love to fuck, but become a prostitute and see how much you actually enjoy when you no longer get to choose who you're going to be
I
with,
have
right?
asked you repeatedly, Jay, not to bring up how I made money in prison. I have asked you that repeatedly, and you keep bringing it up every stream.
Look, the applause didn't just show up on its own. We know.
Dude, it's very disillusioning, and not disillusioning, but like terrifying when you watch these like down to earth America Undercover style documentaries about the porn industry.
Oh my god,
like,
stuff that
they just basically smoke.
What was that show called, Enzo? You remember? What was it called?
There's a few. What are you talking about? There's HBO. There's like Real Sex, and then there's
no. The one that they did where they followed the hookers around and stuff. What was that called?
Tricks and Johns or something like that.
Wow.
No.
Pimps Up, Hose Down.
Pimps Up, Hose Down. Yeah.
No,
right.
That shit was brutal, man. That shit.
I know. There was brutal. I remember being like 10 years old and watching like a big fat black prostitute like take a guy out to an alley and suck his dick, like silhouetted like a movie. And it's funny because like the John, this is a bit of a tangent right here, obviously, but John, he's like in the car before he gets his blowjob, and he's like, look, if you're trying to fuck, you need to find like a tight little prostitute, like a little body prostitute. But if you're getting head, if you're just getting head, you need like you get some thick mama with curves and shit. And I remember being like a little kid and just being like, all right. Like just
taking notes. Okay.
But yeah, James Hong is immortal. Like Toxic said, what are some good actors that always look old? We'll talk about that later. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if I'm immortal or forever 39. Yeah, exactly. It's like weird because I've always been like 40-ish, acting 40, sounding 27. It's because I smoked weed at a young age, and it made my my voice not really get so low. I don't know. It stunted my voice.
Too, eh?
Yeah, I think that's what happens. It's
it
whatever.
happened to me too.
Like the recent clip
Az is a bit of a child. Philly Phil, how you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a bit.
Phil, I can't believe people are up this late. Jesus, are we getting like international people, or is this like American people that are up this late?
It's only midnight Eastern Standard, so
It's
Yeah,
11.
not
It's 11.
super late.
It's
12.
yeah, as is a toddler, like baby. Yeah, I mean, baby. Yeah, heels versus baby faces.
Well, Toxicity's got cows to milk at 5 a.m. So
True.
Yikes.
Hello, Amy, Fricky. Hello, Jill. How are y'all? Good to have you all, everybody in the chat. All right, I think we're all caught up. Besides the colloquial hellos. But yeah, as far as curmudgeons go, yeah, some other actors that always looked old. Ernest Borgnine.
Oh my God, yeah.
We watched
And
Marty.
He hung in there. Is he still alive? He's dead, right?
No, he's not. But there's that great
really?
video. Yeah. He passed away. I want to say not long ago.
Yeah, it's been in the last couple of years.
We watched that wonderful movie, 1950s best actor, best picture winner, Marty. Jay knows Marty, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So Marty is basically Rocky without boxing. It's a very charming little movie about a guy who's ugly and old. And when I say old, he's my age. He's like 37 or 36 in the movie, which in the 1950, it's pretty young. It's pretty old to be a bachelor, you know. And he lives with his elderly mother and takes care of her. And he is basically very lonely and sad. And he hangs out with a bunch of, philandering young dudes. And I don't know, he meets like a little teacher at some dance and they just hit it off. And it's just a great little romance movie. I loved it. But Ernest Borgnine, he still looks so old in that movie. But he has the secret of life right here, longevity processing this video. What the hell? I've never seen that. What? Oh. Anyway. All right, here we go. Here's the secret of longevity from a famous Academy Award-winning actor, Ernest Borgnine. Here we go.
Speaking of having a good time, apparently Ernest Borgnine.
No, what is Young Turks doing here? What is,
Dude, did you not notice the Young Turks come up? I was like, what are you doing?
Why is this first video not playing? That was strange. Why is something really broken? It's a 15-year-old video, so that makes sense. God, was this that long ago? Anyway,
is your wires not plugged into your internet machine?
It's funny because this right here is Marty. This is a clip from Marty out here on the right.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. But it was a very sweet movie. I recommend it.
Yo, he's supposed to be in his mid-30s in that shot on the right.
Yeah. Old man.
Dude, he looks like he's running for president. What the fuck?
Right. Well, this is how people used to go out to the dance clubs, you know? They get their hair all slicked back and they basically just like propose to each other. They're trying to court. This is amazing. He's
Dapper Dan.
Yeah, here we go. Listen, Ernest Borgnine.
You're 91 years old. You look fantastic. You look like you're in your late 60s, early 70s. What's the secret?
I don't dare tell you.
No meat. You don't eat meat.
I masturbate a lot.
What did he say?
I masturbate a lot.
He whispers right into the. He's got a lapel mic, you know.
Yeah,
so
he's like right into the lapel mic. Yeah,
you can hear it better. He's like, I masturbate a lot, and then of course everyone erupts up into laughter. I don't know why that was so hard to find a good video of that. Lame. I blame. People trying to scrub the internet of all the funny shit.
Yeah, YouTube retroactively.
I'm going to live forever.
Videos.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it's not masturbating a lot, but it's definitely like not being stressed, and masturbating helps with that. But I don't think being a coomer is going to make you live long. I don't think that's what he meant, but I don't know. Maybe Ernest Borgnine, coomer confirmed. Other actors that have always looked old.
Carl Malden.
Carl Malden. Who's that? I know that name.
Oh yeah, he was the guy that used to do the American Express ads, and he was in Patton.
I got Muldoon.
Big fat. He had a huge nose.
Carl Malden.
How do you spell that?
Malden. I'm pretty sure.
I gotcha.
Jay, you can't
there
be bringing up
is.
that boomer shit. They're not going to know what you're talking about.
That's
it's
true,
because he's got that gigantic proboscis. That's what's going on.
Yeah, that is quite the fucking nose.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's one
Chris,
of those noses.
Chris, you know who I'm going to say, right, Chris?
Probably.
Wilford Brimley.
Oh,
That's
right.
true.
Is this the old man from Thinner?
No.
I think it is.
No, it is not.
Like
I can tell you
he's in
for sure
crazy.
it's not.
Well,
It's for sure not.
Who was the old man in Thinner?
I don't remember, but it's not Carl Malden. He's like a character actor. I love Dinner. Dinner's one of my favorite Stephen King books and one of my favorite movies from him. So no,
I love that movie.
I love that movie too.
It's Michael Constantine. That's who played the old man from Thinner. Oh well, but yeah, not Ernest Borgnine. Wilford Brimley. He shaves his mustache and he definitely looks younger, but he doesn't look old.
Jay, how old are you? 52?
53.
Guess what? In Cocoon, Wilford Brimley was younger than you.
Oh, I know.
Diabetes. I recognize that motherfucker.
He was actually one of the younger guys in The Thing.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was.
This is him young. This is him young. You know what I mean? And look how old he looks here.
Hey, listen, that rope will put some years on you. I can tell you what.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I got two actually. Ed Harris and Gene Hackman. Those motherfuckers always looked ancient.
Yeah, I think Gene Hackman, he's got that nose, the old man nose, because your ears and your nose, they get bigger. So when you have big ears and nose, it just makes you look old.
Yeah, man, I just watched The Abyss.
Look at him now. Wow.
He still looks great, but he always looked like that. That's him now?
He's 100 years old. Yeah. He's lost some weight for sure. I mean, isn't everyone that age sick?
Almost doesn't even look like the same dude.
Well, yeah, he's 93. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's fucking old.
Yeah, I mean, he's lived a good long life and done some cool shit, I bet.
I guess
also Ed Harris,
Yeah, Ed Harris for sure, because he's always been bald, but
no, he used to have hair.
When?
Really?
Show me. I want to show
it's
it.
Like
he had hair in Apollo 13, man. Like in the 90s.
Early in his career. That's not his hair. No, we're talking about his actual hair.
It's actual hair.
Ed Harris in the 80s in Creepshow. Look how old he looked in 1983.
Dude,
I don't know, man. I'm not a fucking senior citizen.
Jesus Christ. You're gonna be.
I hope so.
Where's that dance scene? The fucking GIF.
This movie.
But anyway,
this is how
good actors that seem very old?
Abe Vigoda.
Yeah, Morgan Freeman always looked old.
Morgan Freeman, yeah, thank you. You got to it before me.
You guys remember
he looked fairly young and like Electric
is
Company.
Abe Vigoda die?
Yeah, is Abe Vigoda still alive?
There was that website that was like, is Abe Vigoda still alive? And that was running for years.
Is he still alive?
Early meme website.
No, he finally died, but no, there was a website that from like the mid 90s on.
It operated for
you
like
just
10
hit
years
it and it would just say
shit.
yes because it was just checking.
He's still alive. And then one day he died, and then you updated the website and he said no.
And said no.
Like, wow.
That's actually one of the better websites.
Yeah, primitive memes.
He had to run that thing for like 20 plus years before he could change the site to say no.
Even though I know he was young, Bill Murray has always seemed old to me. He seems much older now.
It's because of the thin hair.
Yeah, and he's got a wrinkly ass forehead. Yeah.
What's the thing with
basically, if
Steve
you're
Martin.
old or if you're bald or fat or have a big nose, people are going to think you're old.
Yeah.
Sam Elliott has always sort of seemed old to me.
Yeah. Even in Mask, he looks older than he probably is. In that,
we established when we did Roadhouse a couple weeks ago that I'm actually older than he was in that movie, which is that was difficult to deal with.
I guess Willem Dafoe's always looked kind of old, but like
Willem Dafoe is
he just looks like a fucking goblin, so
like a skeleton. Yeah, he has that bizarre skeleton face.
One of the best actors ever, but like.
What's that movie you like, Enzo, that he did, the older one with him and William Peterson that you were talking about one time? What's that called?
Who are we talking about?
I don't know. Him and Streets of Fire is messed up.
Yeah.
Is it?
It's like, how does that mouth open that big? That's crazy.
Live and Die in L.A. That's not me. That's Luke that always talks about that movie.
Oh, Luke likes that movie. Okay, yeah. He looks kind of young in that. He looked kind of young in that movie, I guess. Kind of.
I mean, look at him in Streets of Fire. He looks young, but he still looks like an alien.
You know who always looked old? Fucking Leslie Nielsen. God, he always looked old because he got white hair.
Yeah.
Even back in the 80s when he was in all these.
Well,
like
it's because he
dumb,
was old in the 80s. I mean, Leslie Nielsen dates back to like the 40s.
But how
being
old
in
is he
movies.
in the? How old was he in the 80s? He's like, oh God, where's Leslie? How old are you, Leslie? I don't know. I think he was born in 1926. Holy shit!
Right.
So yeah, in the 80s.
Damn. What's that picture
was-
with him shredded? Pull that up? What the fuck? What's going on there, Leslie Nielsen? Jesus.
He was
Day of the
auditioning for Rambo. Yeah.
Day of the Animals is great. He's like a giant asshole in that movie who's always like naysaying because it's like these guys go camping or hiking and all the animals for some reason like attack because of like pollution or something. All the animals go crazy. So, and Leslie Nielsen is the guy in the group who's always like shit talking, and he's the one you want to die. It's so amazing.
Isn't it funny how comedians can sometimes be the best dickheads in movies?
He started out doing
he didn't do comedy until Airplane.
Right. Yeah, he started doing he was always doing serious roles, and then he did a comedy movie called Airplane where he approached the same thing like totally straight faced.
Yeah, he plays it totally serious, and that makes
he was
it
playing
hilarious.
Like villains a lot. I remember he was like one of
me.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I read this quote from what's Alfred's name in the Batman trilogy? What's his real name?
Michael Caine.
Pennyworth.
Michael Caine. I read this quote from Michael Caine where they were like, "Hey, when you play what's his name in the Muppet Christmas movie, go ahead and Ebenezer Scrooge, go ahead and have a little fun with it." He goes, "I'm gonna play this as serious as life and death."
Right.
And I was just like, he's always seemed old to me.
That's the joke was there's the joke about the Muppet Christmas Carol where like Michael Caine is playing it like all the Muppets are human actors, like he's playing it completely seriously. And then there's Tim Curry in Muppet Treasure Island where he's acting like he's one of the Muppets. So it's like that's a good meme I've seen fly around everywhere.
Tim
but
Curry
yes,
loves to overact.
Yeah,
Jill G. Ed Harris was hot in The Rock.
He was. I remember my first wife.
She's
was
got
like,
a thing for bioterrorism. I have a thing for bald men. Oh, that's what it was. Sorry. Bald men I think are sexy, says Amy. Adam, well, you're spoiled for choice tonight, Jill. Oh yeah, a lot of baldies.
Well, Enzo, I typed in Google IMDb, popped up 35 actors who always look old.
Well, what did they say? What did old IMDb say?
Number 1, Morgan Freeman. You know. Number
Whatever.
2, Betty.
What happened to Black Don't Crack? How is that true?
Oh, Betty White. How did I not think of Betty White?
Had her.
She looked like she was 100 years old when she was like 20.
It's true.
Because we're sexist and we don't think about women.
No, when she was young, she really did look very young. And very attractive.
Can women be curmudgeons? I think it's just it's dudes, right? Or no?
Well, Joan Rivers was a curmudgeon, and we saw what the Obamas did with her.
Yeah, they did. They did the shit out of that. That'll teach her to out Obama.
Don't be talking about Mike. Oh, blue collar sharing his screen.
Number 3.
Dame Judi Dench and Angela Lansbury, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, Angela
Tommy
Lansbury.
Lee Jones.
I wouldn't have thought of her name in 100 years.
Angela Lansbury?
Yeah. What's the chick from Red that plays the older
Helen Mirren?
Helen
Mirren, dude, pull something up of her in her 30s. She was
drop dead gorgeous.
You can't look up any young pages. She's always got her big, huge titties out. It's awesome.
Dude, she was a fucking smoke show, bro.
Not only a smoke show, but a total promiscuous, willing to show it all the time. She was a babe and she knew it.
Love it.
Steve Martin, of course.
White hair. I don't think so. It's just the white hair throws people.
I think white hair is a side effect of getting a vasectomy. Is that true?
No.
Sometimes it is.
It could be. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, I'm still intact. I had my first white hair at 21.
Damn.
It's just genetic.
James Earl Jones. That makes sense. Actually,
yeah.
Seeing James Earl Jones young in Doctor Strangelove will really fuck you up.
Yeah,
that is crazy,
dude. When I realized it was him, I was like, "Wait, what the fuck?" I had to start the movie over.
Yeah, of course, you had Jonathan Banks from friggin' Breaking Bad.
Danny Trejo. He just looks like a catcher's mitt.
He has always looked old as hell.
Yeah, definitely.
Not only old, but he's always like he gets typecast a lot as like monks and friars
and
like,
mobsters, like the old guy, the old head or a side guy.
I think that was like post Breaking Bad, like he started getting typecast at that. But before that, he was always playing like a dude in a club.
No, I remember him in the '80s being in mob movies.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Huh.
Christopher Lloyd. Yeah, he's always looked old.
Yeah.
Danny Trejo for sure has always. If you have that acne scar pock face, you're gonna always kind of look old.
Yeah.
Of course,
Max far away.
Max von Sydow. That's your
so an interesting thing. I mean, so like Max, kind of, I think maybe in his 30s or 40s started playing much older characters, but young Max, in some of the original movies was he from Sweden? Is that right?
I would assume so.
Those movies, like when he's playing Death, when he's playing Chess with
Sweden.
Death, right? That he looks properly young in that one.
I think what it was is in The Exorcist, they aged him because he was actually like 30 or 40 years old when he made The Exorcist. So they gave him like white hair and old man makeup.
I think it was you. I think it was you that told me that.
Well, I think he's old. Isn't he older than the priest that's supposed to be the young guy that's helping him?
I think
do you mean that the other way around? Is that what you meant?
No, I think, that he's younger than the guy who's actually supposed to be.
I understand.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
But yeah, he said he had a hard time getting cast as younger people because people assumed he was too old. They wouldn't even like see him, because he's like, oh, the old guy from The Exorcist? No, he's too old for this show.
Yeah.
So he got kind of typecast as that. But yeah, Kathy Bates, I don't think she was always old looking. Brian Dennehy, though.
Young.
Kathy Bates has always looked like she's been about 50.
Yeah. Danny DeVito is another one. Like he's another one. Because obviously you see things like I'm from a child of the 70s and 80s, so I remember him from Taxi. But then as you get older, you start watching other movies, and you see like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and he's really young in that, and that'll like fuck you up.
Yeah. You guys watch Taxi on TV? How old are you?
I was born in 70.
Chris Christopherson.
77.
That is the guy.
Glenn Close,
definitely.
Otherwise known as female Geddy Lee.
Yeah. I love Chris Christopherson and Big Top Pee-wee when he's got the little wife, Midge, who's like this tall, who stands in his hand. And then he like runs the circus and Pee-wee shows him the hot dog tree. It's like, Jesus.
God.
Oh, yeah.
Ass movie.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, for me, Harvard Keitel always look old.
The old guy who runs the cheese shop, the market in Big Top Pee-wee. That's a guy who always looked old. He's like, no problem, Pee-wee Herman.
Do you notice that a lot of these guys on this list, I can't read it so good because I have old eyes, but a lot of these guys on these lists have that ailment that I like. When you have that acne pockmarked face, definitely, and it's a lot of these guys. Robert Davi, Lance Henriksen, Bill Murray, like a lot of these people that I mentioned, they all have that acne scarred face, and that just makes you look so much older.
It might be lupus.
Iced tea, yeah, maybe.
It's like women with smoking. Like when women are smokers and they age like curdled milk. They
get those lip wrinkles. They get the lip wrinkles.
Sharon Stone is quoted as saying in an interview recently, she's like, "I'm hotter now than I was when I was at my peak in the 90s." I'm like, "No, the fuck you are not. No, you are not, you delusional wacko."
I need to get
maybe to your husband. I mean, sure, whatever. If you want to be all,
that's just what everybody around her tells her because that's what they get paid to do.
Right.
Well, old people, goddamn. There's a lot of them. Too many of them, frankly.
One thing, my wife actually mentioned this, and I'd forgotten it. So you remember the movie Christine?
Yeah.
The guy who plays George LeBay. The one that sells Christine.
Yeah.
He's in Home Alone.
Oh. Yeah.
He's like the neighbor or
shovel
something
guy.
Like
yeah,
right.
He's the shovel man.
And he looks exactly the same, even though it's like 8 years between the movies. And it's like, how does this guy still look? He was like, he looked 90 in Christine. He still looks the exact same age.
Yeah. You know who always looked fucking super, super, super old and was super old towards the end of his life was Mr. William Hickey. That guy was so old.
Buck Flowers. That's another one that always looks old.
We were watching a movie Warlock the Armageddon. And I don't know if this made the final cut of the We Watch, but Buck Flowers is in it for like 2 seconds. You know,
let me guess. He plays a bum.
He's an angry crowd guy. He's the one who has but I mean, he could be a bum. You don't know, but he does look like the same. He's like wearing the same clothes from Back to the Future, basically.
Well, Jay, you brought up Christine. Remember the guy that plays? What's the guy's name that plays the detective?
Harry Dean Stanton.
He has always looked old.
Yeah. Harry Dean Stanton's always looked old, but he's always looked like he's about 45 to 50.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's like he's stuck in a time loop. He's always looked that age. He doesn't look like he ages. He doesn't look like he's ever been younger.
Looking at this picture that Enzo has posted for the advertisement here, it makes me think of for the advertisement for the stream. I don't know, thumbnail. Sorry. But the picture you put for the interweb, you know what it is, Enzo.
A photograph you use.
A photograph, yeah. Me growing up with Michael Broderick being young and now seeing him in stuff in that Jennifer Lawrence movie where he's old as fuck now, that's weird. Do you feel like that's weird, Jay, when you see like people?
He terminally looked 15, and then suddenly there was a day where he became his actual age, and you're like, what the fuck happened overnight?
Right, he's like an Asian woman in that way. Like they look like the same age for like 6 years.
Yeah. You're 13, you're 13, you're 13, you're 55.
Yeah,
Portuguese are the same way.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Broderick. It's like
Walter Matthau has definitely been a guy who always looked old.
Yeah.
Matthew Broderick, I mean, he's married to Sarah Jessica Parker. I mean, that probably grayed his hair a bit over the years.
Sure. Yeah, as long as he feeds her an apple every day, she's happy.
Yikes.
I'll try to show very little of this, but you'll get the idea of how old fucking William Hickey is. Also, Jill, thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. Holy crap, this guy's so old. William Hickey. Also, this quality is terrible, but probably better.
Oh yeah, he's always.
Okay.
Listen to his voice. He's literally on his deathbed filming this. Like he acted all the way to the end of his life.
William Hickey. And he looks the exact same in The Name of the Rose and Prizzi's Honor, and
yeah. And wasn't he also in the Christmas Vacation?
Yes. He's the
that's what it is.
Terrible hairpiece. We've talked about it before on one of these shows where we had the same conversation, remembering what movies William Hickey was in. And Christmas Vacation was the one I forgot.
Well, I'm getting on in years, Enzo. I can't remember every conversation we have in these damn things.
Toxic may not, but Pepperidge Farm remembers.
What was great about Back to Election, Matthew Broderick in that movie is like I realized like he's like one of the few exceptions where he's like a young curmudgeon. Same thing with Bill Murray and Scrooged. Young curmudgeons are fun and rare.
He gives it away because anytime you ever see a guy with a tie and short sleeve shirt, you know they're a curmudgeon.
Yeah, Falling Down with Michael Douglas.
Dennis Franz in NYPD Blue.
Dennis Franz always kind of looked old though.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
But just when I say a curmudgeon, it's like
acne face.
And
Bruce Willis
bald.
in Last Boy Scout. He's a curmudgeon, Also in the later Die Hard movies, and Die Hard 3 is a total curmudgeon. Die Hard 4 and 5 and 6, the stupid ones, he's like curmudgeon galore in those.
He was a curmudgeon in Pulp Fiction, as far as that goes.
Yeah, washed up boxer, like
washed up old boxer. Yeah.
It's always good. Now Gran Torino, I actually never saw it.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! How? Why? What are you?
Oh, that's on a rewatch.
My lawn,
dude. You do a stream of curmudgeons, and you didn't watch the most curmudgeon of all curmudgeon movies ever made.
I've seen bits and pieces of it, and I know lots of scenes of it. Maybe I have seen it, and I just don't remember.
I don't believe you.
I'm interested. What do you guys actually think of that film?
He actually gets out curmudgeoned. The old Asian woman, the grandma, she's more curmudgeonly than he is.
Yeah,
arguably, yeah.
I saw a great little post or something talking about how that movie is like actually very like strange because like he what does he do?
I found it kind of weird and boring and kind of a letdown.
Really?
Not gonna lie. Yeah.
Really?
Also, like it's one of those movies where I think someone made a point that the messaging is all off because like what does he do? He like fucking, gives all his money away to his neighbors and like says fuck his family and some other
so
shit?
for the uninitiated,
to be fair, his family is shit. They need to be cut out of whatever inheritance they're going to get.
Yeah, for the uninitiated, his character is retired. He's ex-military. His wife is at the start of the movie. His wife has just passed away, and yeah, like Jay said, his family's freaking horrible. They're just waiting for him to die so they can get his house and sell it, and they want to put him in a home. And he wants to be left alone. He wants to sit on his porch and drink beer and smoke cigarettes and be left the fuck alone. And then they have the Asian Vietnamese. I'm going to mispronounce this. The Hmong.
Yeah,
you don't say the H. The Hmong have kind of moved into the neighborhood. He doesn't like them. They have their own little Asian gang and cliques and stuff. And the kid that is his next door neighbor, they have a brother and sister, teenagers, and the kid is basically a good kid, but kind of falls in with the crowd. And it one night it culminates in the gang members trying to beat the shit out of him, and he comes out with his rifle. And he's like, I've stacked gooks fucking 12 high in Korea. I'll fucking stack you out here on my lawn. Get off my fucking lawn.
Yeah, that's the best part, though. That is the best part. I love that part. I love the part, like the whole, he's an ex-soldier. This isn't the shit he fought for, kind of.
Right.
I love all that, but like the rest of it,
It's a slow burn movie for sure. It's one of his. If I'm critical of it, I would say it's definitely where we start seeing a lot of Clint Eastwood's sniffing his own farts kind of thing, doing a lot of Clint Eastwood shit in his movie.
Yeah. Listen, I'm an old man. I'm gonna tell you how it is, you young punk.
Which honestly, I think he's earned in a lot of ways.
So there's a legit reason for that. So the Hmong family, the father's dead, so this kid is growing up without like a male adult influence. It's all women that run the house, right? And one thing that he figures out when he goes over there is he starts to figure out that these people are a lot more like my generation in that traditional important.
Sense.
That family matters and all that stuff, whatever. And he's looking at his kids going, "What the fuck?" Right?
Yeah.
And so he ends up identifying with them. And then when they start having problems, he's like, "Well, if nothing else, I can fix that shit," and he does.
Yeah,
that's pretty good point.
To be fair, I think, and I know I'll get blasted for heresy on this. I think Unforgiven is more boring in big chunks than Gran Torino is.
Fuck are you talking about? That is crazy.
No, it gets to a good point and has a hell of a finish, but there's a long drag in there where it's like, shut the fuck up and get to doing something.
We got to rewatch. We got to rewatch that movie together. You
talking about Gran Torino still, or what?
No, I'm talking about Unforgiven has long.
Oh no,
long sections.
I love Unforgiven.
Of fuck off.
Unforgiven.
I haven't seen that in so long. I can't comment.
Unforgiven is arguably the best Western ever made. You can't. I won't even. You can't even compare.
It's probably
the best ever Western made. Okay, I'm gonna have to rewatch it then.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why it was so good was like it was like one of the first 90s Westerns to like try to, what's the word? Deconstruct the Western. It was kind of like
good word. It was
kind of like Batman Begins was to the Batman genre,
I mean, all it is it's like the 90s version of Outlaw Josie Wales.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Right, but
it's like
brutal
except without the much better action and plot of Outlaw Josie Wales, except when William Money decides, I've had enough of this. I'm going to get drunk, and now I'm actually going to be William Money. Then you all better be scared.
Let's approach a Western with less of this romanticism vibe and more of a realism vibe. See,
Enzo gets it.
But also, all that stuff about like
Outlaw Josie
listen
Wales.
to a man die. Listen. Yeah, exactly. Josie Wales had a lot of that stuff, and I always liked the Wild Bunch. It was like one of the first movies to be like super bloody.
Once Upon a Time in the West.
Yeah, like you see all that red tempera paint oozing out of like Ernest Borgnine is in the Wild Bunch, by the way.
Of course.
Yeah, and he's old as fuck. He's old as fuck.
He looks so
of course he is. He's Ernest Borgnine. William Holden is another one that even when he was young and supposed to be a leading man, he still looked old.
Yeah. I will admit that, young Lord of Toxicity, Wes, was I watched Unforgiven. Somebody brought the VHS over to my house and they were like, "Hey, you want to watch a Clint Eastwood Western?" Because he knew I like Westerns. And at the time, it was like, to me, the Western was Young Guns and Outlaw Josie Wales and stuff like that. So he brings this over and I'm like, what is this? Is stupid. This is really, and it wasn't, and I agree. I like at the end, I was like, okay, this is like the only good part. But as I've gotten older and I've started to watch it more, I definitely appreciate it more. And I don't think there's a wasted scene in that entire movie. I almost think of Unforgiven as like an unofficial sequel to Outlaw Josie Wales. It's like the Outlaw Josie Wales if he had like gone off and married a good woman and retired. That's
had his kids and all that shit.
Yeah, that's sort of that.
I just thought of another good actor who is always looked old, but nobody really knew his name until recently because he was one of those actors that everyone just knew his face. But Richard Jenkins, that motherfucker has always looked old.
Yes.
Richard Dysart is another one that's always looked old.
Richard Jenkins is the dad from Step Brothers.
Oh shit! Okay, right.
Richard Jenkins, he's one of those guys where it's like they used to make articles like actors you know their face and never know their name, but then he won an Oscar for what was it? A couple movies.
Well, again, he's always been bald, so there you go.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of westerns, have you guys ever seen Old Henry on Netflix?
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a great.
Yeah, you like that one? My dad was like, "This is the best western I've ever seen." I watched it. It's like it's pretty good, but it's just like
it's pretty good. It's not the
best.
Fuck, man. What is Old Henry? What is that?
It's pretty good. I forget his name.
From,
He's from Holes. He's from a couple other things. Yeah, it's one of those guys. You know his face, you don't know his name, but pretty solid western. Like it's a very simple movie, but
it was kind of spiritual sequel to Ballad of Buster Scruggs, which he
Scruggs. He's Buster Scruggs.
Okay.
I don't know if I'd call it a sequel.
Tim
to that.
Blake Nelson. Thank you, Tim Blake Nelson.
Okay. The guy from the guy from that George Clooney Coen Brothers movie.
Yeah, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Yep. He was in that. Yeah.
If you like John Wick, dude, check out Old Henry. It was like a little independent, smaller scale Western version of.
I refuse to do Netflix. Netflix has burned too many bridges with me.
Arguably, you could say that like one of the
shit's
first
on the internet.
Yeah, just grab it from a pirate ship, man.
One of the first deconstructed westerns would probably be The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance.
I haven't seen that one either.
Yeah. Jay, I think you forget sometimes that we don't all sit around watching Charge late at night like you do. And
no, some of us actually had the ability to watch it early in our lives and remember these things.
Yeah, what's funny is like my dad was a literal cowboy, he fucking would do black powder, like recreational shoots and like
an Italian cowboy.
No. Dad is German.
He was in a Sergio Leone.
Mother's
movie.
Italian.
Sorry, Jay, can I get that name again? I'm just trying to write it down on my list.
The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance. It's got Jimmy Stewart, and John Wayne, and
oh, it's got John Wayne. Sold.
My dad liked a bunch of these.
Huge John Wayne fan.
Really?
My dad liked a bunch of these.
Yeah, man. Have you ever seen old war movies? The guy's a champ. He's not. He's a shit actor. He's got fucking screen presence, man.
Yeah, but my dad, he loved all these Western shit, but like for some reason one of his favorite Westerns was Paint Your Wagon. He loved that dumb movie.
I guess I just have an affinity for Westerns where the gunslinger is at the end of his rope. So like the shootist is okay. Yeah, I know, Jake. That's what
the
I
shootist was good. My mother, my grandmother loved Gunsmoke. I remember we'd always watch that over at her house visiting grandma. They just put Gunsmoke on for her. And I watched
they had like 30 years of the damn thing.
Yeah, I watched so much Gunsmoke.
The original Thing.
Oh, right. Yeah, who's the main actor? Yeah, exactly. What's his name?
James Arness.
Right. Yeah, I remember watching the original Thing recently and being like, this fucking guy. It's always cool when you like recognize people from random.
I always wanted to have Marshall Dillon walk out as the Thing at some point in one of those episodes just to spice things up and be a lot more interesting.
I agree with the thumbnail here. I think Paul Giamatti is also a good.
Oh, right. I realized like he not just in this movie, The Holdovers, which I don't want to spoil it and talk about it too much, but yes, highly recommend that one. But
he's annoyed in Saving Private Ryan. He's
a curmudgeon in Saving Private Ryan. He's a curmudgeon in American Splendor. He's a curmudgeon
John Adams,
in Private
everything.
Private
I saw Saving Private Ryan before I joined the Army, and I didn't really understand that scene until I did. And then he says, I got ankles like an old woman. Damn, get this damn thing out of my boot. You know, I was like, man, this is really on point. This is exactly right.
Yeah, he is just generally. I don't know if he's angry, but he is permanently irritated in almost
permanently irritated. Yeah.
I was like, when my buddy first came back from overseas, I was like, so how was it? And he's like, I didn't expect to be wet the entire fucking time. And I was like, oh shit, that sucks.
My mother's one of those ladies, like we bring up Paul Giamatti and she's like, oh, I love him. He's Italian. I'm like, yes, I know.
Thanks, Ma. Thanks, Ma. That's the thing about Italian women. Italian women, as long as someone's Italian or Sicilian, they love them to death. They're like, oh, it's a good Italian girl. Oh,
yeah, there's certain ethnicities that it's just no, they don't really care. They're the same ethnicity, so that counts, right? That they must.
God forbid you're a gypsy.
Yeah. God forbid you marry a black woman. Oh boy, they do not like that in the Irish culture. I can assure you.
Well, how the hell do they think Black Irish comes from? Oh, come on.
What else was Paul Giamatti in? I mean, yeah, like Lady in the Water.
Cinderella Man is my favorite Paul Giamatti performance.
Cinderella Man. Where he's the manager.
Yeah, he's so good in that.
Oh God, the stupid illusionist. That's terrible.
I didn't like that movie. I didn't like it's just maybe because The Prestige is so good.
Right.
It just
and it came out the same year.
That movie.
I can't remember which one's which. I remember loving one of them though.
The Prestige is the good one with Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman.
He's not
actual.
Wrong.
Yeah. And then The Illusionist is a terrible Edward Norton one that again, kind of like Bug's Life and Ants and Deep Impact and Armageddon.
Here's the problem.
The Illusionist.
And I don't think I'm right, but for some reason I always thought the one with Norton in it was the better one for some reason. It's like the Mandela effect or whatever. It's been a long time. I saw them when they came out and I was like a fucking kid. So I was a teenager.
Wouldn't be surprised if you saw The Prestige like a first time and didn't like it, but maybe watch it a couple, 3, 4, 5,
I love The
600
so much.
It must be The Prestige. Is that the Nolan one?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's probably The Prestige. I'm just remembering it wrong. I got to rewatch it.
Was Paul Giamatti in The Negotiator?
Yes, he was.
That's what I was thinking. He was like one of the hostages.
Oh, Bob Zamuda in Man on the Moon. Andy Kaufman's right-hand man.
Samuel L. Jackson's kind of always been old.
Oh, you know what's funny is he?
I can't.
Even in like Goodfellas, he's old. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's bald in Goodfellas, isn't he?
Yeah.
Dude, Paul Giamatti also worked with Jim Carrey in Truman Show. He's with the control room guy queuing up the weather.
Right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Anyway, Paul Giamatti, good job, guy.
I also remember him being
Oscar,
blue in a Nickelodeon film. Don't ask me which one.
Oh.
He went full blue body paint.
Yeah, wait, hang on. Yes, I remember
Frankie
this too
Muniz.
for some reason.
Cody Banks.
Right. Cody Banks. No, it's Big Fat Liar. Big Fat Liar is the movie.
Oh, is that what it is?
He's the big fat liar.
I'm sorry, all those early 2000s like Nickelodeon films are
analysts. We should do a rewatch of that. Let's do a rewatch of fucking Cody Banks and Big Fat Liar. We'll do a Frankie Muniz double feature some point. Jesus.
I'd do Malcolm in the Middle for sure. That show's actually great.
Wasn't Hillary Duff in that one?
Could be.
Maybe.
Wouldn't be surprised if what's her face? Lindsay Lohan or whatever.
No, it's Amanda Bynes.
Amanda Bynes. What the fuck happened to her? Did she just get fat or something?
She went crazy. No, she went insane.
Drugs.
She went insane. Nice.
Drugs. Yeah,
well, they all
Amanda
did drugs.
Bynes. No, but yeah, Amanda Bynes was one of the. She went she's like basically the female Corey Feldman. Basically, she's nuts. She got face tattoos, I think, and
probably for the same reason that Corey Feldman went a little loopy. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, you're a child actor. Well, we'll touch you.
1 hour ago, Amanda Bynes says she underwent blepharoplasty surgery. Explains her new look. Blepharoplasty. What is that? Blepharoplasty. Yeah, she's got a little heart tattooed on her face. Weird, sad girl. What is what is that? Oh, remove the skin on her eyelids.
What?
What the fuck? Okay, never mind. I don't care. I don't want to know.
That's actually a surgery that a lot of Asian women do.
Sounds like her problem type situation. It's like, I don't want to know.
Sounds painful.
I'm getting my eyelids sliced up and removed or whatever. I'd be like, there's no reason.
No.
Eye wrinkles. I'm going to cut my eyelids open and skin them and peel them back so I don't have crow's feet. You stupid bitch. Jesus
Dear
Christ.
God.
Oh, that's what it's for. Okay.
God. I imagine that's what it's for. I mean, Christ. I don't want anybody putting a scalpel near my eye.
No,
hey, Dr. J, what is it?
I'm pretty sure it's the lids. So like if you have heavy lids or
right.
again, there's a reason Asian women do it, and it's to make their eyes look more European.
Puffy eyelids.
That definitely makes a hell of a lot more sense. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
That's actually worse that Asian women are getting it to look like the wide-eyed devil. It's
right.
Not good. You betrayed your race. Chinese people, Asian people don't do that. The eyelid lift. Shari knows about it. From secondhand, I assume, right? Not firsthand.
Hey, Shari.
What else is yeah, I mean, like I said, The Holdovers was such a fantastic curmudgeon movie. And then you've got
I've been wanting to. Where's that at, or is it just you got to get on the high seas?
Yeah, I've explained so many times. Yes, I think I wouldn't be surprised if it's playing theatrically still, or select CDs. You're in Kansas, so who knows?
Yeah, we suck out here. We suck.
No, not firsthand. Yes. I don't know. It's like the same way out here, small town Texas. I got to drive all the way out to Houston if I want to see some cool shit, or if I happen to be in Austin.
Because I saw the preview and I thought it looked pretty good.
It is,
and then
genuinely hilarious.
Somebody sent in a super chat because I was trying to hear my super chat from Open Bar, and somebody sent in a super chat asking about it, and both Mahler and Drinker were just like, "Yeah, hard pass." And I was like, "Wait, no, I actually look pretty good, man. What do you guys?"
They said hard pass on that again.
They did.
You know, I'm gonna tell you, no.
Yeah, they said that.
One of the best movies of the year, and definitely one of the better Christmas movies I've seen ever.
Sorry, which one? I was something else.
The Holdovers.
The Holdovers.
Paul Giamatti in the center over here in this podium. Boarding school movie. I talked about it on Lance's channel last week.
Yeah.
But yeah, good stuff. And then I realized after watching it that like Alexander Payne, who did Election and About Schmidt here in the bottom,
that actually makes sense.
Nicholson.
That actually
he has made all three of those movies, and he also made he didn't make Sideways, did he?
I don't know.
But he also made The Descendants and Nebraska and that terrible Downsizing movie, which was he did do Sideways. So yeah, that's right.
Downsizing had a great premise, but not good follow through. If I'm
agreed. It even had a good cast, and they just couldn't make it work. It's just bad script.
If you ever look at TikTok or YouTube Reels, that fucking line, the little scene with him after he bangs the Asian chick, and she's like, "What kind of fuck you give me?" is like, that's all over that. Like, I must have seen that 20 times on fucking TikTok, dude. It's crazy.
Wow. The thing about Downsizing is it reminded me of this new fucking let the world go, or what was the new one that the Obamas produced?
God, no one will shut up about that movie.
I watched it. It's so bad.
Nix is here.
Leave the World Behind. Who's here?
What Nix? A piece of fucking dog shit. Oh my God.
Nix. Yeah. So what was weird about Leave the World Behind, it reminds me of Downsizing, where like the whole movie is like, just like predictive programming, basically.
Yeah.
Downsizing, basically telling us we all need to shrink our print. Maybe if we'll get to them with a movie, maybe they'll understand. And I feel like Alexander Payne, like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone wrote like the ending for him or whatever, some fucking guy in a general outfit is like handing him the script, to make the movie. And the same thing felt with this.
At gunpoint.
Remember to put in the pot where you eat the bugs.
Yeah. I think the same thing I felt the same way about this Leave the World Behind. Is very like predictive programming, because they're trying to tell us, they're trying to signal, hey, because they won't be able to cheat in this next election. It's going to be impossible, and they're starting to realize
there's not going to be an election.
I appreciate
it's
impossible to cheat in an election.
Listen, they got to do COVID 2.0, but this time with computers.
No.
They're going to tell everyone, hey, we got to turn off all the computers because of cyber attack, and I guess we can't have the election.
They don't even have to do that. They just declare.
It's just all allegedly mailed in. We're all good.
Like, I'm standing on pretty rocky ground here, but like, you guys don't have ID to vote, which I think is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you need like 3 pieces of ID, and you have to register in advance, and then you get some shit in the mail.
Yeah, so depends on the state.
And it's for you, and it tells you where
our
you
elections
can vote.
are run by each state. So, like Kansas,
this is like old man shouting in the fist, shouting their fist in the air part of the stream.
Yeah, but like Michigan and Pennsylvania, you don't, right?
Right. Look who runs them. Why is it that they suddenly got loose on that?
The point is, if like the news starts saying like, hey, foreign countries or crazy insurgents are hacking the grid and causing everything to turn off, I don't believe them. They're the ones turning everything off. They're turning everything off. They're trying to fucking bullshit us.
The reason why you're getting rolling blackouts is the Green New Deal. That has nothing to do with left and right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it does, but it has more to do with the Green New Deal.
I'm going to say it right now. I'm saying it right now. There will not be an election. I'm going to tell you right now. They're going to declare martial law. They're going to declare martial law. There will be no election, and they're going to go into. They're going to institute the 15-minute cities, and people who start fucking running their mouth and you're having a problem with it, they're going to turn the fucking space laser on and melt you down like they did in Hawaii.
Oh God!
Here's what's going to happen.
Ask Hawaii if
get some blue paint, man.
Is this
before
or after they use the weather machine to hit us all with tornadoes and hurricanes? Or no?
I'm trying to beat the cannoli Sasquatch.
No. Hold on. They'll beat typhoons because the polar magnetic caps are.
Oh flipping. Yeah, it'll flip. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get as many YouTube community notes under this stream as possible.
Challenge accepted, cannoli.
As long as we keep the conversation on this side of the pond, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean
I think you guys are being too pessimistic. I think what's going to happen is the assholes are going to try to postpone the election, and then the military's going to be like, okay, well, I guess we'll just show up and count everything. And
you misunderstand me. I think we are good 50 years away from that.
Who do you think the military works for? Are you guys?
Not Biden.
You guys are so out of. You guys have no idea.
Joe Biden is not.
I'm going to tell you a little story.
The military works for Google.
I think
that's why I need your support in this next election. I am once again asking for your support.
Okay, let me
big billionaires are running the show, and I can change.
To the uninitiated, I worked for a lady who owns her own business here in town. She is super right wing, Trumper, all that kind of stuff. And her conspiracy shit is off the rails. And I'm picking her up and we're cleaning houses and doing stuff like that. And she's like, yeah, I got my garden done and my water supply in the backyard. And if these lefties decide to do this, and I was like, Amy, what do you think is going to happen if you become a pro? You think that you're going to be able to just sit in your house? She goes, well, I got a gun. I'm like, okay, that's great. What they'll do is they'll wait for your daughter to leave the house, and they'll grab your daughter and say, knock your fucking shit off and get in line and get in your little fucking cubicle that we put you in and eat these bugs, or we're going to put a bullet in her head. Do you know why they're going to do that? Do you know how I know they're going to do that? Because I did that overseas. Anytime we had an insurgent that started to become a problem for the nearby military base.
Turning into the ultimate Curmudgeon stream right now.
I'm just telling, everyone's so they wouldn't do that. The military would. Yes, the fuck they would do that. They want to keep their families and their paychecks and their pensions. They're not going to go, oh no, I'm going to fight against America. No, the fuck they're not. You're going to go in your little cubicle. There's not going to be an election. They're going to shut down what they feel like shutting down. The last time that ended, they had a major blowback against the system. They set fucking Maui on fire. Okay, because they said, no, we don't want the 15-minute cities. We're not giving up our property. They said, okay, cool. Now we're going to melt you with a fucking laser. And then that's it. And they've not talked about it since then.
Well, speaking of which, apparently Alex Jones is coming back onto.
He's already back.
X. Is he already back?
No,
he's already back, dude. It's a huge thing. Hilarious.
Well, they show Elon making a poll, and people more. It's like what 80%.
I thought I just called into Coast to Coast. Was getting is it the Greys or the reptiloids that are going to be shooting the space lasers?
Well, hey man, if I have any insider trading for you, whatever the fuck they make blue paint out of, invest in that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What is that? Lupus lazuli or whatever? Fucking invest in
lapis
that.
lazuli.
Yeah, however the fuck you say it. I don't know. I've only heard that said by Minecraft fucking gamers.
Here's a funny picture. Someone was asking, you know, what did they say? I was social media. Someone's asking, write a gay sentence, and I sent this. How many innocent people will be murdered because Elon Musk allowed Alex Jones back at Twitter? This is the guy.
I don't know. Ask Antifa.
This is the same guy who was bitching about that toothbrush at a fucking Target or whatever, or a Family Dollar.
Oh yeah, the one that.
This is the same asshole.
Like this, and then tried to get the cashier fired.
The toothbrush asshole. That's who it is. Weird.
He looks like he goes shopping for gifts for his wife's boyfriend.
Is yet another day ending in Y? That's the funny joke. Is all the days end in Y, even the
so the interesting thing is the military can command what it wants, and their officer corps may very well follow orders. The problem is the vast majority of the enlisted come from the red states that they're going to try and actually set down on. It's not going to go well. By the way, if Texas decides to get pissy, well, nice having your tanks.
Well, and people like to pretend that all the branches of military like work perfectly together and they all agree on everything, which is just not true.
Yeah.
Like between the Air Force, the Navy, the Coast Guard, the Army, like they're
the Navy will
they argue about fucking
because
everything.
they can't even manage to maintain their ships now.
Guys, I don't know what to say. I can't convince you of nothing. You're gonna have to just wait and see it unfold. People believe whatever they're told to believe. I had military people in Iraq telling me that they're like, what'd you do before you got here? I said, I worked at Guantanamo Bay. They're like, oh, it's so crazy that got closed down. I'm like, no,
it didn't get closed
down. Operational right now. They're like,
it's being expanded for all the politicians.
That's because they voted for the Lightbringer, and he said he was going to shut it down, so they believed it.
Right. But these are okay. But my point is, these were active duty Army people talking to a DoD contractor, me, and telling me Guantanamo Bay is shut down in 2012. I'm like, it is not fucking shut down. I literally have soldiers working there at Camp X-Ray right now. They're like, no, it was on TV just the other day that they shut it down. I'm like, okay, that's not true. If you want, we can go into the talk, and I'll get my computer. We can do a Skype call, and you can go look. And we did a Skype call, and they're like, well, I don't know. I don't know. People would rather be fooled than find out that they've been.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the people will put down the veil of ignorance because it's like, I don't want to know about that. So I'm
all this about Canadian. Fucking tell me about it.
The difference is that when your family is telling you, yeah, they're rolling tanks in the streets. I'm sorry, they're doing what?
Your family won't tell you shit because your family will have someone with a fucking gun standing behind their head.
I don't know. My family is a full bird colonel at Fort Hood who actually runs a tank battalion. So I think I might have some insight into how that base will react.
I mean, listen, you can. God bless you. You know your dad and all that kind of shit.
Money. We're just going to place money on
That's
it.
my cousin.
Toxic doesn't think there's going to be an election. I think that there is, and it's going to be military on the site counting fucking paper ballots, literally.
Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
I'll tell you right now. If they block an election, the United States is going to succeed basically immediately.
There has never been,
and there will be a very quick and decisive overthrow.
Yeah, during the Civil War, we actually had elections.
There are way too many businesses that are interested in America doing exactly what it's doing now, basically as long as possible. So
I wish I could be optimistic about this, but guys, when shit starts going, when the fall of Rome happens here in America and shit starts getting really bad, all those people overseas who have nukes are going to get nervous as fuck and just go, you know what? This is bad. Let's just fucking wipe them out. And that's what's going to fight. And then all of a sudden, fucking New York and California disappear, which I'm all for, by the way. No offense, Chris. I love you to death. Head over to my house. You can come out here to Kansas. That's probably one of your safest bets. Okay, but I'm just telling you.
No one's going to waste a nuke on Kansas.
Stay away from Kansas City. That's a central hub. That'll go up in flames. And oh, by the way, we watched the lovely 80s TV series called The Day After. It was centered where Toxic lives.
Jason Robards.
Yep.
Jason
Robards is another actor who's always looked old. It is set.
He has always looked old. You're right. I'm sorry, guys. I'm drinking. I'm not drinking alcohol tonight, so I'm not my usual. I'm drinking caffeine, so I'm all aggressive and shit. I'll tone it down a little bit. I apologize. I'm sorry that I had to bring some reality into the positive.
I mean, we all appreciate where you're coming from. But,
we'll have this stream in 11 months from now, and we'll see if you're right.
I mean, if we want to make bets, I got cash money on the table. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Okay, I got $1,000 that says that there's an election next year.
I'll second that.
That'll be like $100 in inflation next year.
Yeah, I'm going big now. Yeah.
Well, I have to convert it to Canadian dollars, so my 1,000's like 48 cents.
The thing that disturbs me the most is how easy just deciding to eliminate certain problems would be. I mean, and like I don't know his name. I can't think of his name. Vivek, whatever his name is, the Republican.
Yeah, Ramaswamy.
Yeah, that guy that's been running his mouth. He got pulled aside in a very famous clip that's going around. If you guys get a chance, watch it. Where an ex-FBI agent that did counterintel and stuff was like, "Hey, listen, I like everything you have to say. I support you. Here's the deal. Please get some good security because you're gonna get."
Yeah, man.
And then it wasn't more than 36 hours later, someone just made an attempt on him. So I'm just look, man. I don't in any way doubt that there won't be interference and there will be some shady shit that happens during it because it's election year. I've already seen it before.
I'm not gonna lie, Nix. I did not see that.
I will say though is that I'm willing to bet $1,000 right now. And the good news is we're close, so we can go ahead and settle up that there will be an election next year.
I didn't see that Y in Nix's comment there, but yeah, just misgender Californians and blame it on NYers and let it hash it out.
I think he means New Yorkers, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I know what he means, but like I said, I didn't see the Y. I thought it was N''ERS. I was like, what?
Yikes!
Oh, he's using the hard R. Oh, okay. All right.
Like, I'm hoping. You know what? I didn't understand. Like we just recently had a big fiasco out here in Kansas with some woke journalist yelling at a little kid for wearing the Indian costume, trying to say
that was in Kansas, right? I forgot about that.
No, actually, it's in Missouri, but
for all intents, like somebody that's not from here, they're gonna. I know where
right. It was a deadline guy who's going to the Chiefs.
And I was like, why didn't we get the Swifties to like take on the lefties? Like
I think they did. I think that's why they just retracted it.
Lefties.
If you actually go look, they finally did a retraction on it and claiming, well, we didn't actually mean to do these things. And it was like, the Swifties got him. The Swifties got him.
He doubled down on it first.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But it was just, I'm pretty sure it was today. Or yesterday.
Was it?
That they put out a our bad. We didn't mean to do this, whatever. And it was like, the Swifties got him. The Swifties.
Yeah, there was talks that like the whole stadium was going to show up. This whole stadium was going to show up wearing black and red face paint. Did that ever actually happen?
I mean, half the stadium does anyway. So I don't know how they would have noticed.
It's pretty common. It's pretty common. This guy really stepped on his dick with this. I have no idea where.
Well, do you remember? It was like 3 or 4 years ago. The same site at the K State game tried to claim that the marching bands were doing like a swastika or something. And it was just a single frame, and it was because they were maneuvering to a different thing, and it just happened to look like it.
Hey, Jay, we can't go too far into a dialogue because it'll get Enzo will start getting antsy, and we'll get the lawnmower on us. So let's just wrap it up.
Oh yeah, I should cue that up. Actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, you should have ran it when you were going on.
All right,
that Jay, that only works. That only works on everybody else, not him.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's a one-way mo. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, dude, there's been many times where I've hosted this show by myself, especially in the early days, back on Facebook in the early days this year. There's plenty of solo streams where I just prattle on for 2 hours straight.
So, what's everybody's favorite Curmudgeon film?
Secondhand Lions is mine.
Oh, good call. Good call. Robert Duvall has never been young. Damn.
No,
he is not.
Yeah, that's a good one. That famous scene. What's that dialogue? What's that monologue? Come on.
What, from Robert Duvall in the bar fight?
Yeah.
Oh, when he's
Secondhand
telling
Lions.
the kids, when he's teaching the kids
Yeah,
about
he's
life.
like, I fought in 3 wars. I've loved one woman, and I've done this and I've done it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then he beats the shit out of the little kid from The Sixth Sense, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's old as fuck now. That's another weird, that reverse. Like, he's old as fuck now. If you see him on The Boys, he looks like he's 50. It's
Who?
crazy. Haley Joel Osment. He looks like he's fucking 50 now.
Yeah. He's got that coke bloat bad. That
Oh, is that what that
coke
is?
and alcohol bloat. Yeah, he got it young because he was probably doing coke. Dude, imagine if, like, that's what I'm saying. There's probably a time in the early 2000s where, like, you'd be at some red carpet backstage fucking cocaine and strippers party. And yeah, there's little 15, 14-year-old Haley Joel Osment over there doing lines off of strippers' titties, and nobody's allowed to say anything. You're like,
oh, I know. I
that was
read
happening in the 80s.
The kid's been nominated for an Oscar. Can't say shit.
I read Little Girl Lost when I was in junior high school. I know. I know the whole thing.
Ooh, yeah. Was it
Drew Barrymore?
Man, what does he say? Damn, I keep bringing up the goddamn Secondhand Lion speech, and they keep bringing up the monologue at the end. Here we go. I'm Hub McCann. I fought in 2 world wars and countless smaller ones on 3 continents. I led thousands of men into battle with everything from horses and swords to artillery and tanks. I've seen the headwaters of the Nile and tribes of natives no white man had ever seen before. I've won and lost a dozen fortunes, killed many men, and loved only one woman with a passion a flea like you could never begin to understand. It's a good one. What's another? My favorite Curmudgeon movie, I think, is, I've said it before, is About Schmidt. Even though he's a bit more of a subdued Curmudgeon, he seems like a nice, quaint, soft-spoken old man. But when he starts writing his letters to Ndugu, and you hear his interior monologue, the letters to Ndugu in About Schmidt, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but it's not a big spoiler, but it's like one of the best mechanisms for voiceover narration I've seen in a movie. For those of you who don't know, he basically is an old man who retires from a insurance job in a small town in Ohio or whatever, and he's got a standard house with an old lady wife and a little daughter who's grown up and getting married. And for some reason, he decides to he gets sold on one of these like paid programmings for like some outreach Africa where you sponsor an African child,
right?
And write letters to him. So like he gets a letter about Ndugu. And it's like, yeah, if you please write letters to Ndugu with your checks, so that way he can check up on you. So every once in a while, he'll give like a little update on the movie narration and just like, Dear Ndugu, my name is Walter Schmidt, and I, worked for so-and-so insurance for 40 years and got retired and, all this stuff. It's so hilarious. And you find out that he's actually a bitter old man, who's just like, he's not happy with who his wife is marrying. He's not happy with the fact how his life turned out. He has like a life of mediocrity. He's not happy with his wife, who is this old woman who's living in my house, he says, Sometimes I find myself asking, who is this old woman who lives in my house? It's like such a fun movie. But also, yeah, like I know Toxic loves
As Good as It Gets.
As Good as It Gets is my second. Yeah, that would be number 2 for me.
What's your first?
The Secondhand Lions.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, As Good as It Gets is fantastic. That would have won Best Picture if it weren't for Titanic, I bet. Because like Titanic obviously won everything.
We should do a stream one time about 1997 and how the Titanic destroyed all these other movies. Because we're doing LA Confidential. Yeah, we're doing LA Confidential tomorrow night, and that's another one that suffered under the weight of.
Titanic was like the Swifties of movies.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and I'm not hating on it. I like the movie per se, but I mean, there was so much other good stuff that came out.
But it was the first time a movie had that kind of response, critically and commercially. So it's like just like Lord of the Rings Part 3. I'm sure there were plenty of other good movies competing against that. But fuck, dude, Lord of the Rings, dude. And the fact that the first 2 didn't really get a whole lot of awards and we saved it all for Part 3, I'm sure, it's the same situation. It's like, even if you're not a giant nerd, I'm sure there are people who don't like those Lord of the Rings movies and think, God damn, why did that movie win fucking 11 Oscars? And it's like, because of what it did.
Well,
and the same thing with Titanic. I mean, we're those people with Titanic.
Master and Commander came out between, I think it was the second Pirates of the Caribbean and Return of the King. And it did not do particularly well. I don't think it lost money, but it didn't do particularly well.
Yeah.
But there were fantastic movie, but there's no way it was going to be a huge success when everyone's out seeing those two films, because holy shit.
Right. Yeah.
What's your pick?
LA Confidential? Imagine LA Confidential or As Good as It Gets beating Titanic that year. We would still be
LA
talking
Confidential
about that crazy
is so much of a better film than
fucking
Titanic.
Speaking of guys who have always looked old, the guy who's the police chief from LA Confidential, he has always looked old.
Yeah.
Cromwell, he was on the list.
No, he's talking about the chief, not the captain.
Oh, shit.
Oh, right.
The guy, his arm doesn't work. And
what's his name?
I don't know. He was in Angel, and that's when I realized when he was in Angel, the TV series, that he his arm doesn't, he had like a stroke or something, and his arm doesn't work. I didn't realize that until that, and then rewatching LA Confidential, I'm like, Jesus, he never moves his arm. Oh my God, that's so weird.
Who's this?
I don't fucking know
Babe,
his name.
the guy from Babe? James Cromwell?
No, he's the captain. He's not the chief.
Well,
I knew
James
you meant
Cromwell.
The captain also has never looked young. Yeah.
Yeah, James Cromwell.
Yeah, but he's talking about you were talking about the chief though, weren't you?
But
Jay?
the chief was always he's always looked old.
And I brought up James Cromwell from LA Confidential, and he's another actor who's always looked old. Farmer Hoggart. Hogwarts? No. Farmer Hoggett? Was that his name in Babe? That'll do, pig. That'll do. Babe is one of those movies that was like a family film, and it's like, holy shit, it should have. I mean, it didn't win, but it definitely.
I have a very fun fact
from this picture.
I have a very fun. Well, it's fun for me, but I have a fun fact about Babe. You know the that little glider thingy bob they use in that film. I worked for the guy that owned it and still has it. Get this, he's like some rock quarry owner, fucking business maverick, whatever. And he has his own airport. Don't ask, but he actually donated that aircraft and flew it for the film Babe with the geese and shit. Or no, sorry, that's not Babe. What the fuck am I talking about? That's the oh my God, I'm getting that conflated. But
you're thinking of Howard the Duck, I think.
No. I'm thinking of a different film.
But Far Away Home with Anna Paquin and Jeff Daniels.
That's what it is. Sorry, I got.
Did I nail it?
I've been drinking. You did nail it. I don't know how the fuck you got it from geese and fucking glider.
See,
about geese. Yeah.
Enzo is an underrated genius.
I'm excited about trivia night on Lance's channel on the 17th. I'm very excited about it. I thought I was going to be co-hosting. It turns out Nerdy Film Girl, I think, is co-hosting, and I am going to be.
Is she fucking really? Is she really?
Someone. He said a lady YouTuber, and I think that's the name he said.
Can I get in on this or no? Is it too late?
I'm pretty sure it's been full for a while. I think there's only 10 people maximum, and then it's 2 teams of 4 plus 2 hosts. And I don't even know how it works because
all I know is he's ducking me. He's ducking me. That's all I gotta say. But come on, Paper Champion.
I don't know. Maybe here's shit. Maybe if it's a big success. And, we don't get several people don't get to make it on the show, then maybe we'll do like a round 2 a month or 2 later, because I definitely want to do like another Jackbox Games nights on New Year's Day. Maybe early New Year's Day, not too early, but like, late afternoon.
Maybe you can come up with it. Maybe during the 2023 best of 2023 stream, you can come up with 2023 facts that we have to fucking rattle off or something.
Oh yeah. Trivia is so fun. That's the other thing is like even like just playing stupid like movie games like what was it, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. We talked about this, and we also talked about that movie. Guess movie by plot. It's one of my favorite trivia games. We had
developed you'd be good at that.
We had developed a movie game when I worked at the first bar I worked at, when I was working at a bar and a movie theater, and we would say the name of a person. And then we would say the name of a movie that person was in, and then you'd have to say a name of another movie or another
Right.
person that was in the movie you just said, and you
Yeah.
couldn't repeat the movie or the person, so you just go
Right.
round and round.
So down the line, so
right.
me first, and then down to blue collar, it'd be like Jack Nicholson. That blue collar's next.
Right. Blue collar's high.
So
Yep.
say a movie with Jack Nicholson.
Hey, I'm fucking high, but I put in the effort.
Batman.
All right. So then Jay would say either another Jack Nicholson movie or another actor from Batman.
No. You have to. It's actor, movie. It has to go that way.
Dude, I'm gonna be so bad at that.
The way I've played it is you can pull from the same movie if you have to, because like it'll dead end too fast.
Right, an actor from that movie is what you have to pull.
You can't say the same actor is what I'm trying to say, and you can't.
No. Yeah, you can't do another Jack Nicholson movie. Well, wait, no, yeah, because it's like two turns, you know.
No,
so like,
no,
he's saying that if you said Jack Nicholson and he said Batman, I would have to then choose an actor from Batman. Then Lord of Toxicity would have to choose another movie, not Batman.
All right, then.
that character's in. So I would obviously go Michael Keaton.
You want to do it real quick and see how?
No, we're doing it. Michael Keaton.
Yeah, it'll end at me. Is where it'll end. I don't know anyone's
around. It's fine.
Fucking name from that.
So, yeah, toxic. You just have to respond to Michael Keaton because like,
you jumped to me.
We're playing.
I just said Michael Keaton, so the movie's now on you.
Okay. I'm sorry. You got talked over a little bit. My bad, brother. I didn't hear you. I apologize. Yeah, no, that's cool. Frickin' Beetlejuice.
All right.
Oh,
so
okay.
Analyst, any actor from Beetlejuice that is
correct.
Michael Keaton.
Perhaps someone who's not good with guns.
What the fuck is
Actress.
Winona?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God, Winona Ryder. Winona Ryder. Sorry, I had the R and the W mixed up in my head, and it wasn't working.
Okay.
You're probably right. You probably are going to lose this, but it's okay. I'll go ahead and say Edward Scissorhands.
Now, someone who's in Edward Scissorhands.
So Chris, yeah.
Damn it.
Lead actor.
He's like, why did I get high before this stream? I didn't know this was going to happen.
I mean, Johnny Depp is obviously. So.
Yeah. I'll go Nightmare on Elm Street.
Ooh, good call. All right, here we go. I'm about to
see when we get into more obscure movies. This is how it gets
you got to help me out. Think 96 and newer.
Heather Lincoln.
Oh, you're fucked on that one.
Yeah, I know.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
I know exactly how this is going to go.
All right, so I'll give you a hint, analyst. So he basically said the main chick from Nightmare on Elm Street. So you'll be okay as long as you say one of the many Nightmare on Elm Street movies she's in.
Just pick a sequel and
dude, that doesn't help.
It's easy. Yeah. Part 2. There, I fixed it. Oh,
okay.
She wasn't in part 2, so you'd be wrong.
She's not in part 2. Yeah.
Was she in the third one with the dream?
She's in some of the later ones.
Well, are we gonna let him play or what? Fuck, man. This is how you win the game.
We're gonna give him.
No, we gotta help him along because he's a pup. He's a pup.
Well, I mean, what we could do is then we can
it's in the name, baby.
Yeah, I mean. Analyst could, I mean, if he wants to, I mean, eventually if someone gets out, then we just continue without him. But I'm just trying to give the guy some training wheels.
Yeah,
I hear you. Well, you know what? This game, I remember showing this game to my friends in boot camp when we were bored and we were cleaning weapons. And I went to go use the latrine, and I hear them going, "Hey, who wants to do the movie game?" And they're like, "No, because fucking Kelly will come back and just win it. We don't want kids." I was like, "Oh man." Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, so Nick's got a suggestion for this panel, maybe a project for 2024. Top 100 underrated good movies everyone needs to watch. 10 episodes, 10 movies each, or 20 movies, 5 episodes spread every 2 weeks. Oh man. Jesus. The thing is, I'll tell you 2 or 3 movies right now. You know, I always say, watch Redbeard.
If you guys want to watch a bunch of movies that are underrated, all you got to do is go to Stupendo's channel and go to all his fucking rewatches that he does.
Oh, yeah. The rewatches, some of them are bad.
Yeah,
some of them are bad. Some are underrated.
There's going to be some filtering on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So underrated movies that we've watched. I think I Come in Peace was one of the ones that really surprised us. Warlock, the Armageddon recently. I was blown away how awesome that movie was. And Warlock 1. They're both good. I'm excited for Full Eclipse, but as far as good movies, good movies, not schlocky fun popcorn films. I always recommend around December. First of all, Tokyo Godfathers, the anime, Satoshi Kon, one of the best Christmas movies ever made. Also, one of my favorite Christmas movies, a little unorthodox, and also a Curmudgeon movie, Akira Kurosawa's Redbeard. And how many times have I said that movie to you, Chris? How many times have I brought up Redbeard around you? Probably
a lot.
Yeah. And you've even thought about trying to watch it? No, of course, because it's underrated.
Yeah.
You've already mentioned it to me several times, and it's only been a few days.
I bring it up. It's because it's December, so it's that time of year where I start bringing up fucking Tokyo Godfathers and Redbeard constantly, because that's always like, have you seen it yet? Have you seen it yet? I got friends who have been my friends for years. They still haven't seen those two movies.
Well, they're both on my list, and there's no fucking way I'm going to get to either of them before Thursday. So,
no.
Are you back on Thursday? By the way, I didn't even check.
Yeah, I'm down. Yes, and I know we talked about
cool.
that. Yeah, and I'm back home too, so it's like, yes, I'm here in the cave. And as far as I think tomorrow I'm also going to be on the Nielsen ratings. Talk about a show called Panel 7. Wait, something 7. What was it called? Started with a P.
Can't help you.
Oh, damn it! It sucks because Lance told it to me like on a call, so I can't like check my notes. He's gonna have to try to watch that before tomorrow. But anyway, Nick's saying the project could be posted on community tab. Give audience viewers time to catch up. Yeah, I do. I'm sorry, guys. I've never made a community post. I'll do that. I don't make community posts. I don't tag my videos. I don't do a lot of things.
When he tells you to do it, you listen. But when I tell you guys to do it, you just blow me off.
Well, you're telling me to do it like, hey, man, you want to do it to get engagement up. I'm literally having like a subscriber say, hey, can you please put up a tab, community tab of all these movies I should watch? And that makes sense. I'll be like, I'll do that.
Right, because someone else said it, not me. I got it.
I have a community post. Cool. I did one.
You made one today for you, Wes?
I think I have another like 30-something days before I'm allowed to. They took away my advanced whatever features when I tried uploading Top Gun. They're just like, yeah, fuck you, man. We already struck your ass for this video.
Someone
took
should have
shit
told
away.
you.
This is another part of the Curmudgeon stream. This is why I was glad to get you guys, especially I wanted Adam on too, because the Curmudgeon stream, like, bitch about YouTube.
I'm involved with the Adam shit. So yeah,
old men bitching about YouTube. I know Adam was
I made the dire mistake of adding YouTube on Twitter and asking them a question. So now they know who I am and they actually hate me. So it's like,
but also,
dude,
bastards.
Someone should have told you, man. Paramount they are motherfuckers with their content.
Dude, I thought Warner Bros was the worst.
No, Paramount
because it took me 5 months to get my video up, and the Top Gun was just like, "Oh, this is impossible." Okay, I'm just gonna appeal it, and then Paramount's just like,
too?
"Fuck you." Yeah, that's why I didn't do the Mummy.
Every YouTuber I know has problems with fucking Paramount, dude.
I have an 18-page script for the Mummy that I fucking love, and I'm so proud of it, and I can't make a video about it because they'll kill it instantly.
Just use clips from like the original Mummy or something like that. See if that works.
Lionsgate.
It's not going to work for what I have in mind, though. It just won't.
See, Lionsgate has refused like all of my copyright disputes, but they keep the videos up. So it's like, well, whatever. I don't care about that.
Like
they're still also technically assholes.
Rumble 0. I'm fully monetized on Rumble, wherever the fuck that matters, but they don't care. I've uploaded everything I've made onto Rumble, and they're just like, "Yep, we don't care." Cool, go for it. Fuck copyright, free speech, baby. But like, you don't get any views because, like, first of all, there's no sophisticated algorithm. The audience pool is a lot smaller, and it's mostly politically inclined, and it's mostly politically inclined to the right, which is not something I necessarily cater to, or whatever that's
I know Adam was being pretty vocal on the B-roll stage Twitter account about he was upset about the YouTube monetization process and venting by posting a bunch of links to cool songs and shit and
Don't
tagging
do that.
Elon Musk. I didn't know if that was Jay or Adam, but there's like a lot of like fucking talking shit about Elon.
No, that's all Adam. No, that's Adam and Barbara.
Fun.
No, I have. So the thing that we got hit with is repetitive content, and the first thing I said was it's probably the intro to the streams, because you remember like a few months back when there were a bunch of the YouTube decided to change their algorithm yet again and started hitting people that had like canned intros to their videos, and so they had to start swapping it up. I think Cannoli had some problems with that at one point, and then he got an update recently that said because they use word salad and they're vague about what they're talking about. Essentially said that no, we think it's like other streams as well, but I'm not sure that that's entirely correct how it was read. And I just told him, I was like, dude, you know, you got to put your head down, go through the process, get past the bot scans, get to an actual human, and come at them, you know, with the idea that you know, look, I want to be correct, and I presume you're here to help me. And that, well, I didn't say that's true. I said go with that because it's kind of a Pygmalion thing, right? If you treat people as if you expect them to be nice, there's a much better chance that they will be than if you come and go, what the fuck? And this and what? Well, now I can guarantee the response, and they'll be, don't you know who I am? I'm YouTube. Get the fuck out, right?
Well, when it comes to things about, like, sorry, just on that point though, I just want to, like, I hate to defend YouTube, and it's that whole like repetitive content thing. Like, if your intros are like pretty long, like any longer than a few seconds, like if you look at it from their perspective, it's very expensive to store a shit ton of video.
No,
and
I
if they can eliminate.
Yeah, no, you have a first pass system of bots, right? So the first thing I'm gonna do is I don't want to. I'm going to reserve my human resources as much as possible because those are really expensive and they're finite, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to use compute resources. The first thing I'm going to do is look the first 15 to 30 seconds, the same thing. Okay, then I match those up and say that's a match. Hi, you're out, right? And we'll send you a thing saying you have dupes. If you then go and challenge and say no, that's not what this is or whatever, right? There are going to be multiple levels to their bot scans before you ever get to a human. And at every point, if you fail, they're bailing you out and saying you need to respond, right? What they're not going to do is be very specific about your failure, because then I can figure out how to game against their filtering systems, right? And so they are playing on defense.
Well, of course they are.
And it makes sense for them to err on the side of you're wrong.
Yeah.
Right. And so you just have to plow through that, right? You have to understand the incentive structure of how they make money. Never, ever confuse the idea that as a creator, you're their customer. You're not. Right. Their advertisers are the customers.
Yes.
You are a product that attracts the end users that they want to have. But guess what? There's a lot of products on the shelves. And until you're like a big ticket product, like Critical Drinker or somebody that's got 10 million
Sniper
subs
Wolf.
or something like that. Sniper
Yeah,
Wolf,
they're not even going to respond to you.
They're not going to fuck.
Effort.
Well, they're not going to fuck with something that draws in 10 million subs and multiple millions of views on everything, because that satisfies their real customer, which is the advertiser. They're looking for audience.
Yeah,
you're just the means to acquire an audience.
But like my point was, like, in regards, especially on like a streaming kind of channel where like your video uploads are pretty long, like just the hardware and like the infrastructure required to host a video platform, you're not the ideal. I wouldn't call them client. They're more like a volunteer employee. But like if you have a lot of repetitive shit and you're also in that category of this guy has the combination of gigantic video files and libraries with a very small throughput, and we can't actually make money off them.
Right,
they're actually getting a net loss off of you. Right.
Now Adam has 150 videos and only 12 streams that are in there. Right. So the thing is, he's got a balance on that. And the videos that he has are long enough that they're getting good. They get good retention.
When my channel says like 172 videos, is that counting streams, right?
Yes. Everything you've uploaded. It sees them all the same way. It's just these gigantic files that it has to host for people.
I've joked about it multiple times on this channel, how like it's not really about like a job or trying to get money. It's just like, dude, if YouTube's going to give me all this fucking free data storage, why the hell would I not take advantage of this? Like the fact that they don't charge me to upload this amount of fucking shit up here.
Yeah.
And you've heard about hackers like encoding tons of stuff in these videos, right? So like what you could do is like, I've heard about like what you can do is like,
this is absolutely what I would use for steganography to
YouTube, like YouTube channels that what they do is they upload like what it looks like television static. and it's actually like hundreds of thousands of little QR codes and various data. So like there's a way to uncompress that into huge files and stuff and huge vats of information. So like using YouTube as a free data storage software platform is been used.
Super cool.
Let's take it live. Yeah, that is a classic time.
And never forget, YouTube is owned by Google, and Google is currently hemorrhaging money and is facing, I think it's over 100 lawsuits now about the way that they handle and distribute ads. And these are all like individual class action lawsuits. Like they are in deep fucking shit. I don't know if you've been following any of it, but it's like kind of scary.
I have. Look, I mean, if YouTube gets nuked and I lose all these streams,
oh no, they won't get nuked. It'll turn into a subscription based thing, and they'll start selling microtransactions for like the YouTuber community. Yeah.
Well,
that's exactly what they'll do. It's the best model right now.
I'll be approaching 2 hours and be like, hang on, guys, I got to put more coins in the slot so we can keep streaming.
No, they may charge on the creator side, right? The thing is though, is that YouTube,
dude,
everybody
they're going to put paywall on quality, man. They're going to put paywall on quality.
Of data are uploaded on YouTube every fucking day. It's insane.
There's already a high bit rate at 4K and a high bit rate 1080p that's locked behind a paywall. It's just going to be quality based stuff. It's going to be, we can do 5.1 audio now if you pay us $25 a month. That's what it'll be. It'll cost them nothing.
You want to be 720.
Well, it does cost them because the problem is that in order to make that available, they have to take on the upload and storage of that level of quality regardless, and then they unlock it for the users to view it. That's why I'm saying they're not going to go after making users pay, other than maybe the YouTube Premium stuff, right?
Yeah.
Which is it. What they're going to do is start going after creators and making them pay to have access to the audience and provide things, right? Because
that would be fucking crazy.
System.
They would nosedive so fast.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Well, no, because I assure you, Drinker will be able to afford it and make money off of it, right? What it'll do is kill the small creators.
It'll turn it back into network TV, man.
Right. Exactly. That's what they want to do anyway.
Yeah. Web 2.0.
Of course they do. That's the ebb and flow. Which sucks, but that's just like how...
Right. And never forget that Google is an advertising company, nothing else. They're not a tech company. Stop huffing that
Let's also not
copium.
forget, since this is a curmudgeon thing, I'll remind you, let's not forget that before Google, there was almost a dozen pretty notable, they had Alta Vista, Lycos, Dogpile, Ask Jeeves, InfoSeek, Yahoo, all this stuff. Like, this is like, Jay will tell you, like, this is not something that, YouTube won't be, it won't be what it is forever. There's a MySpace, there's a fucking Friendster, there's a, all that stuff before Facebook. Some stuff may last longer than others, but after a while, sooner or later, it'll go the way of a dinosaur. Back in the day, you went to Blockbuster. I'm sure analysts, I'll bet I bet you could probably count on your hand how many times you guys family tripped to Blockbuster, whereas me, this was an every weekend thing for 20 years.
Yeah, and Blockbuster disrupted
how young do you think
the
I am?
mom and pop video, right? That it was you went to every convenience store, every grocery store, they all had video sections, right? And then Blockbuster came along and consolidated that, and the killer app for that kind of consolidation is always convenience, right?
Convenience.
And what you had before you had YouTube and before you had Facebook and all that, right, is a distributed web where people went and found different sites, right? And everybody kind of hosted their own. You could find all kinds of crazy content you wanted to, right? Then it became, well, everybody goes to Blogger because I don't know how to do the HTML and I want to get on, right?
Fuck
and
HTML,
then you
dude.
centralized
Fuck HTML hard.
Right? You centralized
You triggered me.
and you made it easier. Facebook suddenly becomes, I'm going to put my page on Facebook groups because it's easier than making an actual site and owning the content and not having to deal with someone who's going to censor what the fuck is being said in my message boards and all that. Yeah. But it's easier. And so people will lazily go do that. Right.
And
here's a question. How much data is a petabyte?
A petabyte.
Petabyte's 1,000 gigs.
Yeah.
Wow.
1,000 terabytes.
No, it's 1,000 terabytes.
1,000 terabytes. Sorry.
Wow, I know that.
Okay, so how many petabytes are uploaded a day on YouTube?
Oh my God.
I would say at least a few hundred, if not 1,000 petabytes per day. No, it's got to be more than that. I would say
3.7 million new videos are uploaded every day.
Wow.
3.7 million videos. That's about, that's like 100
440,000 terabytes.
Yeah, so it's 447 terabytes.
440, terabytes.
Petabytes.
Petabytes. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's
a lot.
Crazy.
That's a lot, you guys. A terabyte. I mean, I remember thinking about in the early 90s, like how much a terabyte was. It's like, whoa.
Well,
you can hold every book ever made.
Then you, I mean, it's not that much off of what Google has to use to do their indexing of sites,
right, exactly.
with their previews and all that.
You think about,
right?
like I said, back in the 90s, you'd be like, you can store every book ever made in every language. And you're
Dude,
like,
that was
so
true on a
much.
CD-ROM, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a few megabytes.
Yeah,
that's a few megabytes.
650 megs, and I was like, oh my god, it's literally the Library of Alexandria all over.
It always
again.
makes sense when they explain it in HD footage, like, oh, this is like 7 years of HD footage, and you're like, holy shit, whoa. God.
Yeah, but then ends up
right, and that's one of the reasons that I think if they're going to try to start gatekeeping based on monetization,
let's not step over blue collar.
What they're going to do is hit creators.
If we're not going to talk over someone, let's not talk over blue collar.
You're talking over them now.
Get the lawnmower and take care of that, Stupenzo.
I just want to ask, but all that data, I know it goes on servers. At some point, like where are they storing all this shit? Because like at some point, like how many server farms do you have to buy for starts becoming too cost effective?
It would fucking blow your mind if you do a quick Google at where all of Google's, ironically, where their data centers are. There's probably one not far from you, if not a few. It would blow your mind. They're everywhere.
Yeah. And there's a lot of them up north because it's easier to cool because of the climate.
Oh, trust me, also, I know.
Alaska and Canada are full of them.
Yes, they are. Also, and we don't get paid any premiums for that. Even though it robs most of our fucking internet grid, so to speak.
What's cool about server farms, like, I mean, basically, like, you can, and this is like future shit, but like technically you could start building them upwards, kind of like future greenhouses. The idea is like some of these future greenhouses, they like, you farm in layers upwards, so it's like it's easy to add to the existing data centers, especially
it's actually worse to go vertical because heat rises.
Yeah.
Well,
and
but
not,
also,
going horizontal is the major
problem, but another problem.
Dig into the ground. There you go.
Like at some point, you start to get to heat there as well.
Yeah, the end game for servers is they want to put them in tubes into the ocean, but the major problem with servers at the end of the day is that hardware, like the capability and performance of hardware is increasing at such a rate that no one is ready to commit to a certain, like, dude, just NVENC encoding came out like a few years ago. There's going to be a new one in the next couple years. Like there's all this Gen 5, Gen 6 hardware coming out. No one's going to commit to buying a shit ton of hardware.
Well, I mean, they kind of have to because I mean, the Moore's law is going to be Moore's law, right?
It'll eventually kick in, but we're way past original projections. Way past, dude. We're at 3 nanometer now. We're at 3 nanometer. What says they can't go to 1 or like half a nanometer?
Right. The problem though is storage. Right. Storage hasn't been following Moore's law for a good long time.
But storage is cheap. It's very cheap.
That when you're at that kind of scale, right? Oh, look, I can have one server. The problem is the number of hard drives that I have to run to be able to handle the storage.
Yeah.
Up against.
No, the hard drives aren't the problem. The hard drives aren't the problem. The problem is processing all of that memory. It's not the actual drives. It's creating a system that can actually read and write all of those drives in a way that they don't fail and it makes sense and you can like have redundancy and shit. And having the hardware to actually run it.
Right, but that's also again a hardware problem, right? So to be able to do error correction against all of those, that's fine. But I have to have redundancy in order to be able to have a fault tolerance.
Yeah, but the space is negligible, and storage doesn't produce heat. It's all the other shit.
No, it's
not.
I mean, look, the compute power doubles every 18 months, right? Either by price or just by the size of the die, right? Storage doesn't do that, and so if I'm dealing with petabytes at a time. I have to, most of my data center is going to involve a huge amount of just storage and file servers.
Yeah,
and
that's most of what all of them
be
are.
Able to do the transfer, the CPU load, and being able to do the encryption and all that stuff. That's a rounding error compared to the amount of energy that I have to spend to be able to have the storage up.
Yeah, and a lot of it's moving away from hard drives.
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
interesting.
Was
I
that
don't
same
trust
kind of
Flash
thing?
personally, but
Same kind
Well,
of
I mean,
controversy reading about
Flash has a
4K.
limited lifetime as compared to Rust.
I
on
had
a-
one
on a-
corrupt
on a
and
disc.
fuck me right over like a year ago. That was hell. I had to redo half a video.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, like I was reading an article, like isn't it was a streaming, obviously streaming 4K versus 1080 versus 720. It's just burning out that much data and that much heat and stuff, and it's going to be.
Oh, dude, the amount of data difference between 1080p and 4K is like 8 times. People don't appreciate it. It's a lot more.
Yeah, not only that, but you have an increase. You also have an increased CPU load because of the encodings that you.
Yeah,
use
exactly.
For those things, right.
Exactly.
You guys hear me typing?
Well, I can use H.264 for 1080p, and that's easy money for most modern processors, right? But if I'm going to 4K and I'm trying to reduce the file footprint, so I'm not using as much storage,
then
the
probably
swap
move
is
over to
I
something
have
like...
to make up for it with the decode and encode.
All right. Enough of this tech talk. I get it.
God, I've
YouTube's
never
gay.
been more fucking wanting that goddamn lawnmower noise in my life.
I was too busy like sending messages because what's funny is my buddy Courtney just randomly messaged me like, "Hey, have you ever seen Yellow Jackets?" And I immediately just sent her the link to that stream we did, and then I was making fun of Toxic for like it being his favorite show ever. And she's like, I like it. And I'm like, of course you do. You're a lady. It's a American Horror Story style. But I was just venting about how like the show kind of, is it going to get that bonus episode now that the strike is over? Toxic?
It's funny that you asked me that because I was just talking to my daughter because she got into the show. I don't know because they were all about that. They were all about that before the strike happened. They were like, yeah, we're going to do this bonus thing. It's already been filmed and yada, yada, yada. I honestly can't tell you. I do not know.
We might as well talk about this now because I did pull this up. It is pretty interesting. The Academy Award nominees of 1998 for, the year 97. All the stuff that could have won if Titanic had not been nominated. Now, Best Actor awards, they're all the same because pretty much all the actors that won were not from Titanic. In fact, I think the only nominee from Titanic was Kate Winslet, and that's it in terms of acting. So interesting.
That's
so
fair.
all these awards are the same. That being said, once we start getting into the other stuff, it's all Titanic. So art direction, like Gattaca was nominated, Kundun. I didn't realize Kundun came out in 98, 97. But then we've also got LA Confidential and Men in Black were also nominated. Holy shit.
Maybe I'm biased on it because it's like, it was the year I turned 20. I was working at a movie theater and a bar. And it was just such a great year for movies. I mean, maybe because I got to see so much stuff for free.
Yeah, I joke about how like 99 was like pinnacle, and 98, 2000, 2001, all around that time is amazing. All the movies are great.
I just think 97 had such a great amount of stuff. I just remember that being, and then I remember they used to do this thing where they would re-release movies at the theater. You know what I mean? Like something like I remember. Yeah, do you remember when they used to do that?
You bring this up all the time. It seems to be something that you keep forgetting you talked about. But yes, they do release movies.
I'm an old curmudgeon. That's why.
So cinematography, like Titanic won, but nominees were the guy Janusz Kaminski from Steven Spielberg for Amistad, and then you've got Roger Deakins from Kundun. I didn't realize Roger Deakins did Kundun, and then LA Confidential and The Wings of the Dove. Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Neither do I.
Then costume design, best winner, Titanic, obviously. So nominees: Amistad, Kundun, Oscar and Lucinda, Wings of the Dove. What is Wings of the Dove? What is?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Henry James novel. Okay. All right. Helena Bonham Carter.
Oh, it's Oscar bait.
Yeah.
That's what it's.
So directing, James Cameron win, but then we've got the Full Monty, Paul Cataneo, Good Will Hunting, Gus Van Sant. Now, LA Confidential, maybe The Sweet Hereafter, Adam Egoyan. I don't know. Who do you think would have won this one? I have to say Titanic. I have to say James Cameron probably deserved that award because he busted his goddamn ass.
Yeah, that movie was pretty nuts.
His ass making Titanic. First of all, he tortured his actors, which I always appreciate as a director. When you treat your actors like props and make them sit in fucking cold water for no breaks and shit.
But
when you
on people.
James
maybe
Cameron
jail.
hired illegal immigrants in Baja, Mexico to painstakingly like recreate all the fucking deck furniture, like just like the way it was.
Maybe,
yeah, well,
maybe
then give the Oscar to the Abyss. He nearly killed his actors, so there.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah.
exactly. I appreciate that.
He almost
he
died
did.
himself.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he
So
did.
documentary, nothing changed. Okay, film editing. Holy shit, Air Force One was nominated for best editing. Oh my god! And then As Good as It Gets,
that was a great movie though.
Good Will Hunting and L.A. Confidential. I think
is that the Harrison Ford "Get Off My Plane"?
Yes.
Is that one?
Yes, yeah.
I can't believe this was nominated for any Oscars.
Yeah, and Steven
Holy shit.
Seagal and his brief.
No,
Gary
that's
Oldman is in that one too.
Wrong one, Jay.
No, you're thinking of Executive Decision.
You're thinking of
Executive Decision with Steven Seagal.
Yeah. Kurt Russell and John Leguizamo. That was a fun movie. Halle Berry back when she was
that's a great movie too. That was '96 though. But
that
I
would
would argue
good as Air Force One. I think I like Air Force One more than Executive Decision.
I like
right?
Executive Decision better, but
Okay.
if for no other reason than watching fucking Seagal get ripped in half and
Yeah, that's the best part is his death. Yeah,
yeah, he's like, I'm in the movie. Psych.
Jay,
airlock.
Jay, back me up on this. Now, I would argue for just for one of these costume design, I would argue that putting everybody in gowns and dress up clothes from the early 1900s on a boat in one setting would be a little easier than creating an entire world of the 1950s, which is what they did
with LA Confidential.
What they did with LA Confidential, because they actually have a bunch of different sets, and I feel like we're watching the 1950s. I'm never taken out of the story.
Yeah, there is nothing that gives it away in that one.
Okay, good.
You know, the cars, the houses, the interior design of the houses,
everything.
The dialogue, all that. It is very much dead nuts right.
Awesome.
Wow. So As Good as It Gets, maybe not best editing, but Good Will Hunting either. But LA Confidential, Air Force One, who knows? A foreign language film, I don't know. No, nothing changed. Makeup. Okay, Men in Black. Rick Baker won for Men in Black. Yeah, the Edgar suit. The fact that Titanic got nominated for the ice people, the frozen bodies in the water. That was one of the nominations where I remember
they were just
like,
giving everything to fucking Titanic that year. They were just giving them everything, dude. It was
all
crazy.
right. Look, I will say James Horner for Titanic. They had the stupid Celine Dion song. Maybe it did deserve best original score, but we've got Amistad by John Williams, who's won a lunch. Oh, Philip Glass for Kundun. Oh, Jerry Goldsmith for LA Confidential. Yeah, maybe. Danny Elfman got nominated for Good Will Hunting.
I mean,
has Danny Elfman ever won an Oscar?
I don't know.
I don't think he has.
But like, was that John Williams' best score, really? And like,
no. He's won too many times. We don't need to give it to John Williams. No.
Like,
I don't the fact that
I don't like the Titanic score, but like, did it deserve to win?
No.
Well, I think it literally sold albums because
but that's not what they're voting on. They're talking about the original music, not Celine Dion.
And just for the fact, that they should have lost just for the fact of that fucking song was on the radio 24/7 back then. You could not get away from that song.
And at the Oscars, every fucking time they went up there to get their Oscar was Celine Dion doing her bullshit again.
I still can't listen to that song. I still can't listen to it.
It was terrible then. It's terrible now.
I don't think. Holy shit, Danny Elfman has never won an Oscar, so he could have won for the first one. Now Philip Glass, he is. I mean, I know some people don't like Philip Glass because his music's a little monotonous and repetitive, but that's kind of what he does. But like, has he won an Oscar? Because he's one of my favorites. He's got music on the Grand Theft Auto soundtrack. He's on Grand Theft Auto 4 or 5, whatever ambient station, one of the Journey or whatever. He's also did all the scores for.
I didn't know that.
Koyana Scotzi and.
Are you talking about Vice City? Are you talking about Vice City?
No.
I'm about to say there's a score in Grand Theft Auto.
Part 5, yes, this Tangerine Dream did all the original music, and it's fucking.
I know that. Tangerine Dream's amazing, but
Part 4, all the radio stations. I think 4 had an ambient station called The Journey, and on The Journey there is some Philip Glass. Philip Glass does like also the first trailer for Grand Theft Auto 4. When that first one dropped, that is Philip Glass.
I didn't care for 4.
Wait, okay, what is? But I thought Vice City was 4.
No. 4 had the guy on Nico, who's the main character.
Yeah.
I don't.
Nico
Okay,
Bellic.
but
Liberty.
So
City.
it's 1, 2. It's 1, 2, 3. San Andreas, 4, and then 5.
No. It's 1, 2.
No,
Then
that's
there's
not
3.
right.
Then there's Vice City. Then there's.
Oh,
San
sorry, I
Andreas.
missed Vice City.
Yeah.
I missed Vice
And
City.
then,
Sorry.
Then it's Grand Theft Auto 4, Grand Theft Auto 5, and
I'm
now
stoned,
Grand Theft
dude.
Auto 6.
Give me a break.
No, you're fine. You're fine. So
Should we
Vice
talk about
City.
Grand Theft Auto 6 for a second?
Oh boy,
No.
oh boy.
Coming
No,
out in
come on,
2025.
I don't have a console, so fuck Grand Theft Auto.
One
But
thing I like that picture on Facebook where you show like the beach right there and all the people and the guys smiling. I can't wait to take my car and run over everyone in the beach.
yeah, I saw that.
So yeah, Philip Glass has also
bless their
never won
hearts.
an Oscar for composing, which is a shame. I just want to go ahead and point out something. Let me go ahead and I don't want this to play. This is one of my favorite parts ever of a movie, and I'll try to get his way right here. Here we go. Back to Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah. No, it's
yes.
Wait,
which is actually my favorite of all the scary movies. I think I've grown to like it the most.
Oh yeah, it's definitely my favorite.
Forward. Very few presidents have faced a crisis like this. I wonder what President Ford done.
It's a picture of fucking
Harrison Ford.
It's a good one. So anyway, back to the Oscars, 1998. Best original music or comedy score. Ooh, I didn't know that was a separate Oscar back then.
Yeah, get fucked, Celine.
Hans Zimmer for As Good as It Gets. He did As Good as It Gets.
Dude, he's done so many films that no one even knows about. Until you Google it, you're like, he did that?
Yeah. What's crazy is he doesn't even read music, and he was one of the keyboard players for the Bungles, who did Video Killed the Radio Star. He's in that music video.
The Buggles.
Wow.
The Buggles. There you go. He's playing the drum. Like, you know, he looks so the same. And Anastasia. Remember that one? Don Bluth. That was nominated for an Oscar. And then Danny Elfman nominated twice the same year for 2 different movies. Hell yeah.
And he still didn't get one.
I didn't realize there was 2 Oscars for music back then. What? Is that some Mandela effect shit that I don't remember?
Well, there's
Best Original Song. That's different. Obviously, Celine Dion won because that fucking song was everywhere. Be Right Back. Coffee. Don't Be Funny. Okay,
Yeah,
got it. Well, what you could do is you could always pause it,
Serious.
and when you come back, you play it at double speed, and then you'll catch up to like
that's what I don't understand.
Normal time.
Why you're so famous for doing that double speed rewatch shit? So right before this, I figured, why didn't you put on fucking Gran Torino and double speed that shit around? And
I didn't. I was too busy. I was too busy quadruple speeding that fucking the Obama movie. Let the World Die or whatever the hell. Because I wanted to see what the hell it was telling me.
Why?
It was telling me that it was just like I said, predictive programming, letting me know what the hell they have planned for next year.
Well, speaking of Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On. There was a cruise ship that went down off the coast of Italy in the early 00s. Don't know if you heard of it. Costa Concordia. But according to independent research, they were playing My Heart Will Go On the PA as the ship was sinking.
Good.
Jeez.
Good. And God heard them and made sure there was no survivors, I hope.
A lot of people died, actually. It's the biggest naval history since Titanic, which is
good. I'm glad.
Or
and I'm also glad
disaster.
I'm also glad those rich people and their little submersible with the fucking PlayStation controller were turned into fucking goo and smashed into oblivion. Good.
Well, glad is a word. Dude, not surprised is what I would say, but
eminently predictable. Given the guy was like, "No, I make airplanes." Oh yes, 1 atmosphere is much comparable to 4,000.
Or less, because planes usually spend time in lower pressures.
But they have a 1 atmosphere interior. So
okay, we're nerding out again, Jay. We can't do it again. I don't want the lawnmower.
I have to tell you guys something. I don't know if this is going to work or not. It should be fine because, like, here's the thing. StreamYard told me last week that I only have 2.5 hours left of stream time, but it resets today on the 12th.
Oh, you're fine.
Like, I think I'm fine, right? But it might, if the stream ends in the next 12 minutes, that's why.
Okay. Good.
So, okay. But I'm
sure they probably work.
It resets over.
They probably work on. Yeah, it's a 24 hours is a day, so that that's.
But here's where we're going to start getting into the controversial Oscars. So, like, best sound design, Titanic won, but the nominees: Air Force One, Con Air, Contact.
Contact should have won 100%.
L.A. Confidential.
Did you get it, the analyst?
Dude,
did you see
hold
Contact in
on.
the theater?
Yeah, Contact has some.
Contact is
serious,
amazing.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite
it.
movies.
You guys can now say Academy Award nominated film Con Air. You can say that. You know what I mean? That's not,
it was up one too. It was in a previous suggestion.
That's a good movie though. I'm not gonna lie. I like that movie.
Whoa. Hold on. So does Contact win for cinematography or editing in this? If it was in this year,
so far it's
if
only
if I recall correctly, Titanic wiped the floor with everybody.
Titanic won everything.
No, he's talking about with us looking at it and saying,
I think Titanic had amazing sound design.
No, I agree. Contact. My heart started racing during Contact when she started going towards the second machine. I was getting scared. I was getting
Contact fucking slaps in many ways.
About Titanic.
I've been thinking about doing a video on it forever.
Yeah, no cap.
We were talking about Titanic not long ago because we were bringing up the conspiracy theory that airplanes, when you crash, they want you to put your head, your arms around your knees and put your head down.
Yeah, because they want no survivors. That's not what you do.
Yeah.
No, you tell the stewardess to go fuck yourself. I'm about to die, and you sit however the hell you want. Because newsflash, if you go down in a crash, you are dead no matter what. Unless they have control.
They're actually trying to do is preserve the torso, so it's easier to identify the body.
Right, and it'll snap your neck quickly. Like you'll die quickly without struggle.
I mean, if they really wanted to save people, they would have the seats reversed, so you're facing the back of the airplane.
Yeah, it's like Fight Club where he's like, calm as Hindu cows with their oxygen. But also, it's like Contact when they put a chair in the transport device.
In the design.
And she falls off it, and it's the only thing shaking. Yeah, that's my favorite
all
part.
All the problems. Yeah, I love it. All that sound design and that stuff is amazing. Okay, so best sound effects editing. Titanic won, but the nominees were Face Off and The Fifth Element.
Oh, I'll go with The Fifth Element.
Yeah, The Fifth Element was pretty interesting. Dude, that came out the same year.
How The Fifth Element did not get, for like visuals or...
Dude, they should have got at least costume.
Visuals.
Did they get costume?
Back with Coffee. Did I miss anything? Enzo being funny? No. We're just talking about Oscars, and you might have missed a lawnmower sound or two, but
I got triggered pretty hard.
This is one of the ones that I still talk about today. Visual effects. This Oscar was one when anyone talks about an Oscar upset, 9 times out of 10 they bring up Best Picture or an actor. But every time I bring up an Oscar-esque upset, it's this one. 1998 visual effects for the 1997 Best Visual Effects. Titanic won. Okay, it beat Jurassic Park: The Lost World and the one that should have won, fucking Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers totally should have won Best Special Effects, Best Visual.
I disagree. This is the one I have to give to Titanic. Dude, have you seen the fucking pond these assholes made for that boat? I have to give it to that. That's insane logistics.
Yeah, Starship had better CGI.
CG.
No, that doesn't say CG. That says visual effects. That's a very broad category, sir.
I mean, the one thing I'll give Starship Troopers is that it doesn't reek of 90s CG.
No, definitely
not. The arachnids look like they're there, right? You'd almost suspect that they are physical, right?
Very true.
Lost World has a shit story, but again, the dinosaurs look correct.
But also,
they were okay. The one thing I made a big fucking model and I sunk it in my pool. Okay, thanks.
Right.
Yeah, like the reason why I wouldn't give it to Lost World versus like if it was the OG Jurassic Park, they didn't really improve any of it.
Right.
They basically just used the same. Like they had better equipment.
If anything, the
they had higher resolution scans.
Lost World.
Definitely,
yeah.
I got kicked.
I'd have to rewatch it, but
I got kicked out of the movie theater and suspended from my job for a day for Lost World.
Wow.
What did you do?
Well, I have seen every Jurassic Park movie in the theater. Don't ask me why, because I hate all of them because they're so fucking stupid. And that one took the cake. I went with my first wife. She's like, I want to go see the new Jurassic Park. You get free movies. Let's go. And I was like, I don't want to see that. I hate Jurassic Park. It's stupid as shit. The worst thing in Jurassic Park is like, hey, we got these shotguns. What should we do? Let's use them to block the door, or shoot the fucking thing that's trying to eat you. I don't know. So that scene in the beginning of the third act, near the end of the movie, where the mercenaries are getting where the mercenaries are getting swarmed, and they just stand there and get eaten instead of, I don't know, laying down some suppressive fire and fucking shooting the thing. I literally stood up.
Dinosaur. It's not like a killer monster. It's an animal. So I'm sure if you fired a fucking gun, they'd like startle and scatter. Maybe.
I was like, shoot. I literally stood up and said, shoot the fucking gun. And my wife was horrified. And she's like, can you please shut up? We're going to get kicked out. And someone called the manager and they came in. And I tried to pull rank on him and be like, hey, I work here. It's okay. And that made it worse. And then they were like, you got to leave. And then they're like, hey,
if you don't work here, then you totally know the rules that this isn't allowed.
Yeah, the script is absolute dog shit. And I think one of the things that I would actually knock against the Lost World from the animal, the dino movement standpoint, is that they don't have Phil Tippett. Phil Tippett is busy working on Starship Troopers.
And one of the reasons why Starship Troopers looks so amazing is there's so many special effects you don't even notice, like lots of hidden cameras and reflections, hidden, fucking severed limbs.
Also in Starship Troopers, guess what they do with their guns? They shoot the fucking Iraqis that are trying to eat them.
That's right. Blue Collar, are you trying to share your screen, or are you still just texting? No, okay.
I'm not saying.
I did put GTA memes for you, so.
Oh, right. Oh, some GTA memes.
Over here, look at this one. Because you mentioned it. Look.
100 miles per hour straight through this beach. Yeah, a lot of people giving problems with this beach of big, fat, colored people. And it seems to be, I don't know why that's a problem. It's like, first of all, there's been black people in Grand Theft Auto before. There's been women in Grand Theft Auto before. I don't, people are starting to call everything woke. And granted, this game probably will be not as edgy. We already know how Rockstar has been behaving lately.
They've already confirmed that like a few months ago.
Yeah, well, they got rid of the weird drag queens.
This whole thing with the female being the main character bullshit is all a response to that Rockstar thing where people were taking the liberal woman in that Red Dead Redemption 2. They were taking the liberal woman that was asking for the suffrage woman and beating the shit out of her and feeding her to the alligators and shit. And so this is their response to that.
That's also
that's the idea is like you're going to have this. I bet you this female character is going to be like super, edgy. Or I heard her boyfriend her husband is. One of these characters is going to be
or she'll be knocking around 250-pound guys like they're.
That's always the problem. It's not the fact that there's a female protagonist; it's how they treat this female protagonist.
Right. The game's going to start with you getting fucked by her husband. First person's perspective, like getting railed.
Yikes!
Oh, why do you think she's going to have a husband and not be a lesbian?
So, writing based on material previously produced or published. The winner was L.A. Confidential. So there you go. Other nominees.
Now that's the thing I disagree with, because the original.
I would have gave it to Contact. Sorry, 100%. I would have gave it to Contact.
I would have given it to Wag. I would have given it to Wag the Dog. But as far as that goes, book sucks.
I like Donnie Brasco.
L.A. Confidential. Donnie Brasco is also great. The book
that they based the movie on. That's why this thing gets an award, because it improved on the source material.
All right. Okay. No. Okay. I'll buy that.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry. I didn't read the brackets.
Yeah. And then writing original screenplay, the winner was Good Will Hunting.
Oh fuck. Okay. Titanic
didn't get nominated for either writing. So
good.
Well, it's because it's not based on a previous written thing.
But it didn't get original score. Although Boogie Nights, I wish Boogie Nights had beaten Good Will Hunting. Now that I think about it.
No, Good Will Hunting deserves that one.
I love Boogie Nights. As good as it gets, I have to say, as good as it gets is definitely better than Good Will Hunting. I think, right?
Yeah.
In terms of writing,
I think as good as it gets and Boogie Nights are both better than Good Will Hunting.
Matt Damon.
Really?
The writing for Good Will Hunting is pretentious as hell.
Yeah.
Jay,
it is.
Just as soon as I start liking you and I start agreeing, then you say some stupid ass shit like that. I can't even believe you say that.
You know
Good Will
what that
Hunting
is. What that is
is
the
a
clap,
shit.
the applause starting to fuck with your brain cells, and if you could just hit that 12-pack antibiotics, you'd be good.
I think they gave it to Good Will Hunting though because it was two young writers fresh out of film school, and they had a really, really fucking good script, and they wanted to give it to them. And
I
that's
disagree.
Why.
That is one of the most quotable movies I can fucking think of. I can quote every line from that movie. And
hell no, as good as it gets, kills on quotability.
No, not true. I can quote Good Will Hunting from start to finish. I love As Good as It Gets, but I can't quote the whole fucking movie.
I don't know what Panamanian sailor when a hump bar you came from. It's so crazy someplace else. We're full up here.
Chris is asking a good question of the day for tomorrow. I was saying LA Confidential reality related would be best movies set in LA. There's so many, so many good ones. Obviously, Heat's a good one, and
To Live and Die in LA.
I would think
Born
better
in
like
East LA.
Born in East LA. Oh yeah, definitely.
With LA Confidential being one of the best film noir detective. What's your favorite?
Oh yeah,
film noir
as a well, and succeeds as a color noir film, which is really impressive because it's really hard.
My favorite color
to be able to get that kind of that lighting and ambiance.
That you're right. You're right. Yeah, they don't do a whole lot of that in that, do they? They it's very it's very bright. And the year before when they did what's the Nick Nolte one they did? That's the same thing, the Hat Squad and whatnot out in LA. What is it called?
Don't know.
Oh god damn it. Jesus Christ.
Just
the fucking water.
Jennifer Connelly. What is it?
The fucking water system. Mulholland Falls.
Mulholland
Falls. Yeah, that came out the year before, and that was more dark and film noir-y type, whereas LA Confidential is very bright. It has its moments, sure, but I mean it's mostly, like you say, Jay, it's mostly like a bright type movie.
Yeah, the script is very noir for LA Confidential.
Yeah, the script is dark, but
the filming of like Mulholland Drive is much more noir in its
noir-ish.
And again, that's a hard thing to do in color.
No, it is. I would now obviously I love LA Confidential, but I would definitely say Chinatown ekes out. That's my favorite film noir film
in color.
And color.
My favorite film noir in color, Big Lebowski.
Interesting.
Is that?
I don't think it's.
It is filmed like it is structured like a noir because
it's structured. It's not filmed that way. It's not shot.
I don't know, man.
Like
Lebowski's very Coen Brothers whimsical. Like I would, if you're gonna say a Coen Brothers
film
movie,
noir.
Oh, brother, where art thou? Might more filmed as a noir than
No Country for Old Men.
Not the story. The film.
Yeah, No Country for Old Men, I could see an argument for, but brother, where art thou?
Also, Barton Fink has a little bit of a film noir vibe, but
yes, Barton Fink, yeah.
But Big Lebowski is structured like a film noir in the fact that it's a mystery and the main character is in every single scene, and the main character
no, it's not. They have the whole dream sequence and all that shit, and in the fucking narrator and all.
That's his
like
dream,
no.
Though. And Sam Elliott narrates it, but he's literally.
Yeah, you know what I loved about Maltese Falcon was the big dream sequence at the end that really kind of tied it all together and made sure it was real noir.
I often wondered why they don't do since they're so reboot addicted in Hollywood, we never see something really like I could make an argument that I think like Maltese Falcon or something like that could be done. Maybe
could
even
be, but it would be done terribly. It wouldn't be done right.
Think so?
You couldn't. Yeah. It's like one of those things you could update Chinatown, but they'd fuck it up.
No, there's no way,
why?
Dude. It was
you
of
could
the time.
Try. You could try to do some film noir movie, right? If it's made with passion and updated for, current times. Like some of these movies, they have like a totally different lens, but
you just can't. I mean, I think the closest that you had to like modern noir is Burton's Batman and maybe Nolan's Batman.
Yeah.
Right. Where
Burton's
and again,
Batman for sure, but
yeah, it has very much the setting, right, which is the old Gothic style, the shadows,
Nightcrawler
and all
Nightcrawler
that.
And Dark City.
Nightcrawler, yeah, it
Dark City's got film noir vibe.
I remember. Did anyone watch The Spirit when that came out? I mean, I know a bomb.
I remember The Spirit. I remember it being underwhelming.
Yeah.
What was a cool LA film noir was Memento. That was L.A.
Yeah, I'll buy
also
that.
8mm and hardcore. These are good.
I would definitely
Strange
say
Days.
it's a
Strange
TV
Days.
show, so I don't know if it counts. But The Killing on AMC was very
yeah. The Killing. Well, The Killing definitely story wise. I don't know about shooting wise, but yeah, the script
I think
was
that
very
the Pacific Northwest atmosphere with all the heavy
that
rain
overcast and
I think that lent itself to kind of
I
film
think what I would argue is they don't use like shadows and the lighting as well. It's always kind of overcast and it looks like a Scandinavian detective thing where everybody's depressed because there's no sunlight.
Right. I agree, Enzo. By the way, I did catch what you said. Fucking Strange Days does not get enough credit, man.
Yeah, that
movie is incredible. That just popped up. One of my YouTuber friends did a movies that are hard to find type list, and that was on it. And it is actually on HBO Max now, but that's probably one of my favorite movies. And it's definitely my top 20 for sure.
That's kind of an interesting like cyberpunk noir
mix.
Yeah, I'm sold. I'm watching it now.
Have you never seen it?
I have
Catherine
not.
Bigelow. It's
Catherine
James
Bigelow,
Cameron's ex-wife. Basically not stole, but James Cameron gave her the idea for the movie and said, "Take it." You know.
Ralph Fiennes. I'm a huge fan.
He's
of
heavily
his.
Ray Fiennes. Yep.
Vincent.
Heavily influenced.
Vincent,
also
however
one of
the
these,
fuck
like,
you say that Italian
who's the
name.
hot chick? Who's the hot black chick in that?
Angela Bassett.
Bassett. Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh my God.
That's peak Angela Bassett hotness.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Juliette Lewis too. I mean, if you got a thing for her,
Juliette Lewis hot, and she can sing. I never knew that. I never knew Juliette Lewis was a singer until I saw
Angela
that
Bassett in that movie gives me Pam Grier stirrings.
Yes,
where it's just
big
like,
time.
oh, hello,
Big time. Yeah.
I see you.
Yeah, agreed.
Agreed. Here's one of my favorite film noir movies and a scene from this movie.
You asked me to save this for you.
Gee, thanks.
Wait, what?
No, it's the mockery of Basic Instinct and Fatal Attraction.
The Naked Gun version.
Yeah,
of the
Fatal
noir
Instinct.
movies.
No. The best noir comedy is Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid.
Oh yeah, that is a good one.
Steve Martin, where he actually takes film noir cut-ups and then he is filmed in black and white interacting with the different characters. That is a great movie.
Yeah, that was like before Kung Pao, Kung Pao was like
Chinatown was originally supposed to be part of a trilogy where they were going to have, they did have a sequel to it.
Well, the Two Jakes sucks.
The Two Jakes. It is shit. Yeah.
Is Chinatown Roman Polanski? I'm trying to remember.
Yes.
Yeah. He makes a cameo in it and slices
the best
up.
nose cutting scene of all time.
I forgot about that. It's been a while.
Hey, you know what's a good
I can't for those of you who haven't seen it, go watch Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid. That is fucking great.
I love hanging out with you guys. I get so many fucking film suggestions that I've never heard of.
Yeah.
And so far, all of them off the list I've gotten from you old fucks have been golden. So keep them coming.
Well, hey, listen. Trust me on the Strange Days. It is straight bus.
Yeah, you'll like Strange Days.
Strange Days. Oh yeah, that is a great movie.
Yeah,
it's up there.
Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid.
That would go into the underrated list if you were you were doing the 100 underrated.
Yeah.
Would Johnny Dangerously be considered film noir or no?
Man,
I think it's more bright.
Old-timey monster.
More bright, but I love Johnny Dangerously.
Yeah, it's a mafia movie. Film noir should be about a detective 9 times out of 10. It's always about like that side of the law, the right side of the law.
It doesn't have to be, but it works the best because man, having that
Nice
fedora.
Nice Guys.
Yeah,
Nice
that's like a
Guys.
neo noir movie. That would be like a neo noir.
Oh, if you want fedoras, Johnny Dangerously is loaded with them, and it has the greatest educational film ever: Your Testicles and You.
Right. I love the song. I eat filet mignon 7 times a day. My bathtub's filled with Perrier. What can I say? This is the life. Fucking Weird Al, dude. That title song.
Is nice.
What was the name
And
of that
I want to
chick
live dangerously.
Yeah.
Jay, what's the name of that chick from Taxi that was in that movie? She's so hot. That was
It's Mary Lou Henner.
Oh my god.
Mary Lou Henner. Oh yeah.
Oof.
Oh yeah, where he's like, "Oh, you've got these, you got those. Hey, all right, yeah."
Ooh, okay, so more neo noir. Well, first of all, Blade Runner. Both Blade Runners are neo noir. Minority Report kind of got a film noir vibe. Dark City, The 13th Floor. Yeah, these are all good film noir stuff. And then another one's The Place Beyond the Pines, which I didn't see until recently, and that was actually really good. Drive has got a film noir vibe.
Drive.
Yes.
Good call. Drive.
That's a fucking great movie.
Heat's got film noir.
Nick's it's Strange Days.
Maybe? Yeah, Strange Days is good. Yeah, what was the cyberpunkish movie? Yeah, Strange Days.
Yeah, cyberpunk meets noir.
Yeah.
The Lawnmower Man? No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, that is shit. Jesus Christ.
Oh, back to Curmudgeons, though.
Speaking of shit 90s CGI.
Are there any Curmudgeon film noir movies? Can we think of one?
Curmudgeon.
Oh, Roger Rabbit. Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Fucking Bob Hoskins.
You could make an
Curmudgeon film.
Yeah.
There we go.
You could make an
Bob
argument
Hoskins.
that No Country for Old Men is just because the sheriff is an old curmudgeon and
Oh, I mean, Tommy
like
Lee
that.
Jones is like, when I think of Curmudgeon, I think of Tommy Lee Jones with that newspaper down and the glasses, like, you know, the face.
Yeah.
You know, what's wrong with you, boy?
Is Shrek
What's wrong with you, boy?
a curmudgeon?
Yes, he is.
Well, or
he was in the first movie.
Yeah, he was in the first.
The actor from War Games that's in that, the older guy, the heavyset guy.
God damn it! I don't remember. I don't even remember the face. War Games.
Mr. McKittrick, after careful consideration, I've decided your new system sucks. Yeah.
I remember that line.
It's either Barry Corbin or Dabney Coleman.
No,
it's not Dabney Coleman. Dabney Coleman is the one.
Yeah,
he's Mr. McKittrick.
like
he's the one the general is eating out.
Yeah. General Behringer. Is that who you're thinking of?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's Barry Corbin.
Yeah.
Barry Corbin was in.
He was in that TV series.
He's in
about
Tulsa
Alaska.
King and Yellowstone and. Okay.
Yellowstone is quite the curmudgeon TV show. The protagonist is a big curmudgeon.
True. Yeah, a lot of westerns have curmudgeons.
Need fucking subtitles for that guy, man.
I tell you what, boy.
You're on my
need to learn how to speak that English. I'm looking at another curmudgeon movie that I did not think of is Medicine Man with Sean Connery.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Whoa, yeah.
Okay. Sean Connery is another one of those guys that's never been young. I can only think of one movie
even as
where
James
he's young.
Bond, he looked
He was
pretty
still in
aged.
his yeah. Darby O'Gill in The Little People is the youngest that I can think of him being young.
Curmudgeon means miserable old man, Nix.
Yeah.
Wait, I have the power. I have the power to tag these, don't I?
Yeah. You know what's funny is I love talking about this because I just saw it this year, and I loved it. And Wes hates it whenever I bring it up. But another great curmudgeon movie on Golden Pond.
Oh yeah,
fucking movie. Got it.
Yeah, fuck that movie. But he is absolutely.
Henry
Jane
Fonda's
Fonda,
such a great curmudgeon in that movie.
right in the fucking face. Jane Fonda, if this ever gets back to you, I hope you die in a fire. I hope
you guys should check out.
Not just for your anti-war, but also what you did to Ted Turner. You turned him from base
our
into
Jane
a bitch.
Fonda we-watch of Barbarella is fun. I think it's the highest watched we-watch ever. All the videos were trending upwards, and then after Barbarella, I don't know, they just plateaued.
Oh, there may be a connection there. Jane Fonda does seem to be the kiss of death on a lot of things.
Maybe that's what it was.
Shots fired.
But we got up to 1,000 views. People were saying, "Hey, more of this like random shit." And then I did Schlocktober, and they were like, "Not too much.
No, too random. Too random.
Much. Yeah, too much of that shit." All right. We'll go back to our broken arrows and our.
You remember Saturn V?
Vaguely.
Well, like
the
rocket
faucet.
No,
it was a sci-fi movie like from the early 80s. It's her and like, is it Kirk Douglas?
It's funny because Saturn V is a real thing. So
yeah, it's an actual
Saturn
rocket
V movie, 1980 film. Damn it,
Good
the Saturn
rocket, by the
V
way.
Story 2014. That's not the one.
No. This is like.
Are you thinking Saturn 3?
Or Saturn 3? Yeah, that's it.
That makes sense. Okay, Farrah Fawcett and Kirk Douglas.
Yeah,
right. And Harvey Keitel.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That is a crazy movie, but you do get to see a bit of the boobies from Farrah, so that's a win.
Oh,
Cool.
Farrah.
Okay.
R.I.P.
She got
Farrah.
naked.
R.I.P.
You know, it's another
Farrah.
good Curmudgeon, obviously the Grinch, and a lot of Christmas stuff. Christmas Grinches like Scrooge. Who's your favorite Scrooge? I mean, we said Michael Caine already. I do like Bill Murray, but Patrick Stewart played Scrooge. Jim Carrey played Scrooge.
What's his name? Hang on, I gotta Google his name real quick. Shit. Hang on.
I'm not gonna lie, I like the Jim Carrey animated Christmas Carol movie. That was a lot better than fucking Polar Express. I'll tell you that much.
The guy from Patton. The guy from Patton.
George C. Scott.
George C. Scott Scrooge.
Remember him and Angus? He was a great curmudgeon in that one. He's
George C. Scott's
grandfather.
He's a curmudgeon in a lot of things.
Yeah, I talked about. Yeah, I brought up the smut movie he was in. What was that called again? Jesus.
The one where his daughter is doing. Yeah,
I just said it. I've been hardcore. He was in hardcore. Yeah.
Which is really just sure. Like the I always think of 8mm as the sequel to that movie.
Maybe because they made us watch it every Christmas in Catholic school, but the 1970 Scrooge with Albert Finney is probably my favorite.
Oh yeah, he was a good Scrooge. Albert Finney, yeah.
I still think my favorite George C. Scott movie is They Might Be Giants.
Sure.
Where he is a judge who his wife has died and he thinks he's Sherlock Holmes and starts acting it out and ends up getting all these people to follow him.
I didn't see A Man Called Otto. Did you guys see that with Tom Hanks? Apparently that's a big curmudgeon movie that's recent.
Yeah, no, Tom Hanks is on my shit. Tom Hanks is on
Otto is a grump who's given up on life following the loss of his wife and wants to end it all. Up. There's a good curmudgeon movie.
Yeah, Up is great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked Up.
Sorry, Lord. Northern English Bastard ain't here, so you're today's
so Otto is Tom Hanks' version of Schmidt?
I think so, yeah.
I guess. When a young family moves in nearby, he meets his match in quick-witted Marisol, leading to a friendship that will turn his world around. So it's the classic. He gets a.
It might be Gran Torino.
Yeah, it's like yeah, maybe. Who else? We got obviously Grumpy Old Men. I mean, the sequel sucks, but the first one's fun. If you
I'm sure
you haven't seen that
Tough
one.
Guys is a great one from the 80s.
Ooh, yeah. An Idiot Abroad. There's a good curmudgeon. Ooh, that's a show.
I like a good curmudgeon in a movie, but I don't like the ensemble curmudgeon, like that Space Cowboys movie. I don't like that. I don't like the one where they all go to Vegas.
Yeah, lots of
I don't like
the bucket list and all that crap.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Right.
I don't like. Okay,
bucket list.
You need to have one guy needs to be the pure curmudgeon, and everybody else has to kind of work around him.
Agreed.
Right.
See, every now and then you say something intelligent, Jay, and I really appreciate.
I say something always. It's just that your ADs seem to get in the way occasionally.
An underrated movie that actually it did get some acclaim when it came out, but it's curmudgeon. Michael Douglas plays a curmudgeon, and Tobey Maguire is one of his students, and he's like a failed aspiring author. He's got like a book that he's writing. It's called Wonder Boys, the movie.
Yes.
But that's a good curmudgeon movie. And he's basically like Michael Douglas is like a professor, I think. But the point is, they keep joking about how he's got this book that he's working on, and it's like 3,000 pages or something.
Yeah, it's crazy.
70,000 pages. It fills up his whole office. It's like there's boxes of the book everywhere,
and
and he's just like
Robert Downey Jr. basically like grooms fucking Tobey Maguire.
Right. I remember that movie. I should rewatch that one. It's been a while. What about you?
What's the one with Cuba Gooding Jr. and Sean Connery, where Sean Connery's like the author?
Oh, no. You're thinking of.
That's not Cuba Gooding Jr.
It's not Cuba Gooding, but it's you're thinking of You're the Man Now, Dog, right? Is that
You're the Man Now, Dog? Yeah,
we're Sean
Finding
Connery's the
Forrester.
author.
Finding Forrester.
Yeah.
Who is the kid?
Yeah, Sean Connery is great as a curmudgeon.
He's like, I know a black actor's name, Cuba Gooding Jr. He's in it,
for
right?
some reason I was thinking it was Cuba Gooding
Rob
because it was from that era when Cuba Gooding Jr. was in everything.
You're not.
So it's Rob
You're
Brown.
not weaseling your way out.
That's like 1993, I think, when that came out.
Hey, Busta Rhymes is in Finding Forrester, and so
was
is
it
Matt
that
Damon.
late?
Yeah.
Damn.
Dude, Matt Damon.
For some reason, that's stuck in my head in like the early 90s.
You can't make fun of Enzo. Nature already does it. Yeah, blue collar loser has to go to work.
I'll be driving high.
Has too much power. Analyst still has his training wheels on, so Lord it is. Yeah. Making fun of just call him toxic. When you call him Lord, it gives him this like ego.
Yeah, don't inflate his ego.
Yeah, because my ego is not already huge, but that's totally fine.
Yeah,
it's all right. I would call. I'm an emperor.
Yeah. If Toxic was like, "Hey, call me Lord," I'd be like, no,
Lord.
I'm sorry. And you guys don't have to call me Penzo. Obviously, that's so. There's two types of YouTubers. There's guys who give ourselves there's this incels who give ourselves names like Emperor Goodwin and Stupenzo and Lord of Toxicity, and then there's like the normal dudes who are like blue collar loser and amateur analyst, and they're not trying to fucking sell themselves.
To be fair, I didn't give myself that name. Tom, who started the drinker group, gave me that name.
That's good because it is a bit milady. If you have to, it is a bit like Lord of Toxicity.
Yeah, he plays it well.
Yeah, it's got D&D vibes for
and
sure.
And in my defense, my internet moniker was Phallus, which isn't going to go so well on YouTube. So
yeah,
for you,
I mean, I barely get away with anal.
It is apropos.
That's why I picked it. I'm a dick.
That's something that Meg would always make fun of, is how she's, Lord of Toxicity. It sounds like a fucking neckbeard name.
No, that would be like Lord Valhalla or something like that.
You picture the dude from the Warcraft South Park episode, like
we got a chat from
other end of that computer. Like, I'm the Lord of Toxicity. Oh my God, Neb's here.
You get chat from Bastard.
He just woke up. There's still room for one more Northern English Bastard. You can come in
it.
Oh, from the north, man. A Northern English bastard.
Yeah, you can pop in. There's only 5 of us here, so we have a spot open.
Just say it in a Southern accent when he does it. I'll hop on. Yes.
Somebody, I watched his thing on Collateral, and he fuck off. I watched the Northern English Bastards thing on Collateral, and these dudes are like, in his comments, like, "Oh, I couldn't get through none of this. His accent's so bad. Oh my, I couldn't understand." I was like, "What? It sounds better than your mom when she has a dick in her mouth." Which, I start like going at all the people in the comments and stuff. Because I'm like, dude, what is your fucking problem, man?
Yeah. That's why I stopped telling Wes about anyone gives me negative comments.
So basically, you're the only one allowed to make fun of Luke's
exactly.
Yes. I might be a piece
like a prison
shit.
thing,
right? If you're my friend,
Luke is your bitch.
Yeah,
I'll bust your balls all day long, but if somebody else comes in, they're getting fucked up.
Oh yeah, I will jump in there.
It's like that scene in Guardians where Jack's there. You're pissed off.
It's like Forrest Gump. It's like, don't you dare call him Northern English. Don't you dare make fun of his accent.
You talk about how he talks. He talks just fine, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, that was like Guardians of the Galaxy with fucking Drax with Gamora. He's like nobody can call her a whore but me.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm not busting your balls, I don't like you.
It's like Northern English Bastard in the prison.
Wow, you really don't like
somebody's
me.
bitch.
Shut up.
To Enzo's credit, that was coming back to
and
that.
by that I mean that
video. We're seeing with
JS
guys, how those guys they love busting balls, but then you can see how some of them take it so offensively and shit. And they can't. They claim to be like, oh, just take it on the chin, and when you do, they all start getting quiet.
Dude, you can't hurt me. I'm a fucking cartoon character. Okay, like
it's true. You're Canadian.
Dude, you can't hurt me more than my government already has. All right, it's impossible.
That's true. That's true.
Unless you come in here and kick my door in and fucking bash my teeth out, there's no way.
Arrest me for joking. And you don't have the power that the government.
When I worked, we had a team in Edmonton that I worked with back when I was in California, and one of the guys was always like, we'd always joke about, oh, the Americans are invading. He was like, dude, if the Americans invade, I'm collaborating.
Oh, don't make me come down there and burn the White House again.
Oh my God, you guys!
Please do. Oh, I invite you.
There is a term for a female curmudgeon.
Don't worry, I'll make sure I'll make sure Biden's inside. All right.
Yeah. I'll pay you. I mean, where do I super chat?
I just want to say, YouTube, if anyone's watching, that was satire.
In
that was satirical, and that was a joke.
Was in Minecraft.
I do not in any way.
He just wants to say he's sorry.
Termagant.
Sorry, and he doesn't know what that was all
about. I'm sorry.
He doesn't know what that's about.
I'm sorry about it. Right.
Hey, as a kid who grew up on Degrassi Junior High, I'm all about that. I'm all about it.
Fuck that show. I grew up on Trailer Park Boys, a real Canadian classic.
Letter Kenny.
Here and there. It's not as good.
There's a female curmudgeon.
Yeah, it's called a termagant.
It's called
a termagant, an overbearing or nagging woman. So like, the shrew. Right.
Yeah.
So what are some famous termagants in movies? Holy shit.
Christ.
This is like a whole other stream.
The entire cast of the Ghostbusters remake.
That's feminist.
Oh, right.
Right. That's
everything made since
propaganda
2017.
The whole point of a curmudgeon is that it's somebody who, they lived a hard life. They worked as security in the fucking applesauce factory for 50 years, and they're regretting shit. And they, their family doesn't like it. Women have no ability or need to like be bitching and getting old. Look, you're just old and useless, but you were useless before. Now you're just not attractive anymore. They have no reason to bitch about anything because they lived life on easy mode, their entire days. I don't want to hear shit from an old woman. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear shit from a young woman as far as that goes, but.
Well, it's funny because when you try to Google termagants, you literally try to look up curmudgeons in movies. There's all kinds of shit. You look up termagants in movies and you get nothing but 40K. Warhammer 40K, because apparently there's a species of alien called the termagant. So
that would be more believable.
Yeah, funny.
Man.
So yeah,
Nix is giving me shit in the comments here. Hold on, I gotta address this. Lived under a rock? Fuck
Yet
you,
another
man.
K that lived under a rock. Oh.
No, he lived under a snowdrift. It's different.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know the struggle, man. Do you ever have several feet of shit stopping you from getting to your car in the morning? No. Go fuck yourself. Have you ever had
the white
door
weather
frozen
him
shut?
Down?
I've had transmission fluid freeze. Do you know what that's like? You trying to get to work like that?
Shut. That's hilarious.
To be fair, I can relate to amateurs. They're called immigrants, but
running a live stream is way more multitasking than I ever expected. I know, it's lame. Sorry, analyst. I didn't mean to insult the rocks. Yeah, sorry. It's okay. It's like, dude, I don't live under a rock. I live in a cabin in the woods with a river nearby. That's all I need.
In a van,
an internet, and a computer.
In a van down by the river.
Yeah, my name's not Patrick.
Oh.
We've got emulsions. It's all good.
Amateur, you've seen Grumpy Old Men, right? That's like that is the curmudgeon movie.
Yeah.
He's been on this stream for hours. He's seen it all right.
Zing.
Yeah.
Did we mention Walter Matthau and the guys that have always been old type thing?
Oh, yes. You know what's another good curmudgeon that Walter Matthau played?
And the Bad News Bears. Walter Matthau was a curmudgeonly some bitch.
Also, Dennis the Menace when he was playing Mr. What's his name?
The old guy with the big ears. Yeah,
Mr. Wilson. It's like, dude, he was when I remember being a little kid being like, oh, Walter Matthau. I was like 8 years old thinking Walter Matthau's perfect for Mr. Wilson. That's how much of a fucking film nerd I was. What kind of fucking 8-year-old thinks like that?
You.
I don't know. You?
The ones that ate the paste?
Yeah.
Good old paint chips.
I didn't eat the paste.
Yeah. No, the lead paint chips had been outlawed by then, blue collar.
Oh my God.
I mean,
he's throwing some rocks in your house, analyst.
Damn,
I did. Canadians don't change my mind. I mean, the chat's gonna talk shit. It's what they do. Guys, if I don't have a chat,
I would remind Nix, the Canadians are like the best snipers in the world.
Oh, not anymore. Apparently, Ukrainian just stole the crown for longest distance snipe. Dude, it's like 3.8 kilometers
from a drone. That doesn't count.
You know what's crazy though is as far as I don't know this show these panelists, all you guys. It's fun, but I'm telling you, if I don't have a chat, like a stream chat that's just like constantly calling me fat and gay, then I haven't made it. Until I have a fucking huge chat of like a bunch of people and they're all calling me fat and gay throughout the whole show.
Aww.
I'm not gonna. I know I haven't made it.
I can drop into chat if you need me to.
Yeah, I don't think you're gay.
Right.
I agree.
Right.
Not that gay anyway.
Not gay enough.
No,
right?
exactly.
Point is, the chat's gonna always be busting your balls, and it's just come to be expected. I mean, I don't talk about it often, but there was that time that my cousin, someone told him that he sounded like fucking Jonah Hill, and he fucking freaked out. So now it's like I'm gonna make fun of him for that forever.
Don't show weakness. Do not show weakness.
Yeah,
we're coming at you. We're coming at. There's a reason toxic and the applause is always coming up. You're gonna reveal that shit. It's gonna get used. You just gotta roll with it.
It's not you're not fat. It's my not fat. You know, this you're not fat does not belong to you.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's not fat.
But we know you're not gay. You got a girlfriend. I mean, geez.
Oh,
I mean, everybody has a beard. What are you talking about? This is.
I feel like Meg would not lie. I feel like Meg would be like, if Meg was pegging him, I feel pretty confident she would.
She would have definitely fucking let it slip. By now.
Yeah,
for real,
for sure.
Maybe she's not pegging him. Maybe she just walks around with him. It's like, oh yeah, I'm your girlfriend. Okay, you go with your buddy. You do whatever.
I don't think I cannot picture Meg doing that either. She'd be like, nah, he's gay as fuck.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's probably true.
Look, we're all fat. I'm sure. I'm sure all 5 of us are fat, portly gentlemen.
I'm not actually.
Okay. Are you one of those weird old guys that's always been skinny their whole life? Because that's like serial killer status, like Mr. Rogers or Jim Carrey.
So I stopped smoking for like 10 years. When I first stopped smoking, I gained like 40-50 pounds. So I was about 250 or so. Now, because again, people ask, why'd you start smoking again? Because it was cheaper than getting bail for murder.
Because look at me. Look how fucking thin I am. That's why.
I'm 6'5" and about 195.
Jesus Christ.
What? You're a rake, bro.
6'5". You're a rake.
Jesus Christ.
Hilariously, that my boxing weight was about 185.
Yeah.
However, it was differently distributed.
Up to 11. Nix, it goes up to 11, mate. It goes up to 11.
God, we gotta watch that. We gotta watch that one day, dude. We gotta watch that shit.
That's a
Spinal
good
Tap
one.
is
That's one of those movies where
our appeal has become more selective.
I am excited for a 40-year-old sequel for that movie. That movie deserves one.
I feel like
is that not Best in Show?
Yeah, I have a girlfriend.
Yeah,
out of town.
you can make an argument.
He has a Canadian girlfriend.
Yeah, there's all the Spinal Tap sequels, like not sequels, but the Christopher Guest movies. They're all so good. Waiting for Guffman,
A Mighty
Best in
Wind.
Show, Mighty Wind. I think is my favorite. Best in Show is also, I don't know, man, but
Best in Show has got a lot of killer with the.
But the part
yes,
where,
I'm starting a new magazine, American Bitch, and okay, yeah.
When Eugene Levy, an analyst, is like taking notes for all these movies, hopefully. But when Eugene Levy and Catherine O'Hara finally sing their duet at the end of A Mighty Wind, it's moving. It's so good.
I don't know, man. Eugene Levy with 2 left feet, literally, and then Catherine O'Hara always running into people she's fucked in Best in Show.
Isn't it weird? Husband. Like Catherine O'Hara is supposed to be like, but like the only movie I can think of that she's really hot in is White Earp. That's the only movie I can think like Catherine O'Hara. I was like, God damn, she's fucking sexy.
Really?
In this movie.
Oh yeah, sexy. Yeah, sure. She I love her in
Oh come on, you jerk off to Home Alone. Don't lie.
No, didn't.
Only for the Trump
show.
Yeah,
that's the part I'm jerking off at. Down the hall and to the left. Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he knows it by heart. Jesus.
There he is.
Yikes. Yikes.
Tim Curry's great in that movie though. Part 2. I like part 2 a lot more than the first one.
Dude, everyone's great in that movie. It's just a great movie.
Rob Schneider, he's like, don't count your tips in public. He's pulling out all those fat wads. But I love Catherine O'Hara in Best in Show is great, but also Best in Show Parker Posey and Parker her husband.
Posey
they have the crazy
they
dog.
have the Weimaraner where they're like, we had sex in front of them, and oh my god, yeah, they're in therapy with their dog.
we need the goddamn toy, the bee. It was like a bee that he had. If the dog doesn't have the specific bee, it's like
Parker Posey's one of those indie chicks that's like everybody kind of knows her name, but they're you ask a normie, and a normie is like hard pressed to come up with a good, like I'm like, oh, Parker Posey, and then they're just like, oh yeah, I know that name, and then but they can't say anything that she's ever been in. You know what I mean?
Well, she has
the name is memorable, but her face attached to it isn't.
Dude, she's in Party Girl and Dazed and Confused and what is it? A bunch of shit. Oh, what's great is she's in Beau is Afraid. She gets naked in that one. She still looks good.
Really?
Yeah. And she's got Lyme's disease. Did you know that? She's got Lyme's disease.
No, I did not know that. I did not know that.
Lyme
I always rely on you. I always rely on you for these obscure facts, Enzo. You're the obscure.
I remember that being like all over the news, like her with her diagnosis in like 2009.
What is that? So. What does that do? Do you die from that, or is that bad?
I mean, I'm sure
really bad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a bad one, but I mean, I think it can be treated, but I don't think there's a cure for it.
No, Lyme disease has very similar symptoms to Parkinson's. Yeah.
You get it. You get it from deer ticks, and it causes.
Oh, I know where. Yeah, no, I know where it comes from.
Yeah, all you can do is manage it.
Yeah,
it causes a rash, often in a bullseye pattern, and flu-like symptoms. Joint pain and weakness in the limbs can occur. Most people with Lyme disease completely recover with appropriate antibiotic treatment. For those who develop syndromes after their infection is treated, pain medications may provide symptomatic relief.
So you can stop it from being fatal, but you'll always have symptoms. Right.
Yeah. After we'd get back from the field, we'd always have to do fucking tick checks and stuff like that. I'd actually found a couple on me, but they died when they bit into me. That they just like exploded, and they were like, "Oh God." Yeah, the applause I destroyed the ticks.
I didn't realize that Lyme disease was actually not as bad. I thought like everyone got the permanent effects, but apparently it's only 5 to 20% of patients may get chronic symptoms, and those are profound fatigue, pain, and or cognitive impairment. Profound
fatigue. I have Lyme disease then, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Old age is also Lyme disease. Yeah.
To have such fatigue that it's called profound, like good God, like
I mean, I've got that, and a certain amount of cognitive impairment.
Fucking Aristotle is marveling at how tired you are. Like it's insane.
Hey Jay, can you go to a movie and go into one of those big lounge seats they have at the deluxe stuff in the theater and not fall asleep and think? Because I can't. I
don't fall asleep. I have like chronic insomnia, so that's not.
Oh, really? If I'm ever like if I sit on my couch, I try to watch. Like I was watching the DC animated stuff. I've been going through the whole list of HBO Max's DC animated stuff. I cannot finish it in one setting because if I sit on my couch, I will fall asleep.
Recline the seats at the big theater lounge seats. I never recline. I just sit upright. I sit upright.
I shouldn't.
And I don't even eat snacks usually. I usually just take some gum and I sit upright. And I don't. It's funny because like when I'm watching movies in the Discord theater or at home, I'm Mr. Talkie, Mr. Joking, Mr. Hey, this is funny, or what do you think is happening here? But when we're in the theater, it's like the exact opposite. I don't want anyone around me talking. I don't want anything disturbing me. I hate that.
Do you also you like to go do the re-release stuff too, Enzo, or no? Or is that just
so? Me? Yeah, when I was living in Austin, like Alamo Draft House, I don't like unless it's a movie I've seen before or a movie I don't really give a shit about, because like I don't know, the idea of like waiters and beers and pizzas and shit while I'm watching a movie, like it's good in theory.
It was awesome.
It sounds good in theory, but like if we're watching like Die Hard for the 100th time, like
don't fucking bother me. I'm focused.
If I'm watching Godzilla -1 for the first time, I don't want to eat, and I don't want anyone around me eating.
Yeah,
fucking shut up with your pot, your snacks and stuff, chips and queso.
Remind me to tell you the story about when I went to Revenge of the Sith.
I took.
Tell us right now. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because Toxicity's got a story he wants to tell.
Yeah, well, I think I told you guys in the stream last year, right after I got out of jail again. The first movie I went and saw was the re-release of Groundhog Day on Groundhog Day. I took Amber to go see it, and she'd never seen it, so we got to watch it in the theater, and that was a great experience. But there was another guy.
That's a curmudgeon movie. That's a curmudgeon movie.
I agree. Yeah. I agree. And there was another guy in the theater who obviously had seen it as many times as me, because we're sitting there quoting the lines, at almost exactly the same time. So, I mean, that can be a good experience.
Is it one of those movies where is it one of those dates where you showed up with a date and you left with a different date? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he and I got together after that. Yeah, for sure.
Right.
For sure.
You just left your homegirl like, later, bitch. I'm meeting
like,
this guy.
Bye. I was like, bye, Amber. I found someone who understands me more. Yeah. But go ahead, Jay, with your Revenge of the Sith. I'm sure it's gonna be fascinating.
Well, so I was working with a bunch of guys, and they were like, "We're going to go to the premiere," and this is out in Garden City, Kansas. So I'm thinking, fuck this, I don't want to go. And they're like, "No, go ahead." And I was like, "Dude, there's going to be like people dressing up and all that." No, it'll be fine. So we go. Sure shit. Yeah, I've got the fattest fucking Princess Leia with the cinnamon buns, and I'm like, she's gonna eat her own hair before we get in there. We've got fat X-wing fighter who was like, man, we're gonna have to increase that X. It's gonna have to be a double X at least to get you in.
Quadruple X wing fighter.
Yeah. So we go in to watch it, and the first, it's the start with the music and everybody's fucking applauding or whatever, and I'm whatever. And then they introduce, I think it was somebody comes on, maybe it's R2D2 or something like. I know it was R2 when I finally lost my shit. There's like 5 or 6 times where people are fucking applauding and all that shit, and I am beginning to lose my shit, right? And I think that's when R2 does like the spraying the flame shit, that there's this big applause. And then I then say in my full diaphragm stage voice, if you applaud, the next sound of clapping you'll hear be my balls against your forehead.
Nice.
And from then on, not a word, except the guy behind me just leans over and he goes, dude, did you just say you were going to clap your balls against their forehead? And I said, yes, I did. And he was like, way to go, man. Shut these motherfuckers up, right? That was, I was not
Don't
having
make me come down there.
Yeah, I will slap my balls on every single one of you.
I hated that shit in Revenge of the Sith, like all the shit R2 is doing in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus Christ.
Like I don't mind the odd audience reaction. Like sometimes it actually enhances the experience, but like if they're applauding and just cheering for every tiny little thing, like it's some fucking
right. Oh,
pop
look, it's
music
R2.
awards.
Clap. Bitch, what the fuck did you think was going to happen in a Star Wars movie?
Have you guys ever seen those YouTube things where someone snuck a thing in watching the reactions of Marvel movies and shit, and everyone's screaming their head off?
Yeah, the Avengers Endgame. I mean, that's appropriate. Yeah. That's appropriate for that part, sure.
Is it?
I mean, the best. It's not.
I mean,
ideal,
I think there's one
it.
thing when it's like a spontaneous reaction where everybody's
exactly.
Their energy has been spin up, and then you can Rocky, right? If you're watching fucking Rocky or Rocky 2 or something like that, right? I can understand where everybody loses their shit when there's a knockdown or something like that, right? Because it's been built up, it's fine. But if it's, look, it's Sylvester Stallone, yay! Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I see what you mean. Totally, right.
Yeah, sometimes
I had a really good one once though. I was watching, I think it was No Way Home, like one of the newer Spider-Man movies, whatever. It was actually pretty good, but like when the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man gets revealed, there's this little kid in front of me, like right as it happens, like, oh shit, Dad, look, that's your Spider-Man. This kid had to have been like maybe 6 or 7 years old. It was just the cutest freaking thing. And I'm like, that's so cool, man.
It's your
stuff like that is always
old
amazing.
Man Spider-Man.
Yeah, literally. It's like, wow, that's not old man Spider-Man, but that's cute.
I hate when somebody knows a plot point or something about a film and they'll like fucking shout it out because they want to fucking be a dick. Like, and No Way Home, for example, somebody popped up like, Aunt May's gonna die. And I'm like,
like Dumbledore's dead.
I'm like, dude,
remember that shit?
Kidding me right now?
Dumbledore dies.
I did forgive No Way Home because it was the best. It was the smartest marketing in the past decade where they digitally took out Toby and Andrew, so nobody actually saw it coming. So when
but we still suspected. No, there were still videos like saying like he's gonna fight. There's 3 of them here because why are there 3 enemies flying?
No, definitely. He said it was suspected, but nobody actually knew. So like when I went to go, even when people seen Charlie Cox, because Charlie Cox earned that from 3 seasons of Daredevil. Well, as soon as seen Charlie Cox, I was in a sold out theater. People lost their fucking mind just seeing Daredevil mixing with the Tom Holland Spider-Man. That was cool as hell.
It's basically like fan service, like 101. That film.
Well, like people said, but at least No Way Home, that was fan service done right versus Doctor Strange 2 was not fan service done right.
Yeah, exactly. No. Well, like they take these incomplete characters with bad arcs and like none of them really finished well. and they finished all the characters in one movie, which you have to kind of appreciate. Like, that's not the easiest task. Like, they gave them all their proper arcs and whatever.
Exactly.
You know, they got to redeem themselves.
So this is a Termagant movie that we watched recently, and it's called A Christmas Karen.
Stop trying to make that word a thing. No one's
word of the day. This is a female curmudgeon movie, but it's called.
Fucking
Listen, this movie's called A Christmas Karen, and honestly, it was a
lot
lot better.
It
was a lot better. This movie was a lot better than it needed to be.
We open. There we go.
Celebration, Florida.
Yeah. Oh my God. For the uninitiated, Enzo has a weird fetish for Hallmark Christmas movie bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah. This movie is insane. This is a real movie called The Christmas Karen.
I wish you a Merry
Oh my God.
I wish you a Merry
So the little black girl is selling cocoa.
Can you guess what's going to happen? Can you guess what's going to happen with the Christmas
Karen is going to be mad, saying you don't have a license. You shouldn't be selling drinks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and
exactly.
Stop skateboarding. Stop skateboarding on the sidewalk.
No, you're right the first time.
Why is she selling hot chocolate though in like the California weather?
So, hi, Miss Karen. Would you like yours with or without marshmallows?
Oh, this is a residential street.
I know. I live
Shocker.
And
Shocker.
I live right there. Okay.
Oh,
I'm trying to watch Judy Justice. You can't sell lemonade on this street.
Judy Justice. That's
Sure.
Obviously your copyright safe.
It's pretty accurate that she doesn't read the sign though that says hot cocoa, and she says you sell a lemonade. So she's already come to a conclusion and doesn't take in information.
Your Florida sales permit.
They're in Florida. Wow.
It's later revealed that this girl. It's later revealed this girl is dying of leukemia and raising money for her fucking medicine.
Jesus.
I'm not joking.
I
believe you. For that. Holy shit.
Yeah. She's like
That's
a huge
like a
wino.
bad. That's like a skit from Ted, where there's like 9/11. Robin Williams on 9/11.
I love Ted.
God.
Like, this lady's a giant bitch. That's like the whole point of this movie. She's a bitch. She, I don't know.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, women are not curmudgeons; they're Karens. That's
right. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's better. Although Karen is a white slur. This part's funny though.
God bless
don't you
internet.
man me, blah blah blah.
Good luck making that stick. Sorry. That door only swings one way.
Meg always jokes. Here we go. This is the part I liked right here.
Better English.
Just block like the rest of us.
How many girls do you know that are like this?
I have 3 sisters.
None, because I stopped associating with them.
A whole glass of wine that holds a whole bottle of wine in a glass. I mean, that's pretty baller, honestly.
I'm not sure the physics works out on that.
Depends how big the glass
it would be a
is, I
bitch
guess.
to spill that thing.
I'm looking at the glass and I'm looking at the bottle. The physics don't work out on this.
The center of gravity is so hard. It'd be so easy to knock this fucking giant glass over and make a gigantic mess. So that is a pain in the ass. But yeah, of course we got Christmas Carol shit. This ghost shows up, tells her about 3 ghosts, and it's all very
toxic. How bad do you want to have a lawnmower right now?
Big time.
Yeah.
Hang on, wait till you see the ghost of Christmas past.
But again, Jay, this only works that. Liberal. It only works one way.
Here's the ghost of Christmas past, dude.
What do you want?
It's all good. It's all good.
Oh my God.
Bring it down a notch. Tap the brakes a bit. Chill pill, yo.
Dude, fuck off. Dude, fuck off.
Is that guy trans?
What's funny is this movie was not bad. It is better than the.
He's not attacking you. He's gay, you dumb bitch.
It was better than the Doctor Who special and many other movies.
Well,
This was better than the Marvels.
It's about as gay
as
it
better
seems.
than the Marvels. I'm telling you.
Can somebody please turn a lawnmower on? Can someone please? Why are you subjecting me to this?
Here we are.
Meg, kick him in the Jimmy.
I will say. Oh wait, no, there was a really good part right here. A part that.
I can't wait. My nipples explode with delight at the thought.
Boy.
Hey, wait.
Jesus.
This shit. Right here.
That must be the good part. Yeah. The shooty Gamma right there. Yeah.
She has to use the bathroom, right? But the idea is, like, if she ever stops touching him, then she will not be in the past anymore.
Fuck.
It's some weird physics. So she has to go use the toilet. She has to take him with her. And
we're having fun out there, no?
Oh my God!
Make these silly folks so full of gratitude.
Fuck off with this.
How high am I right now?
Jesus Christ!
How
low are we?
Yeah, listen, man. I've got too much caffeine in my system and not alcohol to be.
I got vodka and edible gummies right now, and
I'll show you one more part that I did have to give this movie.
I have too many functioning neurons to put up with this shit.
Oh my God, we're still doing this?
Yes.
Here's the.
Oh, don't worry. If you actually want to talk about something interesting, Stupenzo has the mower ready.
Don't worry.
Hey man, I was happy talking about data centers.
Yeah. Oh no, data centers don't have the hallmark bullshit in them.
Let's go back to the. Tell me more about megabytes and shit. I want to hear more about that, please.
Hey, they're petabytes, okay?
Future is a goth kid, and he's very annoying.
Yeah, Toxic is ready to suck off a data center rather than watch Stupenzo's bullshit anymore.
Jesus. Here's another good part right here where she makes
Christmas Karen,
black
guys.
girl.
Like Christmas Karen.
Andrew, I'll watch it with you on a whole bag of gummies.
Dude, it was actually.
Yeah, you're gonna need all the 50 milligrams to do that shit. Yeah,
dude, especially when you get to the whole like, dude, when they get the Christmas present and they go next door and realize like the neighbor who has the little black girl, like she's dying, and the husband works at a homeless shelter or a battered wives center, and they have no money, and it's just like so over the top and stupid. I love it. I love it.
That was all.
I want to point out, Neb is not joining this fucking stream because of your goddamn Hallmark shit.
Yeah.
It's like I need to woke up, BBC right now.
Enzo's Hallmark movie fetish needs an intervention.
And Enzo's, you know what? His Hallmark movie fetish is like when you watch those documentaries about people that like eat dirt and garbage and like they have a weird thing.
Yeah.
Like it's like that's slightly better than the shit that you just try to subject us to.
All right, let's say everyone say it. Oh, the French.
Oh, that French. That French.
No, we're doing Orson Welles.
Oh, my son.
God.
Oh.
Omelette du fromage or something.
Omelette du fromage.
Did you want to talk about movies that got re-released recently?
Do it.
Oh no,
anything's better than fucking Hallmark.
No, because the past week, because I made a video, but going to see The Abyss, seeing The Abyss for the first time in my life in the theaters was fucking amazing. Like,
your first time in the theater, you're saying?
Well, I've never seen The Abyss because I was 5 when it came out.
What?
So I never.
In the theater.
I never seen The Abyss in the theater, but it was my first time seeing the special edition, which I talked to Enzo. I think the special edition is really good.
That's understandable.
Yeah,
actually.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit heavy at the end when it's like the alien intervention, but it's so cool. I mean, all the big wave and stuff. I mean, none of that stuff was in the theatrical version. And you're like, how was that not in the theatrical version?
Well, because it was too long, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you have this massive special effect of this kid.
I was right there with you. I thought for a second he was saying he had never seen it at all.
Oh no, but he's like he's got next year. These are all coming to fucking 4K. Next year, James Cameron. Look at that, True Lies.
Oh yeah,
Aliens in 4K. I mean, just saying, Titanic.
I fucking love True Lies.
Oh,
True Lies is great.
We should do one of those.
Yeah,
we'll watch that one.
That's what I said. But right here, even look at the fucking special. It's like one night only and shit. But I said, just seeing that and remastered in 4K in the theater, and it was RPX. Like I said, and after watching the Drinkers Production Hell video, that movie is a lot different after you watch Drinkers Production Hell video.
Yeah, True Lies is so fucking underrated, man. Yeah. It's so crazy.
Would a spy piss himself?
That. God damn! I was working one time, and one of my buddies that he would get me. He did two things was his favorite. One, he would try to get me to fuck up an order by doing an obscure movie reference, and two, he would get dumbass songs stuck in my head that would be stuck in my head all day long. Yeah. And he walked in the back kitchen. He's like ass like a 10-year-old boy. I'm like, God damn you fucking dickhead! Yeah. Oh my God,
Bill Paxton is so great at this.
Yes, he is, dude. I love Bill. Most incredible body of the dude, Arnold's looking.
Look at his face. He's like clearing out.
Yo, he's trying. He murders him in one hit.
He's like, I've
And then,
killed
like-
you in a Terminator movie already. Don't make me do this again.
Yeah,
And then how they break
that's
the
gonna be on a
they break the
rewatch.
illusion, they break the fantasy with him like laughing. So
Hey,
good.
speaking of which,
I
could
love it.
Terminator 1 count as a curmudgeon film?
No.
With the chief of the police, the sergeant or the detective.
Oh no, sorry, he comes from the future. Okay, that doesn't work.
Well,
if he
also-
came from the past.
Although Lance Henriksen is a good
Lance Henriksen is a great sidekick, but his boss is absolutely curmudgeon.
Well,
Right.
also to
I
Wes and
think
Jay.
you're echoing, Jay.
No, I'm not hearing anything.
I'm
I'm
not,
echoing too.
but somebody is echoing me.
That's not me. No, I'll say to Jay and Wes also brought my 16-year-old. First time in my life we got to see for 2 days only Die Hard. I've never seen Die Hard in a theater, and we went Friday. We went fucking Friday, and this shows you Friday they had like 5 showings at the theater. My showing was like at 4 p.m. almost fucking sold out, and just again seeing Die Hard in the theater for the first time. Even my kid walks out and goes, "Dad," he's like, "I love that movie." It's like
Okay,
No,
we need to go on mute because even Blue Collar was echoing. So somebody is feedback.
definitely not you, Jay.
No, it's not me because I wasn't lighting up.
is it me?
But you, when you were talking, you were echoing in the stream.
Wes?
Is it me?
Check. Hello? Test?
Is it me? Can't be
I don't
me.
hear it.
Come on.
I don't
I
hear
don't
an
know, maybe-
echo.
I think it may have been Stupenzo playing with his
Probably.
shit, 'cause he
Every time he picks around with something.
Yeah,
we get, like,
when we first got on stream early, he was going with some bullshit.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I'm just kidding.
We still echoing now? Jay?
Anytime anyone criticizes me for anything, the lawnmower comes out. That'd be funny. I become a total lawnmower tyrant. You know.
I can understand. I can understand the not seeing a special edition of something, and I can understand.
Whoa! Nazis! Hang on! Whoa!
Shut up! You said it. By the way, that was funny earlier before I signed on, and you were like, "Oh, Yahtzee," and then you directly the next sentence say Nazi. So I don't even know what.
I say
the
Yahtzee
point of
because
that
it's
was.
funny. You know, if I'm saying any kind of, if I'm ever censoring myself, it's because it's funnier to say Yahtzee at that time. You know, grape. Sometimes it's funnier to just say I got grape to death. You know, like
But no, it definitely is a freaking
she
point
got
that
grape in the mouth in an alley.
as we're getting older and having a teenager, man, there's been so many films that from the 80s and 90s I just never got a chance to see in theaters, and just seeing these films for the first time, I'm always gonna say, man, go see a fucking IMAX screening of Die Hard. It's just it's not the same being at home, especially when you got half a fucking theater sold out. People are clapping John McClane and
if you watch some of the early we watches like Time Rider and Sidekicks, I bleep the word rape. So anytime there's a bleep, for some reason, it's because I'm saying that, and it makes it funnier.
Why were
and
you
that ties in so well with Blue Collar's point that he was making about not seeing movies in the theater before. Thank you, Stupenzo, for sharing with the rest of us on that.
You're welcome.
Why,
Why don't you just go on mute and play Lawnmower in your headphones for a bit to kind of reset your...
Why were you talking about grape in Sidekicks? What the fuck was happening in there that you were bringing up grape?
Well, it was a good response. Blue Collar said,
true.
I've never gone to a theater and seen these movies and been graped. And so Stupenzo then had to weigh in.
have my teenager with me too.
Yeah, I had his teenager, so his kid had to watch that happen.
Look, I never
Dad,
saw
why didn't
Die
you
Hard
punch
in
him
the
in the ass?
theater either.
Look, you just get along. That's all you do. It's what you do.
Well, I mean, that's fair enough.
You expect this at an IMAX theater.
Yeah.
Not seeing something in the theater is understandable, because if you weren't old, like I said, I wasn't even supposed to see Die Hard in the theater. I conned my mom into letting me see it because I didn't want to watch whatever Julia Roberts Mystic Pizza bullshit she was watching. I was like, can I go see Die Hard instead? All my friends were jealous. They were like, you saw Die Hard? Because it's rated R, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Isn't it?
Oh, it's definitely rated R.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I came home and I was like, oh man,
father.
Die Hard was so fucking cool. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But tell me this, analyst, what is this weird thing that you Zoomers do with the not fucking, you can't watch a movie that came out before you were born or something like that?
Analyst is my age practically. He's a little bit younger than me. You're thinking of like all the other guys.
Like these new Gen Zers and shit.
But that's
a lot of the movies talking about Tour because he watches shit before I was born.
Yeah, we're thinking. You guys are thinking of Uninspired Reviewer or
no, Uninspired watches old shit.
Uninspired has seen everything I've ever heard of.
Those are the babies.
It's just, I think it's just bad parenting, Wes, because like I said, I mean, my kid's 16 and he's watched everything from 1970 until 2023 with me because I watch it with him.
Hey,
and
your kid reads Jack Reacher books and loves the show. He's good in my book.
Oh, he said too, he's mad. He's like, Dad, he's like, so you're gonna watch Reacher with Wes first? I'm like, well, me and Wes got a thing going on, but I'm still gonna watch it with you. He's like, Dad, I can't wait till Friday. He's so hyped to see Reacher season 2.
Oh yeah, that's season 2. I'm really hoping that pays off.
Yeah. I mean, that's how I bonded with my dad, watching cool movies. It's like, hey,
like I said, well, Star Wars, A New Hope came out before I was born, and I grew up watching Star Wars, and Jaws came out before I was born. So a lot of films.
Maybe it's because I work with so many young kids at the bar. But like, if I bring up, and then one of them will randomly say, "Oh, I love movies. I'm a big movie nerd," and I'll bust out with a reference, and they have no clue what I'm talking about. They're like,
also,
I stopped doing that a long time ago because I'm referencing Real Genius and Weird Science.
Oh, God,
and
what a great fucking movie!
Oh my God.
Movie.
Analyst might be old, but he's new to movies. They barely got the concept of cinema up in the caves of Canada.
Why do I keep getting shit? Hey, there's a difference between someone who enjoys film and people who just watch every fucking film ever made. I'm not one of those.
Shots fired at Blue Collar.
Yeah,
right
if you actually enjoyed film, you'd watch shit made before you were born. When
I do watch lots of shit that's made.
I enjoy crappy movies too. This is true. I don't care. I like to watch.
I hear West from. You see it a lot in these.
But that's the thing. If I had a little son, that's how I'd bond with him and be like, all right, mom's asleep or mom's out of the house. We're gonna watch a fucking.
When they
my rite of passage. I had a rite of passage for all my kids where it was like, okay, we're going through the John Carpenter marathon now.
Nice.
Right? And so you're watching The Thing, and that was always hilarious, because I'm sneaking up and fucking with you during that movie.
We did a John Carpenter rewatch thing for like a month or so. I think we got some pretty good ones in it.
Yeah,
and one really bad one. The Fog. I don't know who the fuck keeps saying The Fog. Great movie. What a piece of dog shit.
No, the fog was
good for its time.
I think
it was not. No, it was not. I saw it in its time. It was was good.
I think what was good about it was the fact that it was
a
like the first
neat
time
premise.
The
payoff was absolute shit.
We talked about this on the Losers Lounge, but the idea was you take a shitty horror movie, but you film it in that anamorphic widescreen camera, and it just makes it look so much like more professional, makes it look so much better filming it like that, just spend all your money on the camera, that's what was a great idea.
I mean, it worked for Halloween, but
so you guys, even today, I mean, I went to my sister's house, but watching my nephew, my son, they never seen the Monster Squad, 1987, and we just watched that film. So
I mean,
that's
to be fair,
I could do a whole stream about that movie. I could talk about that movie for 5-6 hours. I love that.
To be fair, Monster Squad's a little more of the obscure.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying. My premise is like, I keep buying films from the 80s and 90s.
If they've never seen Goonies, if they never saw Goonies, that would be.
Well, let's talk about the Goonies is like a classic, but it's because it's marketed perfectly to like all ages. Whereas Monster Squad, it's like it's a kids movie, but it's a little scary, it's a little violent. I mean, and it's obviously too kiddie for like adults. But it's one of those movies that like it transcends the genre. Like it's not a kids film. It's not a horror film. It's like somewhere in between. And it's like, it's great for preteens. Like if you're a 13, 14-year-old, like, Monster Squad's like right up your alley.
That's when I saw it too. So, but
like
and it also has heart. Monster Squad has heart with the Frankenstein stuff. There's like some pretty, it's got a great score with like legitimately moving parts. Scary when he's like looking at his own mask, that looks like his own face. And they're like, oh, poor guy, poor Frank.
Well, but also coming up for Christmas with Godzilla. My nephew's 13. He's watched every single Godzilla film ever made.
Dude, I can't wait for the Godzilla stream.
Yeah, I mean, he's a massive Godzilla fan. But he's 13. Look, it's
the Godzilla Christmas stream. Here's the thing. I'm so excited for it. I'm already watching movies for it. Also, my wireless headphones are dying. I
told him about Enzo. He's like, Uncle Chris, he's like, I love Shin Godzilla. I'm like, yeah. He's like, I want to. It's like you get along Enzo pretty good.
The reason why I like we'll get into that in the stream, but like rewatching some of these old ones, that's fun.
Yeah.
Like there's what's it? I watched Godzilla versus Destroya, or no, Biollante. That was the first one I watched just on a whim, and that's immediately like the first thing you see is like a shootout scene. There's like military guys like grabbing like fucking samples of Godzilla's DNA. Oh shit. Your browser has lost connection with your screen share audio. All right, good to know.
Oh no.
It's okay. I'm glad I got
no
the
more
memo.
no more Hallmark movies we can watch.
Damn.
Damn.
No, we're back.
And I want to share this when you get a chance, but it's up to you.
Oh yeah,
well,
go for it.
I think one of the things. So
just saying right there, like
Toxic. Toxic is of an age when he would have been around when they were still doing the Saturday night monster movies. Right.
Yep.
And so
Saturday
you
night.
got to see King Kong.
You could get a pair of 3D glasses and actually watch some of the.
Oh yeah, when
shit.
Pepsi did the thing with the creature from the Black Lagoon and all that, right? So you got to see certain like classic monster movies, and they were kind of curated, right? So it wasn't just whatever schlock was thrown up, in the 50s to keep the kids amused in the matinee. You got the people that were choosing. It was Vampirella or Dr. Demento or 100 others, right? They were choosing things that they had looked at and said, this is really good, right? And you got it again with like Monster Vision with Billy Bob, Thornton, where he's talking about the Joe Bob Briggs, sorry, that where he would go through and talk about why this thing was important, or if it was total shit, he would point it out, right? And you got exposed to that. Now with the streaming, it is really hard for younger people to kind of figure out what is classic and what is not. Just being old doesn't make it classic.
Yeah.
No,
yeah, and you have to understand there's a lot of classics that, you have to watch them in the lens of the time they were made. Like I was talking about Marty earlier. Don't expect a lot. Same thing with Redbeard. That's an old film and it's like very slow and long. But it's one of those movies like Marty and Redbeard, both of these movies, and they're both great for this time of year, Christmas time. Because even though there's not a lot happening plot wise or set piece wise or even like script wise, it's just something about when that movie's over, you just feel better. You just feel like,
well, human interaction is always going to work.
Yeah.
Right? Humans are humans. They've been humans for a good long time. And when you appeal to that universality of humanity, you are going to be successful if you execute it well.
I said you'll shoot your eye out at work the other day, and the two bartenders
didn't get it.
They stared at me blankly. I'm like, fucking Christmas Story. They're like, what Christmas Story?
Yeah,
I was like, the movie.
That would
Christmas
kill
Story.
me. That would.
And they were just like, they're like, is that the one where he goes, he wishes he was dead and he sees what his life was like. I'm like, no, that's It's a Wonderful Life. I'm like, Ralphie.
The one that they play 24 fucking hours during
on
Christmas.
TNT every Christmas.
Yeah, but they don't know. They don't know because they're fucking Zoomers, and Zoomers don't fucking.
Well, that's all I was just saying, because we go with this with Hollywood. Just number one, look at a director. Hey, thanking the Western audiences, like instead of shitting on your fans and everybody.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't know what this guy's doing. I mean, does he not understand you're supposed to shit on the fans and talk about how they're racist and homophobes and bigots?
And the lens of where they were in the man, instead of watching it for what it is, entertainment. I say escapism. Yeah, I mean, I understand. What I meant with that is like sometimes like people were easily more impressed back in the day, I
would argue against that.
And
that's not true. I have seen the fucking Marvel movies of late. No, the current people are like, look, shiny lights. I like it. Ooh, this is cool. 10 out of 10.
Exactly. You had to drag. People used to be busy doing life shit. They didn't have time to go to the fucking movies. I can remember going to the movies and being in love with the movies, and I had uncles and fucking cousins and a grandfather that'd be like, what are you doing, you fat little fuck? You can't go to the movies every fucking day. I've never been to a movie in my life.
Yeah. It's a constant where it's like, big cinephiles are kind of like a minority. Like you got people who watch movies, passively and, whatever. They see movies here and there, but then you got people who just like watch movies. And even especially nowadays, like most people are like, oh, I saw this show and this Netflix streaming show, but you bring up movies, especially young people, they're like, we don't really watch movies. We watch TikTok videos and YouTube videos and
shorts.
All the evidence, all the evidence that you need to know that the fucking movie thing has gone way off the rails is the fact that in movie trailers, which are short little clips to get you enticed into the movie, now have to have trailers before the trailers.
What that's for?
Get people to watch them.
The reason why that's for, and I'm glad they do that because, like, you know, you get a chance to skip the ad. So it's like, I need to know what the fuck this is in the first 3 seconds. I don't want to see like something super interesting looking.
That's not why they do that.
No,
that might be why you like it.
They're serving the ADD, right? It's if you don't tell me in 5 or 10 seconds, then my attention goes somewhere else. And
But I don't understand.
Go fuck yourself. You're not my target demographic. I actually want people who can think.
I get it when the little teaser to the trailer is at the beginning of the trailer. Yeah. Because it's like I said, you get a chance to like, oh, okay, I don't care about this movie, so I'll skip the ad. But I don't like it is when the teaser to the trailer gets its own fucking video on YouTube. That's weird to me.
Yeah.
Like the teaser trailer drops tomorrow. It's like, okay, who cares about that? You know, there's a trailer advertising. There's a trailer coming. That shit needs to stop. Whatever the fuck that is.
Well, I mean, I would argue for a certain segment of the audience, the trailer is the movie for them. Oh my God, I had to sit there for 2 minutes.
What are some great movies? What are some movies that had better trailers? Like the trailer was better than the movie.
Oh my! Phantom Menace is the first one that comes to my mind.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, even recently, check out
Godzilla, the legendary Godzilla movie with Bryan Cranston. Like, I deserve to know what happened to my wife.
I was gonna say recently, Napoleon. If you watch, because I watched the film and I listened to Lance talk to Drinker and the about the whole 4-hour cut. But if you watch the trailer for Napoleon, that trailer paints a very different movie than what the fuck I saw for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it wasn't 2.5 minutes of him rolling around with Josephine going, "Why am I cucked? Oh my God, what am I gonna do?"
Hey, you know what? Right. If they hadn't have done a bait and switch with Bryan Cranston in the legendary Godzilla movie,
about that.
We would be talking about how legendary Godzilla was a great Curmudgeon movie with Bryan Cranston as the lead, like trying to find the secret to killing his wife. God, that was such a fucking, just like Man of Steel.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Why'd you fuck that up?
Why'd
you fuck that up so bad? And then also like another movie that had like a way better trailer than the movie itself. Analyst, can you think of any? Are you there?
There's been so many.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I just had a weird connection issue, but
what are some, like, because I know there's so many, especially like nowadays, like obviously, but like it's not really like obviously like a shitty movie has a trailer that's better than the movie, but I'm saying like a movie we thought would have been good because the trailer looked great, but then
I mean, there's a lot of movies where it's like, oh, it's a comedy, and they literally put all the funny shit in the trailer.
Just exactly what Jay said. So many comedies, man. You go see the film and you're like, damn, I laughed more during the trailer.
That movie that came out last year, Smile. That had a great marketing thing and a great trailer.
It really
that movie was fucking worthless.
If that trailer had just showed the big final monster at the end,
I did like the concept of Smile.
The big cool effect where the monster does that thing. Like if that was in the trailer, then you wouldn't need to see the movie.
But West said I agree with you too. Like the marketing, but the marketing behind Smile was fucking genius.
Yeah,
those guys nailed that.
No doubt.
Nick's makes a good point about the whole normies.
Yeah.
And it's often used by certain people to be insulting.
It's not.
The vast majority of people are busy living their fucking lives.
When I say normie,
kids,
when I say this person's a normie,
the thing that I would say is that what you have is so with regards to like everybody's talking about with the superhero fatigue, right? For people who are hardcore comic geeks or just love superheroes, right? There's no fatigue there. They just want good movies. The thing about from the Hollywood perspective is that there really is a superhero fatigue in that the fad that ran through, normies, and I'm gonna like associate. I'm geek adjacent, right? Look, I got loot box, so I'm a geek too, right? That shit has died, and Marvel did a good job of killing it.
Yeah,
they're not coming back, right?
It's like you said,
so
like
you're going to have to scale your budgets and the scale of your movies to fit to the smaller demographic that is just the hardcore superhero fan.
Yeah. Well, when I say normies, I'm not saying like, oh, this person's like insulting to that person. It's like, hey, this person's a normie. That means this person's not a fucking nerd like the rest of us.
Right.
So I actually agree though.
Right. But it is often used as an exclusionary thing where like, oh, you're not one of us. No, they have better things to fucking do.
Normie means they don't get it, but that doesn't mean that that's a detriment that they don't get it. Like sometimes it's a good thing that they don't fucking get it, whatever the fuck we're talking about. Like this is a normie. It means he doesn't give a shit about whatever we're talking about. That's basically what that means.
But I think
whatever hobby we're referring to, the normie means someone who doesn't really care or isn't initiated.
No, but like almost like so, like Jay was saying, if I could, if you look at the average person just like going to theaters, I'm the only person. I think most people on average see maybe 1 or 2 films a year. People like us, because even me, I have the Regal app. That's why I go
You're
so much.
keeping
For
Regal
but
alive, basically.
but if I
like...
if, honestly, if I didn't have the app though, if I didn't have the app,
is.
I'm not fucking blowing $200 a month on movies. Like shit's fucking expensive. Most people got real bills, or like said most normies. I mean, I've got 3 sisters. They may see 1 film every 2 years. You know?
Well, and to Blue Collar, when Blue Collar was talking about, he went to go see Die Hard for the first time, right? The thing is that they're shit at marketing the fact that they are re-releasing these classic movies, and the vast majority of people don't know it, and then don't go see the movie unless you are, in tune with whatever their socials are and all that shit or whatever. And they're like, fuck that. My socials involve, my grandkids or my friends and all that. They don't know anything about, if I guarantee if Disney decided to re-release Star Wars and actually pushed it as a real marketing push or whatever, they would make more money off of releasing that original trilogy than they have over the latest.
Man, when
Disney
I went to the
Star Wars.
1997 re-releases, I was so fucking sick to my stomach with
the fucking special editions. That was when I was like, fuck the prequels. I don't give a fuck. Lucas shit on his actually good movies, and I'm out of that. I took my kids because I was like, I want you to experience the same thing, right? My kids were young as fuck at the time those things came out, right? My oldest was 5, but I was like, I want you to see this or whatever. And I'm sitting there going, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nix is a more normie, you guys. So fucking.
But even like Jay's right though.
It's an honor to have you here.
I took my son to see the re-release a couple years ago of Silence of the Lambs. He really liked that. I was actually surprised. He had just turned 18, and I was like, let's go. I was like, let's go. And he wanted to go see some stupid shit, and I'm like, nah, Silence of the Lambs is back in the theater. You'll really like this, and we won't watch it. And he was like, yeah, he dug it. So.
Dude, crazy shit, crazy memory about the Empire Strikes Back re-release special edition in the theater.
Yeah.
The fucking only thing I remember about any of those movies re-seeing in the theater. No. Before the movie, there was a trailer for fucking Starship Troopers, and I was like, "What the fuck is that? That looks cool!" And it was this dumb song number 2 playing, woohoo, just killing insects, and it's just like from the director of RoboCop, Basic Instinct, and I was like,
I remember that trailer. I remember
seeing that trailer in the theater for Empire Strikes Back.
You know what had a really good trailer? Was that wannabe Star Wars movie that
Rebel
what's
Moon?
His name?
Rebel Moon.
No, Freddie Prinze Jr. was in back in 90.
Wing Commander.
Wing Commander.
Yeah.
Video game.
Yeah. Because they were trying to capitalize on all the hype for the prequels and stuff. So they were like, oh, we're gonna do this bargain basement Star Wars thing kind of a little bit.
I think so. So Nix has a point where he's talking about that you won't hear normies having opinions. They don't care, right? So there's a thing that I try to describe is so if you step in dog shit, you stepped in dog shit, right? Okay. The thing about nerds is that they then bust out their veterinarian degrees and try and figure out what fucking breed, what did they eat this day, and all that stuff or whatever. The vast majority of people just go, I stepped in dog shit. I'm going to wipe that off and I'm not going to do it again, right? What's happened with movies is they may not know why it's shit, but they know they've stepped in shit. And so they're going to avoid it unless they get a lot of word of mouth that tells them, right? And Mulder can put out his 8-hour videos, and I will geek on those all day long, right? Breaking down why it is shit, right? But the vast majority of people just sense, man, I just stepped in dog shit. I'm not going to see that again. And that's as far as the thinking goes, because what you don't do when you step in dog shit is go walking back out in the same fucking yard, retracing your steps.
But that's also the scary part. It's like, look at right now. It's like I said, Die Hard and The Abyss. Two films in 2023 that came out in the 80s. And I go see these films, and there's more tickets sold than anybody going to see the Marvels. And imagine, okay, Marvels came out 2023. Imagine 25, 30 years from now, if they release the Marvels, what, one person may show up if that?
The thing is, so movies, the theaters themselves need to divorce themselves from the studios and start trying to hook up, because we had such a huge consolidation with cinemas, right? Where it's now just, 2 companies that own essentially all of the cinemas you're going to see. What they need to do is stop going, okay, well, Disney comes and says, we're going to reserve 6 fucking weeks of your premiere. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Can we get access to your catalog and actually run 6 weeks? Star Wars ran continuously from 77 to 80. Right.
Yeah.
You could go to
That's
theaters and still be able to see Star Wars in 1980 before Empire came out.
Yeah.
And what did they do?
Yeah.
Just keep cashing those fucking checks.
Man, there are so few theaters up here, or at least around me. There are some in like obviously in cities, but like that's still few and far between. Like sometimes you'll see like a matinee or something, but like older films being re-released in theaters, very rare up here.
I had so many people tell me they went, besides Chris, a few of my friends, one that lives in Kentucky and one that lives down in Texas, not necessarily near Enzo, but in Texas. And they had both went and saw the re-release of Die Hard. And Jay, did they re-release Die Hard where you're at? Because
I don't have any idea because they damn well didn't advertise it.
Yeah, over here. Well, I checked because I wanted to go see it.
I take that back. I checked one time because I think it was Chris Gore was mentioning that they were re-releasing a bunch of stuff. And I went and looked and saw the calendar and I was like, man, they're re-releasing a whole bunch of really good movies.
Yeah, no, I was
for like a day or two. And
when the writer's strike was announced, you can quote me. I was on a stream saying, well, hey, I'm looking forward to a bunch of re-releases, but over here, the theater here, that's like a rock star away from where I'm sitting right now. They didn't have nothing on Die Hard, nothing. And I was just
I would bet that one of ours did, and they did fuck all for actual marketing of it other than, do you have the app? No.
Even like this was like 6 months ago. Gary Nerdrotic even said, he's like, guys, then they streamed that they're like the 20th anniversary of Return of the King. Why have we seen like one ad on a random like fucking Reddit post about that? Like 20 years Return of the King, $1 billion movie should be fucking marketed a fuck.
Yeah, why did they not over the last 3 years fucking do it's the 20th anniversary of Lord of the Rings. Start rolling them out and let's
I'll
make
say
I was pretty disappointed at the lack of
of
coverage over that. But,
like we've talked about with the the Hobbit menu, they do still show Lord of the Rings theatrical releases like almost every year. They seem to do a screening somewhere for those movies. So it's not like it's been 20 years since we've seen it. Like we've been watching that movie every year for the past 20 years, you know. So it's not. That's probably why we're seeing, because they're planning on doing their yearly, re-release of Return of the King.
Right,
but
what they don't do is actually advertise it. Right, you have to be a geek like the rest of us to actually discover this instead of going, "Hey, normies, want to see a good movie from the old era? Here."
Yeah, I think the reason why they do that is because like these movies come out for re-releases, they come out on one night on one screen. It's not like Die Hard's going to be playing like all week, because if that was the case,
right? But it's stupid not to do that, especially with the dog shit that's out in the theaters right now.
Look, it's like Fish, the band Fish. They sell out fucking immediately. Madison Square Garden. They fucking sell out. Like Taylor Swift sells out like just as fast, But the problem with Fish is it's the same fucking 1,000 dudes over and over and over again just buying the tickets. So that's the same thing with like these special screenings. It's like.
No, what's not going to happen is I'm going to re-release Lord of the Rings and 1,000 of the tards show up. Nobody actually liked Fish except for people who huff their own farts, right? If instead you're going, Queen is showing up for a tour. Every motherfucker from 5 generations is showing the hell up to see it.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like with like the Lord of the Rings movies, like I said, everyone has them, everyone's seen them multiple times.
Yeah, but the theater experience.
Don't care. If you saw it in your home theater, it ain't the same as seeing it in the theater.
Seeing Die Hard in the theater was such a fucking experience.
Yeah.
That was actually part of their advertising. I remember that they were like, "Go and watch Die Hard in the theater. You will get blown away."
Like even right now, guys.
I had the original Star Wars VHS tapes, right? I could watch that shit in the. Oh, we're going to release it in the theater. I'm taking my family. Let's go see that and experience it like I did in '77.
I think the thing is, like, when you say movie theater, I don't think like the appeal to a movie theater anymore is the big sound, the big screen. Nowadays, the appeal to me has always been the crowd. Like, you're seeing it with a bunch of strangers. Like, that's kind of the best part of the
there's a social connection to it as well as, but there's a certain pageantry to the event of going, especially on good theaters.
I agree.
Not high every mall fucking thing where it's we have 50 people crammed into this fucking closet with a screen, right? When I saw Star Wars in '77, it was at an Art Deco movie palace.
Yeah,
right. That's what that shit came out in, right? And so you walked in and it was like, man, you had to put on your fucking suit coat. We're coming in to see some real shit, right?
Nice.
And the only things you saw in that theater were the big play. This is the major hit, right? And you're gonna go see that.
Yeah. I talked about this briefly one time, a few times, but like Blair Witch Project, like Adam's saying, that had so much hype. And that's another movie that you could argue not really the trailer was better, but like the advertising for the movie was
that was a brilliant marketing scheme.
Yeah.
Brilliant marketing. Brilliant marketing.
I'll never forget the theatrical experience seeing that movie because like before we go see it, there's like a huge line and we can't get seated. And it's like 5 minutes. The movie's supposed to start. We're still out in the hallway. And some guy comes out, is like, sorry guys, we're taking too much time cleaning up the theater because a bunch of people vomited. And we're like, oh my God, this movie's gonna be so scary. And then it just turns out everyone was throwing up because of the motion sickness. And then I realized it was because of that, because halfway through the movie, my buddy Larry was next to me and we ate at Cheddar's like right before the movie, huge bacon burgers. And he's just like, oh, I feel sick, dude. And I remember it's like them just walking around the woods. And I was like, oh shit, that's what's happening. That's why people were throwing up. But then even better than that was in the experience. There's one of the first like, what's that sound? Do you hear that?
Yeah, the sound design for Blair Witch is the only thing that really pays off. If you
one of the first times where they're like, what's that sound? It's just like crackling and shit. And you hear it. A fucking baby starts crying, and the whole theater is just like, oh, whoa, what the fuck? And then it's just a baby crying. And you hear the girl in the movie, Heather or whatever her name's, just like, what's that sound? Would you hear that? And you just hear baby. That's all we hear. And I swear to God, the lady right in front of me just turned around and it's like, shut that fucking baby up. And the whole theater erupted. I've told that story before. Blair Witch was crazy.
I just want to tell you guys, it's not being promoted now, but like someone can read it right now for the coming soon section. Now you got coming soon. Now check this out for 2024. June 23rd, South Park is hitting 25 years for the first South Park film. And you got look at this. Look, Never Ending Story. Really? The 40th anniversary of Never Ending Story. But this is gonna fuck all you guys. I'm taking my kid to see this right here. Look at this.
That would be fantastic for a kid to see.
50 fucking years of Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles. Hell yeah.
Hero to Blazing Saddles.
But right here, but it's only a small tab.
Where the white women at? Where the white women at?
But it's just scary that it's only a small tab coming soon. But like say, but how much are they going to promote this shit? That's the issue. It's like, yes, for someone like me who has a Regal app, I may see this shit, but obviously Enzo, Jay, for amateur, and Wes, you won't see it because you don't have the app. So
I have the app.
I won't see it because I live in Canada and they don't play old movies in theaters because they're dumb. And if they do, it's in Toronto, and I'm not driving to Toronto.
All right, well,
fuck that city.
Let's catch up with the chat real quick. Adam Gray talking about his neighbor or his roommate who made him see Blair Witch. Also, never did his dishes. Northern English Bastard. What if cinemas converted their screens to curved? Feel free to disagree, but I hate curved screens. Yeah, they are kind of weird.
Well, didn't you guys have Screen X? We have that in Albany. We have Screen X. Like I'm not a fan of that.
What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. Is
it an you never seen Screen X?
X-shaped screen?
No, imagine a screen, right? You have a screen on the front, then you have where the speakers are at, a screen to the left, and a screen to the front.
Oh yeah.
Right. So
we talked about Screen X when we watched when we were doing the Avatar discussion. We talked about that.
Is that like poor man's IMAX?
Yeah, it's like it's some films. It makes
like
it
ultra wide screen. It's like instead of 16 by 9, it's like 166 by 9.
Yeah,
it's fucking
like the whole Screen X. It's actually when you walk to the theater, it's actually 3 screens, just one in front of you, one to your right, one to the left. So it makes the shots seem a lot wider. But a lot of films it does not work for. It only works for some.
No. You guys, you have to film it. It's like IMAX. I'm going to put it in IMAX, but I didn't actually film it for proper IMAX. And I don't mean your discount bullshit IMAX. I mean the truly spherical IMAX that's supposed to totally pull you in, right?
Technically, Screen X is kind of a curved screen, but I'm not.
Yeah. So Adam Gray says you only need a curved screen if you're a professional Aplex player and need it 10 inches from your face. So that's good to know. Nick's Star Wars sequels had premiere one day early here. 8 and 9 had special premieres for high society. Imagine politicians, influencers, important people. It was empty. I got a free ticket just because I walked by. Hell yeah. Did you feel like you got ripped off? Did you feel like you still got ripped off? Seen it with my brother who goes to cinema once every 2 years. He was confused of what he just watched, and he was what was the link or relation with Star Wars. Yeah, I also left episode 8 feeling very confused. Adam Gray, I have a clip of a 10-year-old Justin Trudeau getting into a preview of Empire. Wow. Northern East Bastard, did his father Fidel take him? Adam Gray, yep, somehow he was less of a twat then. Whoa. Blue Collar Loser, you use words prettier than a $20 whore. That's from Northern English Bastard.
That's expensive for him.
Yeah, analysts won't see it. They still have to invent chairs in the cinemas. I don't think that's true.
Yikes. Yeah.
See, what happened was he was picking on Lord Toxic, and then you started pushing back, and now he's picking on you. That's how it works.
Yeah. Well,
think about how they call me fat and gay and old, and I'm just like, yep, sure am. And they don't.
Dude, I've literally never heard anybody call you gay.
And then they drop it.
Well, you are just like a serial killer right now, so
I was going for the curmudgeon thing. I was going for the angry teacher.
No, I thought you were going for the Cosby. Would you like a drink thing?
You should have done the whole tie with a fucking short sleeve button shirt. And that
I wish I had.
Yeah, you did a tie with short sleeves. That would have pulled.
What
it
I
off.
need is one of those corduroy brown jackets, like the Paul Giamatti's wearing, with like those elbow pads, whatever the fuck those are for. Like
with the patches, the elbow patches. Yeah,
that's for writers. People who are spending a lot of time.
Like to Luke,
or professors from the 1970s.
I do hate inflation. $20 for a horror. What happened to $5 horrors? Fuck, man.
What happened to $2 horrors, man?
Yeah, why get a $20 horror when you can get 4 or $5 horrors?
Exactly, man. Goddamn America.
I'm gonna nail you for obstruction.
Like I've never fucked a 10, but I fucked 5 2s, and that should count, right?
Yeah. There you go. Yep. Well, God, we're approaching 4 hours. I guess. I guess the show. I guess we didn't get hit my limit, so that's good.
We didn't talk about election almost at all.
We're still live.
I love election. Let's talk about election. The first MTV movie.
Our coverage of Curmudgeon was somewhat limited.
Yeah, no, I agree though, because first of all, one thing I noticed about all three of these, the Alexander Payne trilogy that I'm calling it, the Curmudgeon trilogy from Alexander Payne, we've got Election, The Holdovers, and About Schmidt. Both of them all three of them are like kind of similar stories, but at different points in your life. And then one thing that's very interesting about all three of these movies, like this will be kind of minor spoilers, but like all three of these movies, the main character has some kind of second or third act injury. This guy gets his bee sting. Someone, I won't say who, there's like a funny ass dislocated shoulder scene in The Holdovers. About Schmidt, he sleeps on a waterbed and like fucks up his neck real bad, and he has to take Percodan, expired Percodan. But yeah, one thing I love about Election is like, you think, you don't realize Matthew Broderick is the curmudgeon. He's really just an asshole trying to shit on this little girl's dream.
He's a real piece of shit in that.
He just doesn't like her because she's an overachiever, and he just doesn't think she should be. He just has a thing against her because his friend, peer, actually had like an inappropriate underage thing with her, and it ruined his life. And he kind of has some kind of secret resentment towards her about that. But yeah, you realize like it's also great because Ferris Bueller, he's so famous for playing Ferris Bueller, the kid who played Hooky. And here he is playing like a little straight edge, like teacher stickler. He's a good teacher from what you could tell in the movie, but based on all of his voiceovers, just like in About Schmidt, like he seems like a nice man. Everything he does is good. And the way he acts is well behaved and polite, and everyone likes him. But when you hear his interior thought and inner monologue, his inner thoughts, you realize he's kind of a shithead.
It's a guy who got stuffed in a gym locker like in 7th grade and never just gave it up. He was never popular. He was never the cool kid, and he resents that. And she is like the focus of all of his hatred from his youth.
Well, but I agree. She represents what it is that he lost a long time ago, which is ambition. and she represents somebody that's gonna like, like she's a killer. I mean, she's gonna go through life, be a young Republican, get into politics, and of course she does, and she just whatever she sets her mind to, she just goes and does it. He just finds her exhausting when in fact, I mean, she's basically the typical, I mean, and he wants to go back to the dummy, what's his name, the jock kid.
Oh, right. Chris Klein.
Chris Klein, and what is arguably Chris Klein's best role.
Everyone's so fantastic in this movie because, like, yeah, he's like the sweet, innocent jock guy who has like a broken leg. And he's like, hey, Chip, what's his name? Chip or something?
I have no idea. I can't remember the name. I don't know her name, but
her name's Tracy Flick.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, the fact that it's such a microcosm of a small Midwestern town.
Yeah.
And how people would act in those situations, and they have
it's about a school election, and also so metaphorical for like real elections, for actual politics.
Right.
Analyst, you've seen Election, right? When 1999.
There's no way he has not seen this movie.
No, he's not seen it.
No way.
Sure.
Election in 1999.
Yeah, he hasn't seen it.
There's no way.
The first MTV movie. The second, everyone thinks that Beavis and Butthead Do America was the first MTV movie, but it was actually the second. This was the first MTV movie, and it is probably still to this day the best MTV movie.
Wait,
because it's
Beavis and Butthead came out in '96, bro.
Really?
Yeah, Beavis and Butthead Do America predate Election. Yeah.
Well, then never mind. I feel stupid.
God damn it!
All right.
Well, I predict someone losing on the trivia on Lance's channel.
Anyway, so you got like a school election, and what happens is like you got Tracy Flick, Reese Witherspoon, who this is also one of her, even though it's so early in her career, it's still one of her best roles. As Tracy Flick, like overachieving Miss Know-It-All. She's like all the extracurricular activities. She's like chapter president of this and team.
I like how toxic her fucking mom is. Because at the end when she loses because they rigged the election.
Spoilers.
And then I don't care. And this movie is 25,
motherfucker.
Yeah, this movie's 25 years old. Sorry. And then she's crying her eyes out. And she's so heartbroken, and the mom's like, "You should have made some more posters. If you didn't make some more posters."
And then she gives her like some Valium or something.
Yeah.
She was like, "Here, take this. This will help. This is what mommy does." I'm already getting you started on stuff. But what's great is like, okay, so minor spoilers. I mean, Chris Klein, he's being coaxed by, vindictive teacher Matthew Broderick. Tracy Flick is running unopposed as class president, and he kind of sees her as like going as a straight shot to like Lockheed Martin, like just being like she's going to become like the next like
he's not wrong.
No,
he's not wrong.
She's going to become like the next Dick Cheney, in his imagination, So he has to stop her. He has to just kind of give her a little dose of realism. So he gets former quarterback, handsome prom king guy with a broken leg. Hey, maybe you can run for president,
but not
and give her some competition. But then, like, he accidentally doesn't realize that he has some drama going on with his sister, who's like, they both are like fighting over the same girl, and he doesn't even realize it, that his sister has like this, ex.
Yeah.
He's like dating his sister's ex.
That scene when the girlfriend tells she's like, she's only running to get back at me, and he's like, for what?
For
no,
what?
To get back at you. For what?
For what? Exactly. So everyone's doing their big, campaign speech, and everyone gives their little so-and-so. And this girl, she's like the younger sister, and she's just like a burnout.
She's great. She's great.
And this scene, dude, she steals the whole movie. It's like, sorry. God damn it. I had it muted. People.
Still muted.
Still muted, buddy.
What's going on?
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I'm only sharing screen. No, that's a StreamYard fault right there. Sorry, StreamYard.
Yeah. Well,
remember that error that you got earlier that said that your audio was disconnected?
No, but I fixed that, but it happened again. Anyway, let's go.
It's not a lawnmower noise, so we're not going to get to hear it.
Right. Is that better?
Yeah, we got it.
Who cares about this stupid election?
That's right.
Based.
Yeah, this movie just looks super familiar, but if I watched it, it was like a very, very long time ago.
Rewatch it. It's so
Yeah.
good.
We all know it doesn't matter who gets elected president of Harvard.
True.
Do you really think it's going to change anything around here? Make one single person smarter or happier or nicer?
Just pausing for whatever fucking reason, you know why I'm pausing it.
What happened to this chick? I've never
commentary.
seen her in anything else.
Right. I never saw her again. I don't know what the hell she's up to. I don't know.
Yeah.
She's,
Well,
she's
Enzo, sorry,
Well,
if you skip
no,
10
Reese
seconds ahead of
Witherspoon
that time, they
became
don't
their-
fuck with you.
Sorry, what'd you say, Chris?
I think it's 8 seconds, but
Yeah,
Reese Witherspoon went.
to skip ahead, they don't fuck with you. So
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because I'm trying to get this whole monologue, so whatever.
Yeah.
The only person it does matter to is the one who gets elected. The same pathetic charade happens every year. And everyone makes pathetic promises just so they can put it on their transcripts to get into college.
Yeah, I mean, this is like one of those parts of the movie where like the plot thickens, because like, oh God, it's so good. Because now she actually has a good chance to win.
So vote for me, because I don't even want to go to college, and I don't care. And as president, I won't do anything.
Oh my God! Can I please vote for whoever the hell promises that?
Well, you have to understand, this is why, obviously Trump didn't say like, I'm not going to do anything, but Trump was the first one who's like, hey, fuck all these people. And that's what I remember, like in 2016, I was like, this guy's going to win. And I remember telling people that, and they were like, thought I was crazy. I was like, dude, you underestimate.
I was surprised he won. I'm not gonna lie. I think I lost the bet.
I hated Hillary Clinton so much. I was like,
so did I, but I didn't.
Yeah, Trump didn't win. Hillary lost. That's what happened.
Like, Norm Macdonald said it best. He's like, Hillary Clinton. We hate Hillary Clinton so much that we voted for someone that we hated more, just because of how much we hate her.
Right.
Well, we didn't hate him. We may dislike him, but 53% of the population hated her. So we knew what we didn't like.
I hated her too, but I couldn't figure out. You got to understand, from my perspective, I'm like, are we really putting a reality TV star fucking billionaire?
When I walked into they had the little ladies giving the donuts and stuff or whatever, and would you like a coffee? And I was like, I'm going to need something stronger if I have to choose between these two fucking candidites.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why people thought I was crazy, or because I was saying that.
No, I hear you. No, I hear you. Like I said,
now people think I'm crazy because I say Trump is still in charge of the military and he's actually planning a fucking sting operation right now that's been going on for the past 6 years, 5 years.
Yeah, that's crazy, actually. But
well, we'll see how that
says the man who says no, the tanks are going to roll and we're not going to have an election.
Yeah. I'm saying the exact opposite. Yeah. We'll see who's right next to 11.
I'd like to put down my 1,000 on both sides.
Listen, you're gonna need that 1,000 to like pay off the fucking warlords that are gonna come into your fucking house and shit and take over your shit. So just save your money, boomer.
I'm not gonna have to pay shit. They may take over my house, but it'll be after I exhaust my ammunition.
Yeah, there's a rifle there's a rifle behind every blade of grass in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, there's more than one.
Oh, whoops! I didn't do that.
Every Iraqi citizen had fucking rifles too. I'll just point that out to you.
Oh.
Immediately dismantle the
And those who fought didn't have to worry about who occupied their house. They were dead.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Why would you play that? Why would you play the fucking cheering? Why would you play that noise? Why don't you just do background noise? Why don't you just play the lawnmower? Why would you play
because
that?
It was either the Hallmark channel that he was going to tune into.
It was the end of the scene. Yeah.
True.
Jesus. What were some other good Hallmark movies I watched recently?
None.
Shut up. Shut up. The thing with
the new Wonka's
Reese Witherspoon, I've had
surprisingly, it's getting mixed reviews.
What is it?
The new Wonka film?
The new Wonka movie.
Well, the thing is, he is a good actor, though. I mean, it sucks because he's not a shitty actor.
Here's the thing. It's the guys who made Paddington 2, which I know is like one of the greatest movies of all time, allegedly.
I watched Nicolas Cage talk about it, so.
Dude, I'm so sick of them just destroy. Listen, the original Willy Wonka is a
Gene
fucking
Wilder, 1971. Don't
brilliant,
fucking touch it. Stop
brilliant
fucking around.
Yes, one of
I
the
agree.
most brilliant, still to this day, one of the few movies that actually scared the shit out of me when I was a kid. They would play that around Easter time at my school, and I would just burst out into tears when it would come on, and I'd go fucking hide in the corner till the fucking
That
movie was
explains a
over.
lot.
How old are we talking here? 18?
7. Dick.
Dude, I watched Lord of the Rings when I was 7.
Willy Wonka is a horror movie. The original Willy
It
Wonka.
really is.
He murders. He
I'm
murders.
sure you
Yeah, they were
those
talking
fucking
about
kids.
that today on
I don't
Cannoli
think
stream.
so. I know so. I know so.
Now, to be fair, he's like Saw. He doesn't murder them, but he damn sure sets
That's
up
true.
all of the things for them to do. And then he goes,
I mean,
Until that
watching
I didn't murder
Artax
him.
drowned was a little more dramatic, I think.
Right, he didn't turn into a big blueberry
Listen,
for herself.
if he didn't have any intention of killing those kids, how come after they fucking on the tour, how come they only had like 5 spaces on the fucking boat later?
I'm just saying, he's like Saw. He's going to claim, I didn't murder them. They happened to kill themselves. I just set up all of the traps and everything. They just didn't win the game.
Gord's not right, though. You never know, man. You'd be surprised.
Oh, Northern English Bastard, the new Doctor Who episode. Well, you watched a Doctor Who episode where a mole man says, "I just want to go home and be oppressed." Is that too much to ask? Perfectly sums up the attitude of most people these days. Yeah. The thing about the new one where we've talked about, we've mentioned the last one where Isaac Newton was an Indian guy, but this new one, they ruined the Doctor even more so than the Time Child episode.
What a surprise!
I know.
Yeah.
Actually, it is.
Who could have anticipated this development?
They ruined the regeneration process.
Someone's got to be
or
placing
whatever.
bets back there. Like,
Now that Enzo has explained to me how the BBC works, I look at all this shit completely differently. Like after you explain the whole, you have to have a BBC TV or you get charged and all that kind of shit. I was like, what the actual fuck? And that's like, because I remember listening to a docuseries about China and how in China they have a radio in the house. They have to leave on the propaganda channel all the time. And they check to make sure if it's fucking playing and it's just nothing but pure Chinese propaganda fucking playing over the fucking radio.
That's absolutely North Korea.
Oh, is that North Korea? Whatever. One of those slant countries. I get them confused all the time.
There's some really good Asian around the 60s and 70s. There's some really good. You can find it on YouTube, but like Asian Western style music made by Asian people. So like Asian funk music. The creator actually had a little bit of that stuff on the soundtrack. But like there's some really good funk music that came out of like Vietnam and Korea and the Philippines and China because they weren't allowed to listen to it. So like they're really getting down with that cool kind of groovy funk and like Afrobeat style soul music.
I think the future is gonna be like fucking Firefly. I think it's gonna be a Chinese fucking American conglomerate, the two biggest world powers, and white people be walking around fucking singing. Yeah,
that's just a reboot of Blade Runner where we thought the Japanese were going to win.
Yeah, Blade Runner was great.
Firefly.
One of the things about Gord King was talking about how like Wonkzilla should have been a thing where Wonka and Godzilla came out on the same day. But I joked about how like if you had pushed back Godzilla 1 week, then it would have came out on the Pearl Harbor anniversary, which would have been crazy.
Shit.
But because imagine that. We made some cool Willy Wonka Godzilla nonsense, fun stuff. Very cute.
I mean, I do love the fact that the Godzilla people are being very proactive for the audience, going, look, as long as you keep buying tickets, we're going to keep getting back into the theaters. What a novel concept! Not just we're going to buy 2 months of all the primo screens because we're Disney, and you'll watch whatever slop we fucking
you'll watch what we tell you to watch, and you'll like it.
Yeah, shut up, peasant. Consume what your betters have given you.
Serenity, Nix is good. I mean, it's the best season finale, series finale we could have hoped for. At least they did.
I think it's as good as you could get with.
I wish more shows that ended preemptively had like some cool, movie finale to wrap everything up.
I appreciate it. I like it, but at the same time, I resent it because we deserved a show.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it also had to appeal to the normies, the people who weren't initiated with Firefly,
which it does.
Which was me. which was me. I saw Serenity before I saw Firefly.
Oh, son.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you just watch one of the most likable characters. Oh, sorry, spoilers. You just watch one of the most likable characters die.
Get impaled.
But even then, I felt
a leap on the wind.
I felt
you're not.
Even from that first movie, I definitely felt like, oh man, that guy died. I didn't want him to die. I only knew him from the one movie, so I mean,
dude,
it worked.
I remember getting to the end of Firefly for the first time and just like being like, "What? That's it, dude! It just hit its stride. Are you fucking kidding me?"
Oh yeah,
that was funny. Is like after I saw Serenity, I remember being like, okay, well, I guess I'll check out this Firefly show, and I watched it like the next day. In one day, I was like, oh,
no, see, that was when I knew I was cemented as the kiss of death for any good series or anything like that. Right?
Said this. Yeah.
I mean, like American Gothic, one fucking season, and it was like, what the fuck? It's dead. What are you talking about? I mean,
to
Firefly.
Be fair, Jay, you can't take all the blame for that. Fucking Fox was notorious for doing that.
Yeah, Fox fucked that up the B jump where they're like, no, we'll play it out of order. I'm sorry, you said what?
Yeah, that was the part that got me because like as a kid when it came out, I couldn't get into it because I saw like the 3rd episode first, and it's like, oh fuck this, I'm gonna watch Stargate SG-1 or like Everscape or something, like fuck this show, because that was what
I'll tell you one that pissed me off.
But...
We were talking about like trailers and previews that miscast the positive, right?
Dude, really?
There's another one that's like on the negative. So one of the ones that the trailer where I was like, fuck this shit. And then I actually saw the movie on Cinemax at like 2 a.m. and I was like, wait, this was a fucking movie? Bicentennial Man is much better movie than that dog shit Disney fucking preview and trailer did, right? But the other one is Enterprise with that fucking sad ass. It's been a long road. As soon as I heard that theme song, I was like, I'm out this. Fuck this. This sounds like shit.
Bicentennial Man was like it was marketed as something else.
Yeah, it was look a wacky comedy with Robin Williams and a robot. Isn't that funny?
And sad.
And then you actually watch it and you're like, holy shit. They actually dealt with a lot of good sci-fi philosophy in that.
Right, but if I didn't see that in the theater, but if I did, I'd imagine a lot of crying kids in that movie. A lot of kids getting restless.
AI come out at the same time?
Around the same time,
yeah, around the same time.
I find AI superior, obviously.
Man, when I was a kid, Bicentennial Man fucked me up. That was so sad. When you were a little kid watching that, you're like, oh my god, this is like actually coming to terms with real
You thought it was going to be like
It is. There are a huge amount of deep philosophical, sci-fi
too
type
heavy for kids,
topic.
And it's not a popcorn movie, really.
Right, and Disney's like, no, this is a yuck family where Robin Williams is stumbling around in the robot suit. Isn't that funny? And as soon as I saw the previews, I was like,
Columbus,
fuck you.
Right?
If you're doing that to Asimov, I'm out this motherfucker. And then I happened to see
movie,
it.
Right?
I don't know.
Home Alone and Harry Potter, the first Harry Potter movies.
I don't know.
Every movie he does has some kind of Christmas part, or at least partly set in Christmas. I don't know what his deal is, but here's David Cross giving some choice words about Fox News and their wonderful handling of Arrested Development.
Oh,
Jesus Christ!
Wow, dude, I told you before that was loud as shit, and you're just like, no, I'm gonna keep going with it.
You might get a new one, and there knows how to market a show that won 5 motherfucking Emmys, Golden Globes, SAG Awards, WGA Awards, DGA Awards, Producers Guild Awards, critics top 10 lists. If you can't market that kind of show and get better ratings, then maybe the problem doesn't lie here. Maybe it lies with marketing. Night.
Good night. Thank you very much.
Wearing a giant brassiere. I don't know. But yeah, those motherfuckers at Fox ruined a bunch of shows. And I think even Futurama lasting as long as it did, like that, it still had pretty bad numbers. And King of the Hill is so much more popular, like retroactively, than it was like when it was on the air.
I love the fact that during the when Family Guy did the Star Wars things and they had the scrawl and they just fucking take the piss out of Fox. They're like, hey, did you know, speaking of wasting money, Fox canceled us twice? And
yeah, totally. Yeah. But that's because they were like on Hulu now, and even though it's still Fox Fox is still behind it. It's just like it's easier to talk shit when there's like another parent company. I mean,
Disney
more like
actually
Disney
owns it. Who the hell cares?
Disney owns Fox now. Yeah, because of course I forgot. Because I keep thinking ABC.
No, that's 20th Century Studios. There's no Fox.
You can't even call their Fox isn't even a thing anymore. Yeah.
Wow. That's crazy.
Man,
we didn't want to be associated with Fox News. Oh yeah, you don't want to be associated with certain things. Okay.
I remember just trying to wrap my head around like copyright stuff on YouTube, and I'm doing a bunch of research and just falling down the rabbit hole of like, oh, there's only like a handful of companies that own all the copyright on YouTube. Great.
Right. Yeah, you had such a consolidation of studios. And so
it's like when it comes to music, there's like 3, and when it comes to films, there's like 5, and then some of your independent ones, and it's like, that's it?
I used to work for Nationwide Insurance down in Florida, and I did, property investigations and stuff. And they have this big sign above everybody's computer, which is like, if you run across a construction for anything related to Disney, leave them alone. In exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation.
I'm gonna bet those signs changed lately.
This was like 3 years ago, but you're right. Now they shit the bed.
RCID, fuck them bitches.
Hey. Blue Collar, this is great news that you shared. This topless lady from Twitch got banned. Hell yeah!
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Hell yeah!
I just made a joke. I was like, yeah, God forbid she may actually have to get a real job, but she won't. So
she'll just get an OnlyFans. It's all good.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, like that's like my channel. Like, you have a topless titty Twitch channel that's like flying under the radar, and then all of a sudden you're all over Twitter. So it's like only a matter of time before your channel comes down.
I swear this is like an intentional marketing campaign that these women pull, because they're like, I want to start an OnlyFans, but how do I get the biggest audience as quickly as possible?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just flash my titties on Twitch for like a day or two, or maybe a week, and
the bigger thing is that they used to be able to just do it on Twitch consistently, because they had simps that were actually the admins for Twitch, and then Twitch kind of does a purge and gets rid of some people, and they're like, oh my god, we're shocked and scandalized by these naked women in hot tubs. What's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it might be the millions of dollars in ads you sold while people watch that.
And then you have Kick, the Amazon company that's paying shit tons of money to actual human beings to go into Twitch communities and convince people to move to Kick, which is just a whole crazy shit show. And it's like,
Kick isn't actually an Amazon company.
Here comes the nerd convo again. Here we go.
Yeah. So Kick is actually backed by crypto casinos.
No,
they use Amazon's infrastructure and Twitch's code base because they lease it from Amazon. Amazon is not actually involved. They're basically just a paying customer.
Interesting. Okay.
I like to point out that circling back for a second, Reese Witherspoon survived childhood stardom, and she's still doing good.
Yeah, Elijah Wood did. Drew Barrymore kind of did.
The common.
No, Drew Barrymore. No.
Oh yeah, Drew Barrymore did great. Oh
sweet
yeah,
summer child, sweet summer child. No,
when did she go,
bro?
Well, dude, it's not that she didn't. The thing is, she handled all of the drugs and sex and stuff well. She did
them, but she didn't go to rehab 6,000.
Oh yes, she did. Oh yes,
she did. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
She disappeared for a good long time.
She still works and she's still famous. So by that regard,
because what she hasn't been doing is naming names.
Right.
Yeah. She didn't tell everyone what Steven Spielberg did to her.
You know what's so funny? If you read some of these celebrity books, you'll see some outlandish shit that you're just like, wait a minute. Like I read Scar Tissue when I was in the joint, and it's like Anthony Kiedis admits to raping many underage girls, including Ione Skye.
Something I forgot to mention, and the Lethal Weapon show was his dad is one of the tree salesman thieves. Anthony Kiedis' dad. So it's like more nepotism, you wonder how these guys all get into Hollywood and movies and music deals. It's because they all know somebody.
But yeah, Drew Barrymore admits to having sex with Billy Idol when she was like fucking 14 or some crazy shit.
The common element, by the way, look up Drew Barrymore in Playboy in the early 2000s. She looked great. But
90s.
The common element between these child actors that survived the meat grinder is they had either a really strict parent who was always on them or an agent who didn't let them do any of that stuff. No parties, no red carpet shit. No.
Yeah. No going to the Eyes Wide Shut party where they fucking
nonsense.
Film you having sex with a donkey and then fucking threaten to get it out.
DiCaprio went through it pretty cleanly.
Yeah. What happened?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that explains why.
But
he has
he's
a
probably
fetish
okay
for
with
girls
getting
that are
he's probably
only
like Brad
under a
Pitt.
certain age.
Oh, that's just wow,
I think
success and narcissism.
Who let the fucking feminist in the fucking group all of a sudden?
Listen, Leonardo DiCaprio probably was just okay with getting fingers and stuff inside of him, just like Brad Pitt. You know, some of them are just all right with just being, you know, meat puppets to get roles. And also, I'm in the firm belief that Leonardo DiCaprio and Lucas Haas have been in a relationship, monogamous relationship, for over 10, 15 years.
Oh my God.
Yeah. No, seriously, look up this conspiracy theory. They're always together. And that's why
so you're saying the young girls are just a beard for him to show that he's constantly, yeah.
And I know all about that stuff, so trust me.
It's true. Stepenzo is an expert
You know what?
beards.
I want Meg on this. When we talk about, I want to talk to Meg. I want to be like, all right, let's hear about. Dude, Meg talks about your dick way too much for it not to be a real fucking thing. I just tell
well, just because you've seen it doesn't mean anything. And you know, by the way, he may have given her the script. She may just be reading out the script. We don't know.
I just don't see Meg doing that. I think Meg would be like, yeah, I'm not doing this.
Meg's a classy girl. Yeah, she.
Yeah. Well, I didn't say no. I didn't say that. I definitely didn't say that.
Yeah, let's go to Blue Collars clips to see how that works out with his interstitials on that.
Dude, that Lethal Weapon stream
That was some funny shit.
I'm thinking about turning the last 10 minutes of that Lethal Weapon stream into a clip. I was like, do not do that.
Oh, he did. Fuck that. Here we go.
No, he didn't. No,
I was tempted to. I saved it one. Yeah.
The last 10 minutes were. If you
no, I know. I saw him. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was tempted. That last 10 minutes was too hot for TV. Honestly, we were like. It was to the point where even like RRT and Z was like, "You should delete that."
Yeah. That shit never happened. What are you talking about?
Fuck no.
I was never on this stream. I don't know what you're talking about.
I was blackout drunk during that fucking.
Oh, we could tell.
Blackout drunk would work as like a YouTube defense. Like, hey, explain yourself. I was blackout. I don't know what happened.
It did.
We'll black you out, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, 14. I assume talking about Drew Barrymore, and they reunite, and they were reunited in The Wedding Singer. Oh my God, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Did Sandler know? Maybe that was like his sick joke.
All you need to know about when you see somebody like that, her getting on her knees in front of Dylan Mulvaney and fucking saying, "What a brave, beautiful woman you are." That's all you need to know about how they fucking drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
Yes. Famously brought Dylan on her show, got down on her knees in supplication.
Oh, I remember
Dylan.
that. Yeah, we talked about that on the show. Yeah. That was fun.
I hate learning this about people.
She was
like Twitter has ruined so many celebrities for me. I wish I never came on it for that
trust
reason.
me, a lot of them were ruined long before that app existed.
I can't watch Tom Hanks because he's been to the fucking island too many times.
Oh, like like Tom Hanks, that was already done for me before I came on Twitter. But like, oh man, like Ron Perlman, Mark Hamill, it's just like you guys are idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I miss the old studio system where PR agents were like, "Shut the fuck up. We will actually put out whatever the hell you have to say. Thank you."
Right, exactly. You see shows like Ray Donovan, and you're just like, why aren't there Ray Donovans coming in there and saying, "Hey, Rachel Zegler, can you shut the fuck up, please? You've never been in a good movie. You're fucking ruining your career before it fucking starts because people hate you." She's one of the most hated people in fucking Hollywood, and she's been in nothing, and she's done nothing.
Yeah, I've never seen a cast member destroy a film before it came out.
That's not true. She's been in several bombs.
Has she?
That's my point.
You had the remake of West Side Story with no subtitles.
Yeah.
That worked out well.
Definitely never saw that one.
Shazam 2.
Yeah, another banger.
I haven't seen that either. I heard bad things and I was like, fuck that.
Yeah. Oppenheimer looks at her and goes, "God damn, I wish I made some bombs like that."
Yeah. Fucking Hunger Games, the prequel. You know,
no, thank you.
Dude, it's just
I already suffered through the main
I was a big fan of Ray Donovan when it was on Showtime, and I thought it was a cool premise of this guy that's just a fixer for Hollywood people who fuck shit up. And I'm just like, dude, where are these fixers? Do they not have jobs? Like, are there no more fixers or publicity people that just
the problem is that they allowed actors to actually have access to speaking directly to the public. The studio system used to realize, shut the fuck up. These people are too stupid to talk to
Tom Cruise learned his lesson. He shut the fuck up about all kinds of political and Scientology stuff.
What you don't hear is his religious beliefs anymore.
No, you are 100% correct. Tom learned because he was doing too much weird shit, and they reined his ass in. They were like, "Listen, dude, you got to stop, man. Like, no more of this bullshit."
Yeah, and he's like way more respectable.
And hilariously, not the studio. It was the church that he belongs to. Was like, shut up. We ain't getting the donations. If you
South
keep
Park
talking
keeps
crazy.
making fun of you, and it's legal too because their lawyers are, it's like it's all airtight. We can't sue them, so shut up.
And God knows that the Church of Scientology tries.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, this is for you, Northern English Master.
Step into my car.
Oh, I get it. I'm supposed to get in your car and let you put your finger inside it. And if I go down, I get a movie part.
No, I just want to show you something.
Okay, wait, hang on. Here it comes.
Yeah, I'll bet you do.
Please, Gary, I'm not from Hollywood. I'm not going to fuck your mouth, and my time is extremely valuable.
Thank you. Blue Collar, you do a great impression of that guy. Oh, not Blue Collar, sorry. Northern English Bastard.
Yeah, thanks.
Where are you?
Northern English Bastard does great impressions.
It's all right.
Anytime Northern, if you guys want to laugh,
my cock.
Listen to him do American expressions. It's our American
John Wayne. Yeah. He just does a good John Wayne impression, and we just never get tired of laughing at it. That's what really it is. That's all it is.
It's just because the degree at which you can understand what he says improves significantly.
He can turn it off.
American voice.
He chooses to speak like that.
It's like mumble mouth British accent, and then all of a sudden you can understand what he says perfectly.
I want a proper Adam Gray. I want a proper version of Frank Miller's Dark Knight with a miserable old Batman, a curmudgeon who fuck all to lose, and a 15-year-old Ginger Robin who hopefully dies at the end.
They had that. They did the Dark Knight Returns animated with
but he's
I want Batman Beyond.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go.
I do want. Yeah, Batman Beyond would be dope. That would be dope.
All right, guys.
And by the way, a great opportunity to use Michael Keaton if you were doing Batman Beyond.
Of course, everyone said about that's been one of the earliest casting call fantasies. If we ever do a Batman Beyond live action movie, we got to get Michael Keaton back.
Don't worry, they'll wait till he's dead, like Carrie Fisher, and then they'll decide, that would have been a good idea.
Fucking idiots. All right. Well, on that note, God damn, it's fucking 3 a.m. over here. So
yeah, it is.
All right,
it's
guys.
3 a.m. eternal.
All right. Well, on that note, I guess let's just fucking end it. It's been we could do this all day, honestly. But I just realized I haven't eaten, and I'm tired, like a classic curmudgeon. And just like another curmudgeon, Toxic just bounces out of here without saying anything. Blue Collar Loser, thank you for being here. And Emperor Goodwin, Amateur Analyst. I know you said you didn't want to do any more of these late streams, so I'm glad you came here.
What can I say? I love listening to you guys scream at each other.
Dude, Nick Nolte, he's a great curmudgeon, right? All of his movies, Nick Nolte. Gary Busey, he was a good curmudgeon in a bunch of movies.
He can't help it, though.
Point Break. By the way, speaking of Gary Busey, me and Gord King got The Ginger Dead Man coming out on Wednesday. Analyst, you'll be on Diabolical Souls Thursday with myself and Jay talking about Blue-Eyed Samurai, right?
Yeah, man. Episode 4.
Jay Goodwin, B-roll sides, good stuff. That'll be Friday. Blue Collar Loser will be on your channel on Tuesday.
Tonight,
Special thanks to the in a few hours. Shit. Also, thanks to the chat, Nix and Phil and Adam Gray and all of Toxic's lady friends that are in the chat that were here earlier. Got a couple.
We hope you get out of prison soon,
guys.
ladies.
I'm 5 subscribers away from 300. So
let's go.
Let's die.